Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Shadow Deku Got Multiple Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. By age 7, Midoriya Izuku was already aware that not all men are created equal. What he didn't know yet, however, was that some men could become equal. With a little help, of course. The door slammed open and Izuku was dragged through it by his blistered arm. Stumbling and struggling to keep up, he was left coughing and hacking in the wake of his father's trail of smoke. Izuku could tell that he was furious. His dad didn't like when his mom argued with him, but that night was especially bad. She wouldn't let him take Izuku. They argued for hours, from evening into the dead of night. But she wouldn't give up. That's when the fire started. "I know somebody that can make him useful, Enko," Dad exclaimed. "He'll have a quirk." "Absolutely not, Hisashi." Mom argued through tears. "I know the kind of people you work with." Dad's voice was suddenly calm. "I don't think you understand, Enko. I am taking Izuku, one way or another." "No, you're not." Enko screamed. "That's it. I'm calling the police." A slap echoed through the house, followed by another. Izuku caught the scent of smoke as he hid, crying and silently wishing that it would stop. Smoke was a telltale sign that his dad was getting angry. When he got angry, things burned. People burned. The smoke grew thicker, making breathing difficult. Panicking, he scrambled out of his hiding spot and ran through the burning house. He made a break for the front door before an iron grip stopped him in his tracks. "Where are you going, Izuku?" his father asked, smoke billowing from his mouth. "Are you trying to run away?" Izuku shook his head frantically, tears spilling down his cheeks. "You know what happens when you run, right?" his dad growled. Izuku flinched at the tone, hoping that the fire wouldn't come. It did. "Stop crying, whelp," his dad spat. "You should be thankful. You're going to get a quirk. Isn't that what you've always wanted?" What about?" Izuku stammered wetly. "What about, Mom?" his dad growled low in his throat. "She'll be fine, as long as you're good." Izuku nodded weakly and gave in, letting himself be dragged through the halls. His stomach twisted and turned, partly from the smoke he was trying to avoid, but also because he knew that it wasn't going to be fine. Where was his dad taking him? Why would he hurt them just to get him a quirk? His dad stopped him outside of a final door, and he knocked politely. He ignored Izuku completely as he waited impatiently, before finally Izuku could hear a deep voice calling them in. His dad flung the door open unceremoniously and dragged Izuku into the room to face a large, intimidating man in a pristine suit. The man's features were broad and imposing, his black hair short and businesslike. In short, Izuku was terrified. He was thrown to the ground gracelessly, toppling into a trembling heap. Every burn on his skin was still fresh, and his body screamed in agony. "This is my son, Izuku," his dad growled. "Do what you want with him, as long as he becomes useful." "I will," the imposing man said simply. With that, Izuku watched his father storm out of the room and slam the door shut. Part of him was scared, but another part of him was relieved. My, your father just refuses to be polite, doesn't he?" the man asked kindly as he crouched down in front of Izuku. "Are you all right, child?" Izuku hesitantly nodded, though the tears kept spilling down his soot-covered cheeks. The man hummed deeply. "You don't have to lie to me, Izuku." Izuku stared up at the man's kind smile, then looked down before responding meekly. "Everything burns. I can see that," the man said simply. "Hold still for just a moment. This may hurt a bit." Izuku froze as a large, warm hand settled on his shoulder. After a moment, a jolt of pain spiked through him and he shuddered. Then the pain was reduced to a dull ache. The burns were now nothing more than a mild stinging sensation. "Now, that isn't as effective as some healing quirks are," the man declared, "but it's the best one I have." Izuku rose to his feet slowly, feeling a soreness in his body before turning to face the man. He bowed deeply. "Thank you, sir." The man chuckled deeply. "I see you aren't like your father." He held up a hand as Izuku opened his mouth to respond. "That's not a bad thing, Izuku. Now, tell me, how would you feel about getting a quirk?" Izuku froze, studying the man in front of him. When the man raised an eyebrow, Izuku blushed deeply and looked away. I've always wanted one, sir, but what kind of quirk?" "How?" the man hummed lightly. "A curious one, are you?" "Well, since you asked so nicely. Some people know me as All for One, however. You can call me Sensei. My quirk, Izuku, allows me to give and take quirks at will." Izuku gasped, his eyes growing wide. "That's so cool. How many quirks do you have? Do you have to touch people? How does it work? Can you use a bunch of quirks at the same time?" "What kind of?" He snapped his mouth shut as he realized he was rambling, blushing deeply and drawing in on himself. He looked down at the ground sheepishly. Sorry." Sensei placed a large hand on his shoulder, causing him to flinch. "Now, Izuku, unlike your father, I can appreciate the curiosity." He laughed deeply. "Few people have had the audacity to ask me such questions. I suppose that is to be expected from a child. However, your father has told me of your fascination with heroes. I will tell you now that I am no hero. Quite the opposite, in fact. Why, you're a villain? Izuku asked quietly. Sensei nodded. I have been for over 100 years. Izuku's jaw dropped. 100 years. Indeed. See, can I ask? Why? Sensei hummed deeply. Now, that's a discussion for another day. When you're older. Izuku looked down dejectedly. Oh, okay. Sensei grinned wickedly, then placed a large hand on his head. This quirk is called Shadow Dance. It's an old quirk that I have never had a particular liking for. I have a feeling that you might be able to make more use of it than I. Brace yourself. Izuku tensed as Sensei's hand glowed a deep red, almost like the color of blood. He felt something push into his body before he was racked with a shuddering pain. He felt himself scream as the pain tore through him, felt himself falling, before distantly feeling something envelop him. Warmth. By age 9, Izuku realized that not only can men be made equal, but they can be made more than that. He also learned that even the best can fall. Sensei went out for a mission and didn't come back. Nobody would answer his questions, but he knew something was wrong. There were less people around than usual, and those that were around were moving frantically. Orders were being shouted and things were being moved in a rush. They were leaving. Inferno is waiting, little Shadow. Kurogiri called to him. Izuku flinched. He didn't want to go with his father. He just wanted to know where Sensei was. Kurogiri, where's Sensei? Sensei ran into a bit of trouble. Shadow. Kurogiri responded, but he will be fine. Let's go. Kurogiri expanded into a warp gate, and Izuku hesitantly stepped through. Took you long enough, Inferno snapped. We have a mission to go on. You better not disappoint me. Inferno, he's only 9. Kurogiri interjected calmly. Was I asking you, babysitter? Inferno growled. Kurogiri hummed menacingly, then disappeared. Get ready, whelp, Inferno growled. You have a job to do. Shadow made his first kill that day, and he still got burned for it. At age 13, Izuku felt betrayal. Not for the first time, but it was both the worst time and the best. He had 4 quirks in total. 3 of them had been given to him by Sensei, though one had yet to manifest. Sensei hadn't told him what it was, and Izuku knew better than to ask. The 4th, and the one he hated the most, was almost identical to his father's, one that he would refuse to use. The shadowy fire breath had manifested after a particularly bad torture session led by his father. He had scorched even Inferno's fire-resistant flesh with it, which just led to more rage, more torture. It was then, in those moments of agony and his father's fiery rage, that his father slipped up. I can't believe that even after I got you a quirk, you're still useless. Inferno roared. If I didn't already kill your mother back then, I would. His father stopped and snapped his mouth shut, but the damage was already done. Darkness gathered around Izuku's form, and he got to his feet slowly. Cold, calculated fury settled in his mind. He was no longer shaking, no longer afraid. His tone was flat and completely devoid of emotion. You did what, Hisashi? His father stared at him for a moment, dumbfounded, before his face twisted into a sneer and he growled, You heard me, brat. He barked a harsh laugh that brought smoke billowing out. She's been dead this whole time, you idiot. Izuku surged forward in a dark blur, sending his father crashing through the wooden door with a flying kick. Inferno crashed to the ground in the basement of the bar and began to stand up. But Izuku was on him in an instant. He pressed a shadowed hand to his father's mouth and a blade to the man's throat. Don't do it, an unfamiliar voice whispered in his mind. Izuku paid it no mind, pressing the knife close enough to cause a trickle of blood to leak down his father's neck. You lied to me this whole time. Give me one reason not to slit your throat right now. Because Sensei would be displeased. Kurogiri's voice said calmly next to him. Darkness covered them both, and they were swiftly deposited on the floor of the bar above them. Izuku was on his feet in an instant, ready to run his father through. Inferno, similarly, had taken a deep breath and was prepared to burn the whole place down. That's enough. Sensei's voice rang out from the TV. Kurogiri, bring Shadow to me now. Of course, Sensei, Kurogiri replied. The dark mist enveloped Izuku once again, and he soon found himself standing in front of Sensei for the first time in months. The sight of the heavily scarred man, hooked up to various tubes and wires, still made his heart wrench. Why would you stop me, Sensei? Is that really what you want, Shadow? Sensei asked calmly. You want your own father's blood on your hands? He's not my father, Sensei, Izuku said coldly. He lost that right years ago. Blood is blood, Izuku. Years of torture, Sensei. Years of being burned for not being good enough. Scratch that, for any reason at all. All with the threat that he would kill my mom. Izuku roared, only to find out that she's been dead this whole time. Shadow, calm yourself, Sensei warned. You knew this whole time, didn't you? Izuku accused. I didn't, Sensei said genuinely, I assure you. Izuku glared at him for a long moment, then felt the tension leave him. He sat down on the floor with a thump. Any moment, and I could have stopped. I wouldn't have had to kill people. I know that's not what you want to hear. I've always told you to speak your mind, Izuku. Always, Sensei said firmly. We both know that this isn't what you wanted. Izuku's gaze shot back up to meet that scarred face, and no, I can still be useful to you. Izuku, Sensei interrupted. You aren't here because you're just useful to me. I am not your father. Izuku flinched and looked down dejectedly. You're more of a father to me than he is. Sensei stared in his direction for a moment. Do you really mean that? Izuku nodded immediately. You gave me everything. And yet I didn't take you away from Inferno. Didn't stop him. Because you need him. I don't need anyone, Shadow. He's useful. Sensei sighed. Izuku, don't make this harder than it needs to be. Izuku's eyes widened in panic. What do you mean? Sensei cleared his throat. I want you to leave, Izuku. Izuku felt like he had been stabbed in the heart. What? Why? Is it because I tried to? No, Sensei said firmly. Listen to me, Izuku. I've known from the beginning that this life isn't for you. Your heart is too kind, too pure, all of these years. And you still have the heart of a hero. You aren't cut out for this. Izuku was shaking. Tears that he hadn't let out in ages flowed down his cheeks. And no, I don't want to. Come here, Izuku. Izuku took a few steps forward until he could feel the heat from Sensei's body. The man groaned slightly as he leaned forward and pulled Izuku into a hug. Izuku was ashamed at the pang of fear he felt from the contact. Sensei could kill him at any moment, hurt him, steal his quirks back, set him on. Izuku, Sensei said softly, I want you to be what you want to be. I'm in this position because I did what I wanted to do, Izuku. Most of us are. If you want to try to live a normal life, do it. If you want to be a hero, do it. Izuku gasped into the man's shoulder, then pulled away slowly to search the man's face for signs of deceit. When he didn't find any, he cocked his head sideways. But, if I become a hero, the next time you see any of us, it will be as enemies. Yes, Sensei said softly. I don't want to fight you, Sensei. Sensei chuckled deeply, his breath coming out harshly. Not many do, Izuku. We can both hope it won't come to that. Izuku sighed raggedly. What am I supposed to do? I've set up an account for you, with more than enough money to get you through high school comfortably. But you'll have some catching up to do. Izuku shook his head slowly. I've kept up in my studies. Sensei smiled. A genuine smile. Of course you have. See, Izuku, part of you has never given up on your dream. I know I haven't. Izuku stared at him through blurry eyes. You mean? I've seen this coming, Izuku. I have an apartment set up for you as well. In Musutafu. It's nothing too fancy, but it's yours. He held a hand up as Izuku opened his mouth to argue. Kurogiri and I are the only ones who know about it, but you will still have to be careful. Hisashi and Shigaraki hate me, I know. Izuku said softly. Sensei sighed. Shigaraki is jealous. He doesn't realize what I had planned for you. He spent all of these years thinking you were competition. Although, it has pushed him to become better. But if Inferno comes after me, you will win, Sensei said with confidence. I will not tolerate his death here, but if he comes after you after I warn him not to, I won't fault you for killing him. I will win. Am I stronger than my father? You have doubts, Sensei observed. Izuku nodded weakly. Yeah. Sensei chuckled deeply. Izuku, you've been stronger than him for years. That isn't even considering the third quirk I gave you. What is it? Sensei wagged a finger back and forth. You'll know in due time. I have suspicions, but the quirk is called Guardian. I believe it's dormant because of your present company. Izuku stared off into space at the implication, causing Sensei to chuckle. Enough of that, Izuku, Sensei said. I think it's time. Izuku felt heartbroken, but warm at the same time. It was bittersweet. He could finally follow his dreams. But at what cost? The man who had been like a real father to him, becoming his enemy. He took a few deep, steady breaths, then nodded. Sensei pulled him in for another hug. And this one lingered. Izuku didn't have any more tears to shed, but he held on tightly anyways. Sensei patted his back one more time before letting go. Don't let your thoughts linger on me. Izuku, Sensei said quietly, I'm proud of you, and no matter what happens, I always will be. Izuku's voice was strained. The next time I see you, you better not hold back, Sensei demanded. I'll be disappointed. Izuku choked out a laugh. I won't. You taught me better than that. Good, Sensei said. Then he pushed a button on the console next to him. Kurogiri, he's ready. As the warp gate opened up behind him, Izuku took one more look back. Goodbye, Sensei. Thank you for everything. Goodbye, Izuku, my little shadow. Izuku stepped through the warp gate and didn't look back. To say that Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa was stressed would be a wild understatement. Naomasa smacked another report down on his desk and dropped his head into his hands. Days' worth of stubble covered his face, and the bags under his eyes were more obvious than usual. He had sworn that he had received a few more gray hairs in the past few months. He considered getting a second coffee pot for his office alone. Shadow's slippery, Naomasa, Aizawa said gruffly. Every time I manage to get close, he's already gone. Even if you turn off his quirk, Naomasa asked. He's still faster than a person should be. I can't get a good look at him. Naomasa sighed heavily. We still have no explanation on his sudden change of motive. 1 month he's assassinating people, then the next he's a vigilante. And a damn skilled one at that, Aizawa admitted reluctantly. Minimal injuries, no casualties. Something's up. Nakamura groaned. We need to figure out his motive. There's no rational explanation for it. A clear-cut villain gone friendly vigilante. That doesn't just happen. If I didn't know better, I would say it's a different person altogether. Well, the sightings changed drastically. He hasn't been seen in the same area since he changed his ways. His patterns intersect with my patrols, so I'll keep an eye out and try to corner him, but no promises. Do what you can, Aizawa, Nakamura said with a sigh. If he continues to evade us, we might have to call in more heavy hitters. Aizawa grumbled at that. Like who? Nakamura wasn't really sure. He didn't want to bring more attention to the case, but he was becoming desperate. Shadow was growing in popularity throughout the city. His first thought was Toshinori, of course, but the #1 hero didn't have the time to be chasing a vigilante. He sighed. Endeavor has a good record catching vigilantes, because he practically kills them. At this point I don't have much of a choice. Chief wants this handled as soon as possible. Aizawa sighed. I'll see what I can do. Just try to hold off on that disaster. No guarantees. Izuku crouched on a dimly lit rooftop overlooking the city. He took a deep breath, relishing the relative peace of a sleeping city. Once in a while a car would pass below, or the occasional passerby would walk by, completely unaware of his presence above them. As tall as the city was in some places, people just didn't seem to look up. He kept his senses alert for any signs of trouble, but was otherwise relaxed. Crime in this area had decreased, but there would be more. There always was. 3 months had passed since he had been essentially kicked out of the League of Villains, and it wasn't looking good for him overall. He was free to do as he pleased now, but what he wanted to do and what he should have been doing turned out to be two different things. His villain-gone vigilante persona, Shadow, had been increasing in popularity. He didn't really understand it, nor could he really pinpoint the moment that he had been labeled as a vigilante. He knew that's what he was, however, and that bothered him. If only because he couldn't become a hero if he was wanted by the police. He had really just wanted to help people. Who wouldn't help a lady that was getting robbed, or potentially worse? Who would find a warehouse full of human traffickers and just watch them leave with innocent people? Did society really expect him to just stand by and watch? Wait for someone else to show up when the criminals would be long gone by then? Apparently, that's exactly what they expected. For what it's worth, I think you're doing good work. A distant voice whispered in his mind. Izuku flinched, then groaned. Would you quit doing that, Guardian? You can just come out if you want to talk. The man materialized next to him. The first time it happened, Izuku had freaked out, thinking that it was a real person. In reality, the man was a product of the Quirk Guardian, which Sensei had purposely left as a mystery for reasons unknown to him at the time. It didn't take him long after leaving to figure out those reasons. Guardian just so happened to be All for One's brother, the brother that had been killed centuries ago after an attempt to stop All for One's rise to power. He had originally been believed to be quirkless, until All for One had forcefully given him a quirk. It turns out, his quirk was the ability to pass down his quirk. After that, One for All was born, the ability to stockpile and pass down power. Apparently, the current holder was exponentially more powerful than he was. Guardian wouldn't say who the current holder was, if he even knew, but Izuku had one guess. Sorry, Shadow. I know that appearing physically is draining for you, Guardian said. Izuku shrugged. And you know that I don't mind. I do, Guardian said sternly. I'm supposed to protect you. It's kind of the name of the quirk. Izuku huffed. I don't exactly need protecting right now. I'm aware, Guardian said with a sigh. Sometimes I wonder what my brother was thinking when he gave you this quirk. Izuku grunted. Thanks. Guardian shot him a glare. You know what I meant. That it sucks to be the only one who can't get rid of me. Guardian slapped him upside the head. Perhaps that's why he gave it to you. To smack me upside the head. Izuku said flatly. To keep you out of your head, kid. Pretty sure I'm already out of my mind. Guardian groaned. Also not what I meant. Izuku sighed. I know what you mean, and I appreciate it. But you know it's not that easy. Guardian nodded. I know, but I have. Guardian disappeared. Izuku heard a rustling of cloth and spotted glowing red eyes in his peripherals and sighed. That was rude, Eraser. Eraserhead's capture weapon wrapped around him, holding his arms to his sides. That's twice as rude, Eraser. Shut up. Eraserhead growled. Come on, Shadow. You're under arrest. Izuku sighed, then formed shadowy blades along his arms to cut straight through the capture weapon, causing it to fall harmlessly to the rooftop. No thanks. Eraserhead glared at him with glowing red eyes. How did you? Quirk. Mutation. Sure, why not? What about that guy that was with you? Also my quirk. Eraserhead's eyes narrowed further. They're nothing alike. I never said they were the same quirk. You can't have two quirks. Izuku shrugged. Anything can happen. We literally have. A crash sounded in the distance, followed by the breaking of glass that pierced the air. Izuku looked to Eraserhead and raised an eyebrow, knowing that it couldn't be seen under the shadows that covered his form. Are you gonna? Eraserhead sighed. Don't even think about it. I'll handle it. Izuku shrugged. Okay, I'll watch. Eraserhead growled under his breath, then took off in the direction of the disturbance. Izuku followed behind him, making sure to leave enough distance between them that Eraserhead wouldn't take him as a threat. He had to admit that Eraserhead's movements were impressive. He leaped over the alleyways fluidly, never wasting a single moment. Do you expect any less from a pro? Guardian commented. Not at all. If only he wasn't so rude. He's probably tired of chasing me around the city. Likely. He looks like he sleeps less than you do. I sleep plenty, thanks. Sure thing, sleeping beauty. 3 broken hours a night. Izuku shook his head and huffed, letting the mental conversation fade from his mind. His ability to converse with Guardian, without letting his wandering thoughts leak into the conversation, had improved vastly. The man could still read his mind like a book when he wasn't actively suppressing his own thoughts, however, and Izuku always preferred to see who he was talking to. He had to stop himself from overtaking the underground hero as he went. The darkness added fuel to his quirk, Shadow Dance, giving him a significant burst of speed and power compared to daylight hours. One of the many reasons that he preferred to work at night. One of the many reasons that he hoped to become an underground hero someday, if he didn't end up in prison first. He slowed to a stop on the edge of a rooftop as Eraserhead leaped down into the street to engage. 2 men stood on the sidewalk in front of a store, crunching broken glass under their feet as they turned to see who was attacking them. One of them held a bag over his shoulder, while the other was dragging a plain-looking man by the hair. At the sight of Eraserhead, the second man hauled his new hostage to his feet. He wrapped his arm around the man's neck and pressed a knife to his throat, which caused Eraserhead to pause. Let him go, Eraserhead demanded. Leave us alone, or I'll kill him. The man growled, which made Izuku roll his eyes. You aren't the one we expected. Izuku cocked his head at that. Who were they expecting? Eraserhead mirrored his own thoughts. Who were you expecting? Shadow, Eraserhead scoffed. What do you want from him? Ouch, he really doesn't like you. Guardian commented. No kidding. Don't worry about it. The man growled. None of your damn business. Izuku sighed, then backed out of sight to quietly call the police. Nusutafu Police Department. How may I help you? Izuku cleared his throat, then spoke quietly as he peeked over the edge of the rooftop. Looks like a robbery. 2 men broke into a store and they have a hostage. No visible quirks yet. Eraserhead is currently at a standoff with them. I'll send the location. Okay, stay on the phone please. May I ask who this is? Izuku had to bite back a grin. Your neighborhood-friendly Shadow. A sharp intake of breath was followed by the distorted sound of movement and muffled voices in the background. A moment later, he heard another flurry of noise before a familiar voice answered. Shadow, what the hell are you doing? Detective Tsukauchi demanded, watching Eraserhead face off against 2 villains that want something from me, apparently. Shouldn't you be at home, sleeping? I'm busy, thanks to you. Tsukauchi said shortly. We are on the way. Don't do anything stupid. Izuku sighed. Eraser told me he would handle it, so I'm just watching. Did they say what they want from you? No, Izuku said. Eraser asked, but they told him it was none of his business. Are they still talking? Izuku peeked over the rooftop again. Yes. Eraserhead glanced in his direction and Izuku raised the phone up, hoping that he would get the signal. Eraserhead glanced back to the 2 villains without showing any recognition. Good, Tsukauchi said. Keep watching. Let me know if it escalates. They want me, Izuku said quietly. They might let the hostage go if... No, Tsukauchi interrupted. We will find out what they want from you when we question them. Izuku sighed. The implication was clear. He really doesn't like you either. Guardian observed. I've given him more work to do. Can't say I blame him. Who cares as long as people are safe? Makes them and the heroes look bad, I guess. That doesn't make any sense. You're doing a hero's work. I'm not disagreeing, but laws are laws. Have they forgotten that the first heroes were just the best vigilantes? Wait, really? Yes, it had to start somewhere. I guess things change in a couple hundred years, Guardian. Yeah, don't remind me. Izuku snorted and pushed the conversation from his mind. What's funny? Tsukauchi asked. Nothing. You're lying. Izuku hummed. Does your quirk work over the phone, detective? What? Tsukauchi started. We're almost there. Any changes? Sirens blared in the distance, and Izuku looked over the edge to see the man with the hostage glancing around frantically. Eraserhead held his hands out in an attempt to placate the man, but the criminals were growing visibly more distressed. They hear the sirens and they're growing desperate. Damn it, Tsukauchi said under his breath. Are there any openings? Izuku cocked his head. Not without risking the hostage, unless I reveal myself. Tsukauchi sighed heavily. Could you? Izuku grinned. Fine. I'll try to talk them down. See what they want. Okay, be careful. Tsukauchi said. ETA 2 minutes. Izuku hung up the phone and pocketed it, then dropped down onto the sidewalk across the street from the standoff. You should probably let the poor guy go. He has nothing to do with this. Eraserhead whipped his head to glare at him. Shadow, what the hell? What do you guys want? Izuku demanded. The two men shared a look, then the one holding the hostage let go and pushed him away. Guardian, got it. Guardian materialized and dashed forward to catch the hostage, easily picking him up and rushing off to gain distance. At the same time, the first man lunged forward unnaturally fast to stab towards Izuku's chest. Izuku barely had time to pivot away before the man pulled back to try again. The ground began to shake for a moment, before abruptly stopping as Eraserhead engaged the other attacker. Izuku settled into calmness as he dodged away, pushing himself to match the speed of the attacker. He dashed backwards to get out of range and pushed, leaving a shadowy silhouette of himself behind. The man lunged again, overextending his reach. Izuku focused on the silhouette and pulled, swapping positions with the shadow. As the attacker's knife passed through the repositioned shadow, he stumbled. Izuku swept his legs out from under him in a blur, then grabbed the man's knife arm and twisted it behind his back before slamming him into the ground. He glanced over just in time to see Eraserhead slamming the other man into the pavement, his red eyes steadily fixed into a glare. Izuku lowered his eyes to glare at the man underneath him, forming a blade to press against the man's neck. That was actually pathetic, you know. He should know better than to send amateurs. The man growled. He lied. Said you were weak. Izuku laughed humorlessly. Now I know who sent you. The man paled. Why, you didn't know? Izuku shrugged, then pulled the knife back as he spotted the police running towards them. Figures he's afraid to come after me himself. The man barked a laugh. Afraid. He just doesn't want to waste his time. Izuku pressed his knee further into the man's back. If anyone is wasting his time, it's you. Two officers ran up to him, so he stood up to let them take over. Careful. Some kind of speed quirk. One of the officers eyed him warily, then nodded curtly before cuffing the suspect and dragging him away. Izuku took a deep breath, then let it out. He scanned around until he spotted Tsukauchi, who was speaking with the hostage. Guardian, who had stayed with the hostage to keep him calm, met his gaze and nodded before disappearing. He caught the detective's eyes and waved before turning to leave, but Eraserhead's capture weapon wrapped around him for the second time that night. Izuku sighed heavily. This again, Eraser? Just wait a second, Eraserhead demanded. Were they really sent to kill you? Pretty sure, yeah. And you know who sent them? Yes. Now, are you going to let go or do you need an excuse to get a new capture weapon? Eraserhead let him go, but held up a hand to stop him from leaving. Why are people being sent to kill you? You don't do this sort of thing without making enemies. Izuku responded. You know that as well as anyone. That's not the whole reason. Izuku shook his head and sighed. Because I got away. That's why. Shadow turned and leaped away, disappearing into the shadows. Nakamura approached 18 straight hours at work and had no intention of stopping. His office was a disaster. Papers from various files and cases lay strewn across his desk, his usual organization thrown out the window. One case had stood out among all the others, the case that had been pulling his patience apart at the seams. Shadow, Aizawa's encounter with the Vigilante and the other villains didn't solve anything, although the experience had left them with more clues than ever before. More clues often lead to more questions. He worked on trying to answer those questions by speaking with Aizawa. Nakamura could work well enough alone, but some of his best leaps came when he had someone to bounce ideas off of. They didn't know much, Nakamura said while rubbing his eyes tiredly. No name, no real description besides his quirk, no history. But let's go over what we do know. Shadow used to be an assassin for an unknown group of villains. For some reason or another, he had a falling out with them, so Inferno sent those two to lure him out and kill him. He stopped killing people, but why did he become a vigilante? In the span of a month, he's made a complete turnaround in almost every way. We can assume he cut himself off from the villains. But why such a change? It's possible that he didn't have a choice. Tsukauchi. Nakamura snapped his gaze up from his files. What do you mean? Aizawa sighed. When I encountered him on the rooftop, I overheard his conversation with the man that later rescued the hostage. That man called Shadow a kid. Between that, his size, and his voice, we could be dealing with a child vigilante. Well, that complicates things. How could he be so skilled if he's a kid? That's not all, though. He claimed that same man to be part of his quirk. When I erased it, the man disappeared. The shadows didn't. Nakamura froze. That's not possible. Unless he has two quirks, Aizawa finished. When I said as much, he just shrugged it off. That's when the robbery happened. Then he followed you, Nakamura said. And he must have overheard your conversation. He knew they were looking for him. Aizawa nodded. Then instead of trying to find out for himself, he called you. So does he only step in when nobody else is there? Nakamura asked. Or does he not want more evidence on him? In that case, it wouldn't have mattered. They attacked him first, even ditched the hostage to risk fighting 2-on-2. And for that price, most villains would do the same. Tsukauchi shook his head. 1 million? That's no simple grudge. From what we know of Inferno, he doesn't take things lightly, but there has to be more to the story. The conversation before he disappeared, Aizawa continued, he seemed to be expecting it. He certainly wasn't surprised. When I asked why they came for him, though, he told me that it was because he got away. Nakamura rubbed the stubble on his face. So either way, he left. But what exactly was he getting away from? Besides the obvious, I don't know, but he's in trouble either way, Tsukauchi. People don't throw that kind of money around and just give up when it doesn't work. Nakamura sat down and ran a hand through his hair. We can't help him if he disappears every time, Aizawa. I'm well aware of that. Have you tried talking to him without trying to capture him first? He may be a kid, Tsukauchi, but he's a dangerous one. He doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards you. He could have killed you, but he hasn't. Yet, Aizawa countered, if I push too far, he could lash out. That wouldn't match what we know about him, Tsukauchi argued. He would probably just disappear again. We don't know enough to make that assumption. Aizawa, you face life-threatening situations every day, Tsukauchi pointed out. You teach troubled students every day. I think you can handle talking to a kid. Aizawa grumbled. A kid that's trained to be an assassin, possibly with multiple quirks and a few loose screws in his head. I know, but Chief already called Endeavor to begin patrolling at night, Tsukauchi said. And he won't care what situation the kid was in. So I have to get to him first, Aizawa grumbled, and you guys couldn't have called. I don't know, literally anyone else. Chief wants results, Tsukauchi said firmly, and frankly, I can't keep fighting him on it. Aizawa stood up to leave. You won't be saying that when you have the parents of a mangled kid at your throats. As the door slammed shut, Nakamura stared at the files on his desk and heaved a sigh. He hated the situation as well, but his hands were tied. As helpful as he was to keeping crime down, it was illegal, and Shadow kept them too busy and distracted from other cases. Kid or not, something had to be done. Come on, Shadow. Just turn yourself in. Izuku dropped onto the couch in his oversized apartment with a frustrated sigh. It had taken him a while to warm up to the place, but once he did, he had found humor in Sensei's words. What the man had considered not much turned out to be a large 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment with almost everything that could be expected. As far as he could tell, the place was state-of-the-art and modern. If he had bothered to decorate it or add anything, it could almost be considered fancy. Izuku rubbed his eyes tiredly as he mentally ran through his night once again. He wasn't expecting Eraserhead to walk into a trap that was meant for him. A poorly executed trap, but a trap nonetheless. He should have expected that Hisashi would hunt him indirectly after being forbidden from doing it himself. Even if Shigaraki and Hisashi themselves teamed up, he would be able to escape at the very least. But he was tired of running. I don't see my brother taking kindly to Hisashi's little loophole. Izuku couldn't help but nod in agreement. Might as well come out. I'm going to sleep soon anyways. Guardian materialized in front of him, then moved to sit next to him on the couch. Good. Maybe shoot for more than 3 hours this time. Izuku yawned. Maybe. Guardian shook his head and gave him a curious look. Was it a good idea to drop hints like that? I didn't really plan for it, Izuku said. I doubt those guys knew much, but Tsukauchi won't rest until he finds out everything. Guardian hummed. Fair point. They don't like you, but if they knew everything they might take it easy on you. They'll still arrest me, Izuku said with a flat tone. I bet they have a nice cold cell with my name on it. You don't deserve that. Guardian argued. You didn't have a choice. You can tell them that. Back then I didn't, Izuku snapped. Should I just walk into the police station and say, hey, I know I killed a bunch of people, but I didn't have a choice. My father tortured me and forced me to do it. But it's okay because now I'm using all 4 of my quirks too. Oh yeah, still do illegal stuff. The Guardian stared at him with a wry grin. Well, I wouldn't put it exactly like that, but yes. Izuku smacked his forehead and groaned. That sounds like a one-way ticket to prison. Guardian sighed with exasperation. You said yourself that they're good people. You really think that they'll hear your story and not want to help you? They have no reason to help me, Izuku mumbled. And just another problem. You couldn't be more wrong, Izuku. Guardian said firmly. You are a good person, strong and talented. Even after 7 years of being around them and being forced to do their bidding, you still have a good heart. Izuku heaved a frustrated sigh. Guardian viewed the situation through a biased lens. While Izuku couldn't blame him, considering he could still see the good in some people, he couldn't imagine a situation where they would bother helping him. To them, he was just another problem to be solved, another case to be closed and forgotten. Izuku may have spent most of his life under a rock, but he knew that the police didn't take kindly to vigilantes. Villains were obviously not on their list of people to help either, though he couldn't count on them taking it easy on him. Either he would have to continue evading them or fall off the radar entirely, or turn himself in and most likely end up in prison. Falling off the radar could work, but Shadow Dance was far too obvious. Izuku still had almost a year, but the police and heroes wouldn't forget him. If he used that quirk at all in the future, he would bring every pro hero in the school down on him. Guardian was also far too unique as a quirk, and while he could theoretically get by using just his passive agility quirk, he wouldn't accept being a hero using only a quarter of his potential. 75% he could accept. He knew all too well that his fire breath couldn't be turned off. Tendrils of smoke escaped from his lips periodically. Though in times of stress the smoke could puff out like a cloud. Flames would rise from his throat if he wasn't careful. After only the first day, he had been forced to disable the smoke detectors and keep constant ventilation in his apartment. Regardless of the unnaturally dark hue to the flames, it was far too similar to Inferno's to fly under the radar. Although the nature of Shadow Dance allowed his fire breath to go unnoticed. That wasn't the connection he was worried about. Fire quirks weren't rare, but only Inferno had been known to have a fire-breathing quirk. If a kid showed up at UA with one, red flags would be raised automatically, and no matter how powerful the quirk could be. He refused to use it on another person. Guardian put an arm around his shoulder. You really don't have many options, Izuku. Izuku groaned. I know. Maybe if I just lay low for a few months and give up helping people for that time, just to either get caught or hold yourself back anyways. Izuku had to admit that he was right on that, meaning he was left with only two options. Fine, then. I'll continue as I have been for now. Guardian grinned. I figured you would. And hey, maybe you could even make a racer and that detective like you. Izuku snorted. I really doubt that, Guardian. Izuku loved the nighttime, but rainy nights were unbeatable. He took a deep breath of the fresh air from his rooftop perch, his face tilted to the sky to better feel the gentle droplets running down his face. Even in the most run-down parts of the city, the air was refreshing. The glow as the lights reflected off of the puddles and gentle streams of rainwater added a serene feeling to the usually hectic streets. In the darkest part of the night, he felt some semblance of peace. Izuku allowed himself to relax and enjoy the night, ignoring the increasing heaviness of his drenched clothing. While his work as a vigilante had been busy when he started months ago, the criminal activity in the area gradually slowed to a crawl. Nowadays it surprised him to come across more than 2 crimes in a night. He even considered moving his patrol to a different section of the city altogether, but eventually decided against it. In time he could see this area growing and prospering much like the higher traffic areas in Musutafu. The change left him with a spark of pride. Perhaps it wasn't his ideal way of making a difference, but he had to admit that he made a difference regardless. A change in the city and a lightening of his own regrets. While he wasn't sure if he could ever truly make up for his past, he resolved to do his best anyways, even if he couldn't be a real hero. A faint splashing from behind Izuku pulled him from his brief revelry. After taking a deep breath, he slightly turned his head to spot his favorite pursuer. Long time no see, Shadow, the Racerhead said. It's hardly been a week, Eraser. 2, actually, the Racerhead corrected. Izuku shrugged. What do you want, Eraser? Besides the obvious. Rude, Guardian said with amusement. He ruined my solitude. I'm not going to try to capture you, Eraserhead said, if that's what you're thinking. Izuku showed no outward sign of his surprise or the skepticism that came after it. Of course, the pro-hero would know by now that his efforts would be fruitless. Izuku didn't want to cause the hero trouble, but he had no intention of going into custody on someone else's terms. He let out a non-committal noise. I'm surprised. Eraserhead stepped up slowly to sit down beside him, making a subtle show of keeping a wary distance between them. Well, we both know how that would go. He grumbled and gestured to the gathered cloth around his shoulders, and I just got this replaced. Izuku huffed, letting a small puff of smoke escape his lips. Surrounded by shadows, the smoke was hardly noticeable. How does it do in the rain? Aizawa took his turn to huff. You think I would depend on something unreliable? No, I guess not. The conversation dropped, both of them content to listen to the light rainfall around them for the time being. The silence wasn't exactly uncomfortable, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to relax in the presence of the hero. The Racerhead didn't strike him as someone to just strike up a casual conversation with a vigilante. Eraserhead glanced over at him with a considering expression. When you told me that you got away, what did you mean? Izuku studied him for a moment. That I got away. Eraserhead grunted. No sheet. But from what? Izuku felt his lips twitch up at the corners. It was tempting for him to just spill everything, but he held himself back. As much as he would like to just air it all out, he didn't know anything about Eraserhead besides the barest of details. I think you should tell him. Guardian prodded. I can't trust him. What's the worst that could happen? Izuku paused to consider for a moment. In reality, it wouldn't hurt to give the man a few answers. At worst, Eraserhead would try to capture him again, likely failing in the process. At best, the answers would satisfy him enough to leave Izuku alone. Izuku sighed. More like who? But I didn't exactly escape. Eraserhead cocked an eyebrow at him, but said nothing. Their threats turned out to be a bluff. When I found out, I tried to kill Inferno. They probably considered me a loose cannon. A knife at their backs. Because you didn't want to be there. Izuku shrugged. I didn't want to hurt innocent people. They weren't having it. So without a means to control you, they kicked you out. Izuku nodded, his tone taking on a bitter edge. Basically, Sensei told me that I wasn't cut out for it. He didn't say it, but I was too much of a threat to everyone to keep around without a leash. Eraserhead's eyes narrowed. Sensei. Izuku bit his tongue, unsure of how much he should say about Sensei. The situation left him bitter, of course, but he understood in some ways. Sensei wanted him to be who he wanted to be in the end. He cared. Izuku couldn't deny that, but not enough to save him. Not enough to get rid of Izuku's tormentor. Trying to guess the man's motives was like wandering through a maze. 1 second the way would be clear. The next he found himself back at the beginning. Remember that you'll be enemies next time you meet. Guardian said, in reality, that means you already are. Then why did he give me the opportunity to live my life instead of killing me then? As much as I don't want to admit it, he does care. Guardian said grudgingly, but you shouldn't feel like you owe him anything, Izuku. He's still a supervillain above all else. He's made that clear. The reasoning was sound, but Izuku couldn't help but feel like he was betraying Sensei. Without Sensei he would be nothing. He would be dead. If he actively gave away information, actively worked against them, Sensei wouldn't just let that go. Knowing Sensei, however, the man probably anticipated it. You're going to have to say something eventually. Better now than after more people get hurt. You're right, Izuku admitted with a sigh. He couldn't tell the hero everything, of course. Not yet. He turned his head to look at Eraserhead. Sensei's the leader. He did most of my training. Eraserhead hummed deeply, so they're organized. They blackmailed you, turned you into a killer, then kicked you out when it didn't work. Izuku sighed. There's a lot more to it than that, but yeah, pretty much. That would explain a lot, Eraserhead admitted, but why become a vigilante? Honestly, I don't know. It wasn't an active decision. Izuku said, I like being out at night, and I wanted to help people. One night I saw someone was in danger and I just moved. I never stopped. Eraserhead grunted, then looked away. Have you considered becoming a hero? Izuku froze, then laughed bitterly. That was my dream. Even when I gave up hope that a hero would save me, I didn't give up on that. Sensei knew it. That's why he kicked me out, to go live my dream. He cared, Eraser, but he never told me that it was impossible. Izuku, Guardian said gently. Impossible? Eraserhead asked with raised eyebrows. Don't play stupid. Izuku snapped. I killed people, Eraser. I got free, and now I'm a wanted vigilante anyways. It's over for me. It's not, Guardian began. You didn't have a choice. It doesn't matter. Izuku snapped, accidentally letting dark flames escape from his mouth as he rocketed to his feet. I've been dodging Endeavor for a week, Eraser. Everyone knows that when he gets sent after you, your life is optional. He'll murder me in the name of justice, and you know what? Nobody will care. There's nobody left to care. Shadow, listen to me. Eraserhead insisted. We had no way of knowing your situation, but I had a hunch. That's why I'm here. We can help you. Izuku scoffed. I find that hard to believe. I know, Shadow, Eraserhead said, but I don't make promises unless I intend to keep them. If you want to help me, Izuku said in a disbelieving tone. Why is the sanctioned murderer hunting me down? Eraserhead sighed. Tsukauchi and I had no part in that. Higher-ups, speak of the devil. Izuku tuned Eraserhead out as he caught the glowing reflection of fire in his peripheral vision. As he suspected, Endeavor rounded the street corner a block away, marching down the street with an ease contradicting to his hulking form. Flames danced along his form as a show of intimidation. Sheet. Izuku backed slowly away from the edge of the roof, fighting to force down the panic that rose in his chest. He kept an eye on the number 2 hero who was looking around diligently, the permanent scowl on his face announcing to the world that he had no interest in being approached, no interest in being civil. Nope, hell no. Eraserhead, to Izuku's surprise, didn't make a move to stop him. Instead, he crept backwards along with him to hide in the shadows. Izuku didn't miss Eraserhead's calculating gaze, however. He studied Izuku, who was torn between staying still as a statue and bolting like an arrow. Izuku kept his eyes locked on Endeavor. He felt a jolt of panic as the hero looked directly at them. Endeavor's gaze passed over him before doing a double take. Shadow, Endeavor roared before throwing a massive burst of fire straight towards him. Don't. Izuku forced the thought through his mind as he felt the familiar tug that signified Guardian's attempt to materialize. Izuku was already moving as Eraserhead yelled at Endeavor to stop. He dashed to the side, avoiding the brunt of the attack. He bit back a cry of pain as he felt searing pain shoot through his arm. Hissing through his teeth, he leaped off of the roof into the alley below. Heavy footsteps signified Endeavor's pursuit, the sudden oppressive heat warning him of an incoming attack. Izuku blurred to the right and bounded off of the wall, growling in pain as the fire caught his leg. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Guardian demanded. He bounced from wall to wall before cresting the roof and landing awkwardly. Pain shot through his burnt leg in protest. Burns were nothing new to him, but with familiar pain came familiar panic. Desperately, he set his feet and pulled on shadow dance and agility. A rush of adrenaline flooded through him as the shadows deepened around him. When his head started to spin, he chose a direction and pushed off with his feet. Shadows kicked up like dust as he shot forward. The passing city bled together in one nauseating blur as he rocketed through it at breakneck speeds, block after block becoming nothing but a passing of streetlights and reflections. Izuku had to fight the vertigo and churning in his stomach until everything began to slow down. Gradually, he began to reorient himself, the surrounding city becoming more perceptible as he began looking for a landing. "Good thing you didn't slam into a building," Guardian said, feigning a light tone, "but what the hell did you do?" Panic. "Well, yeah." Izuku tried to judge his projected landing, but ended up landing rather ungracefully. His feet hit the rooftop with a heavy thump, the momentum forcing him to roll with it. His arm and leg screamed as the roll devolved into a wild tumble. He felt the familiar tug at his mind before coming to an abrupt stop. He groaned and looked up, realizing that Guardian had materialized to catch him. He looked past the man, realizing that he was only a few feet away from plummeting off the side of the building altogether. He gasped and heaved, trying to catch his breath and regain his equilibrium. He shivered, suddenly freezing cold. The rush of wind from his flight through the city had chilled his drenched clothing rapidly. Guardian held onto him silently, allowing Izuku the time to regain his bearings. Izuku was thankful for that. He wasn't sure he could form a comprehensible sentence at the moment. He shuddered violently as he felt the warmth begin to seep in. Wait. Izuku stammered through clattering teeth. Why are you warm? Guardian pulled away to look down at him with a puzzled look. Should I not be? Izuku shook his head quickly, and no. You never were before. Guardian's broad features scrunched up with further confusion. His thick, sandy blonde eyebrows furrowed and one corner of his mouth quirked to the side, deepening into a dimple as the man looked away in thought. That's odd. Izuku nodded absently, already trudging through his mental fog in an attempt to figure out what happened. Before. Her body was solid. But you didn't have body heat. Guardian's chest rumbled lightly as he hummed and thought, well, that wouldn't be the first new thing to happen tonight. Why, yeah. Well, Guardian said as he scooped Izuku up to carry him bridal style. We can figure that out later. I don't know how long I have, so let's go. Izuku's face heated with embarrassment, but he didn't argue. At that point, he just felt grateful that he wouldn't have to stumble home on his own. He gave into the sudden exhaustion that slammed into him and closed his eyes, leaning his face into Guardian's chest as the man began carrying him home. I was so close, Tsukauchi. Aizawa growled as soon as Nakamura closed the front door. Then that blundering idiot had to ruin everything. We'll be lucky if we ever see that kid again. Nakamura let out a sigh, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. He had finally gotten to sleep at a decent hour, only to be woken up a few hours later by Aizawa's call. He had been tempted to ignore it, but if Aizawa was calling him in the middle of the night, it was always important. Now, he thanked his curiosity and the spike of panic for spurring him to answer. He entered the kitchen and fetched 2 empty mugs before pouring them each a cup of coffee. He brought them out into the living room and motioned for Aizawa to sit down before placing a cup in front of him. He grabbed a notepad and pen off of the counter and moved to sit down across from Aizawa. He took 2 big gulps of coffee and sighed. Okay, tell me everything. Aizawa took a gulp of his own coffee before going into his report of everything that happened, word for word, including his opinions and suspicions from reading between the lines. Nakamura wrote furiously, making side notes for Aizawa's further insight. He could add his own later, after they had time to discuss the situation further. Wait, Nakamura interrupted. If they're an organized group, why don't we know about them? I don't know, Aizawa droned. It doesn't sound like they're new, but they're secretive. The fact that they trained Shadow to be an assassin. We knew he was affiliated with someone, but that's all. We know Inferno, but we never connected him to any other villains. It would make sense, though. Nakamura tapped his pen on his chin. It would. Okay, we'll get to that later. Continue. Nakamura raised an eyebrow when Aizawa told him about Shadow's reason as to why he became a vigilante. He had to admit that many vigilantes ended up that way for the same reason. As obligated as he was to be against it, and as frustrating as they were to deal with, he could understand it. Their conversation about Shadow's dream of being a hero, however, left him with an uneasy feeling. Shadow didn't seem to want any part of whatever he was a part of, which they had already assumed. But for him to sound so defeated, so bitter. How long was he with them? Nakamura interrupted again. I don't know, Aizawa admitted. I didn't have a chance to ask. Nakamura tapped his pen on his notepad and nodded. Okay. Go on, Aizawa continued, going on to recite Shadow's words about their desire to help him, which lead into a conversation about Endeavor. The Vigilante's opinion of Endeavor was surprising, but Nakamura had to admit that it wasn't unfounded. There was a reason the number 2 hero was so effective. He almost never held back. And then, to Nakamura's growing dismay, Aizawa went into detail on their encounter with Endeavor. He was afraid. Tsukauchi, Aizawa said. I couldn't see his face, but his movements were desperate. His final escape was insane. I can imagine that any criminal would be afraid to face Endeavor. Nakamura commented dryly. Aizawa hummed, for good reason, but I don't think that's it. He's usually calm and calculated. He's an escape artist. You did say that you think he's a child, Nakamura said. Teenagers can be unstable, especially when they have a life like that. He was clearly emotional. He was, but Aizawa trailed off to take a sip of coffee. I think it's fire. Fire. Aizawa nodded. He was affiliated with Inferno, the same villain that has been sending people to kill him. Naomasa kicked himself for not making the connection sooner. After all, there were likely multiple reasons that Shadow wanted to get away from Inferno. Was he injured? A burn on the arm and leg, at least. The shadows never came off, though, so I can't say how bad. We'll have to alert the nearby hospitals to keep a lookout, then. Naomasa said, "What about your conversation with Endeavor?" Aizawa scoffed. He just acted like a dismissive prick. Threatened to get my license revoked for letting Shadow go. Shoot him out for trying to literally kill the kid and maybe mocked him for failing. Had to erase his quirk because he threw a fit. Naomasa sighed and shook his head. He definitely didn't write that down. Well, we can assume that Shadow won't go to a hospital, but it's best to be safe. Even if he isn't badly injured, you probably won't see him around for a while. If ever, Aizawa grumbled. He knows that we want to help him. I told him that we want to help him, Aizawa said. He doesn't know anything. The kid obviously doesn't trust anybody. And after the Flaming Mule's little stunt, I doubt he's going to trust us. Naomasa rubbed his face. At this point, I don't even know if we can save the kid. Chief is going to push for the maximum to make an example out of him. You shouldn't have made any promises unless you have a good idea. I have an idea, Aizawa began. Doesn't mean it's a good one. What is it? It all depends on how old he is. Naomasa bit back a groan. Don't tell me. I'll have to talk to Netsu, but I have a feeling he'll be interested. He always is. That's a terrible idea, Aizawa. Aizawa glared at his coffee, especially if I get stuck with him. Naomasa couldn't help but smile. Well, see what you can do. Now the question is, what if Shadow disappears altogether? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Don't you guys have his phone number? We do, but we haven't been able to track it. So, call him. Naomasa glared at him. I'll give it to you. No, you have the most experience with him. Exactly, Aizawa said flatly. It's your turn. Are you? Naomasa began, then sighed in defeat. Fine, I'll call later. Good. Now, I'm going to go home and sleep for a few days. I'm jealous, Naomasa admitted. I think I got my sleep for the week already. Aizawa shook his head. Stop working so hard. You have coworkers for a reason. Yeah, right. Aizawa grinned wickedly as he headed for the door. I'll keep you updated. Naomasa nodded. I'll do the same. Be safe. Always. As the door shut, Naomasa locked it and pulled his phone out immediately. One particular detail had been bothering him the whole time, but Aizawa was unfortunately not included in that need-to-know circle. He dialed his best friend's number and prayed that he was awake. Toshinori answered. Naomasa-kun, how are you? Listen, Toshi, Naomasa said seriously, I think we may have a problem. Izuku drifted in and out of consciousness for most of the trip back to his apartment. By the time they got close, the sun was coming over the horizon. Izuku felt the strain that came from Guardian pushing his time as a physical being. He'd let Izuku down gently with an apologetic look before disappearing and leaving Izuku to finish the trip on his own. He unlocked his door and stumbled inside, ripping off his shoes and immediately beginning to strip off his clothing. Not for the first time, he let out a breath of relief that he lived alone. His socks and pants came off easily, although the pants and one of his socks were completely ruined. His jacket, however, was another disaster entirely. The material was designed to be moisture-resistant. While it felt like cloth, it clearly wasn't. The edges of the ruined sleeve had melted under the extreme heat, and parts of the frayed scraps were stuck to his burnt skin. He clenched his teeth and bit back a scream as he began peeling the sleeve from his arm. The burns themselves were nothing too concerning. The vast majority were first degree, with a few spots that could be considered second degree. Nothing he hadn't dealt with before. He'd certainly dealt with worse in the past. Though if it weren't for the minor fire resistance that had developed along with his fire breath, he would be in much worse shape. As he gingerly cleaned the wounds on his arm, he cursed Endeavor's name. His theory that every person with a fire quirk was an irredeemable monster became more plausible in his mind. Really, he hadn't met a single person with one that was a likable person, though he could only count on one hand how many he had met. What does that make me, then? He clenched his teeth and finished cleaning his wound. Grabbing a tube of burn cream and a roll of clean bandages, he made his way into the living room to plop down on the couch and turn on the TV, a routine he had picked up early on. Any warning that he had exposed himself more than necessary was a welcome one. News stations had a major flaw. They couldn't care less that what they reported often hindered the hero's efforts. Izuku considered his conversation with Eraserhead as he bandaged the fresh burns, the sounds of the TV fading into a droning background noise. He had a feeling that the underground hero was being genuine, but it worried him. Clearly there was a difference of opinion in the police force. Whether that divide had been caused by him or the idea of vigilantes altogether, he wasn't sure. Left with the question, however, he couldn't help but wonder, if it came down to it, which side would get their way. Endeavor showed his animosity towards vigilantes on multiple occasions. In an official dispute between the number 2 hero and an underground hero that nobody knew about, the outcome was clear. Unless there was more to the situation than he could see, his odds of actually being helped didn't look good. More likely they would throw him in a cell for his own good. Perhaps if he got a chance to tell his story on his own terms, however. Regardless, the logical decision would be to take a break from his nighttime activities. A few days off at least. After that, his new wounds wouldn't hinder his movements. Endeavor likely wouldn't report his failure to the news, but that didn't mean he would slow his efforts. In fact, he was more likely to double them. Failure, Izuku could tell, was something the number 2 hero didn't take kindly to. Izuku let out a long sigh. At least with Endeavor patrolling at night, crime would drop to near non-existence. He wasn't exaggerating when he told Eraserhead what every criminal knew. Facing Endeavor was a death sentence. Between all of the villains that Izuku knew, only 2 could hope to stand against him. Inferno would put up a decent fight, if only because he had a strong resistance to fire, but it would likely be a stalemate. All for One, of course, would destroy anyone that wasn't All Might. All Might. The thought of the number 1 hero was a bittersweet one. On one hand, he hated the man for what he did to Sensei. On the other, he understood the man's reasons completely. The hero had no other option, and there was a long history between the two. From what Guardian had said, that history ran much deeper and further back than All Might. He still held the number 1 hero in high regard, but more often than not he was left feeling conflicted. If he ever had to meet the man, he wasn't sure if he would dissolve into a fanboy or ignore him completely. Maybe both. As he finished bandaging himself, his stomach growled loudly in reminder of how much he had pushed himself. Whatever he had done in his desperation to escape left him worn ragged. He decided that, once he recovered, he would have to find somewhere secluded to practice the new development. He stood up on shaky legs and entered his kitchen, letting his hunger guide him. He began looking through all of his food before he began pulling out various ingredients. He wasn't particularly good at cooking, but between pestering his mom when he was younger and Kurogiri more recently, he had learned enough to feed himself at least. Feeling exhausted and lazy, he put 2 generous cups of rice in his rice cooker and threw some fish in the oven. A bitter wave of nostalgia washed over him as he considered how Kurogiri would scold him for that. The other shadowed man despised the idea of baked fish. Izuku didn't know why, though. He was fairly certain that Kurogiri didn't actually eat. Izuku snorted to himself as he went back into the living room. Kurogiri had always treated everyone politely and with respect. Whether Shigaraki and Inferno believed it or not, Kurogiri's loyalty was clearly to Sensei first and foremost. If Sensei tolerated you, Kurogiri respected you more. If Sensei liked you, Kurogiri would almost break his stoic demeanor to show you kindness. Izuku was convinced that Sensei's fondness for him was the only reason that Kurogiri tolerated Izuku's presence behind the bar and in the kitchen. Izuku jumped as his phone vibrated on the table in front of him. He hadn't had anyone directly try to call him in weeks. He picked it up and saw a number that he didn't recognize. He almost ignored it, but curiosity got the better of him. Hello, good morning, Shadow. Izuku felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Who is this? This is Detective Tsukauchi. How are you? Izuku let out a breath of relief, then felt a spike of amusement. I'm fine, Detective. Is this an attempt to track me down? A small huff came in response. No, we tried that before and it didn't work. I know. What do you want, Detective? I just wanted to see how you were doing after last night. Izuku hummed. I don't believe you. Tsukauchi sighed. I understand. I apologize for that, by the way. You say that as if you sent him. I didn't, I assure you. It's complicated. Izuku grinned. I didn't pin you as a vigilante sympathizer, Detective. Tsukauchi scoffed. I'm not, but you're a special case. Awa, Izuku said. I'm really not, but whatever fills out your paperwork. Tsukauchi sighed. I promise you that's not why I'm calling. We're trying to find a way to help you. What are doing right now? Izuku hummed. I'm at home cooking dinner, and I'm not sure I like the odds of trying, Detective, but I'm sure you can figure it out. You're a smart man. The frustration practically dripped from Tsukauchi's tone. Do your parents know what you've been doing? Izuku's tone fell flat. Maybe. Are they home with you? Izuku's laugh was bitter. I hope the fuck not. Tsukauchi's tone took on a note that Izuku couldn't place. I'm sorry. I didn't. Izuku sighed. Drop it, Detective. Tsukauchi cleared his throat. Well, are you sure you're all right? I heard you got burned. If I didn't know any better, Izuku said, I would almost think you cared. Believe it not, I do. Izuku let out a long hum. I did get burned, but it's nothing serious. I've had worse. Chew on that for a while, Detective. You're a pain in the ass, Izuku, Guardian said, breaking the mental silence. Glad you're awake, Guardian. I'm not exactly glad that you are. In case you forgot, I had burns to dress, and I'm making dinner. Guardian chuckled. I know. Well, we have a few ideas, Tsukauchi responded after a moment, but we will have to meet at some point. Obvious bait. Izuku smirked. I'll think about it, but no games, Detective. You and Eraser are the only people I'll see. I can work with that, Tsukauchi exclaimed, and Izuku almost laughed. For now, can I at least get a name? Calling you Shadow might be troublesome. Do it, Guardian said encouragingly. Izuku considered for a moment. Giving a fake name would work, but if the detective really was trying to help him, he would need to give his real name eventually. Giving his real name would also establish a little bit of trust, as well as give the detective a head start on whatever help he had in mind. But it still worried him. He deals with dangerous situations every day, Izuku. It's his job. I know. Izuku sighed. It's Midoriya Izuku. Guardian's enthusiasm rang through his head. Progress. Shut it. Alias? Tsukauchi asked. No, that's my real name. Izuku assured him, but, detective. Yes, be careful, Izuku warned, or I won't be the only one with a price on my head. Tsukauchi cleared his throat. I will be. Thank you. See you later, Tsukauchi. Goodbye, Midoriya. As he ended the call, he sank into the couch with a sigh. That was either the best or worst decision I've ever made. It will be fine, Izuku. I'm not so sure. From the kitchen, the oven let out a loud beep to signal that his fish was done. His stomach growled loudly and he groaned in anticipation. Eat now, regret later. That's the spirit. Izuku laughed. Maybe things would work out, after all. Midoriya Izuku. Naomasa Reed, reported missing 7 years ago after a house fire that killed his mother and co. Presumed dead after 6 months without a lead. His father, Midoriya Hisashi, was reported missing as well. At first the fire was presumed to be an accident, but upon further inspection was deemed suspicious. Naomasa rubbed the 2-day-old stubble on his face tiredly. Then he took another big gulp of room-temperature coffee. His office was a disaster, an increasingly more common trend that he was not a fan of. Ever since his phone call with Shadow 3 days prior, he had trudged along with minimal sleep, determined to dig for as much information as he could. Shadow's warning to be careful didn't pass unheeded, however. Naomasa approached this work with as much caution and discretion as he could. One of the few people that were included in these new developments, Aizawa, was sitting across from him looking every bit as tired as Naomasa felt. The underground hero had been just as busy, if not more so. Between teaching, increased patrols, and his talks with UA's principal, he hadn't had time to meet until then. What was his registered quirk? Aizawa asked. Naomasa looked back at the old case file. Quirkless. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. That's odd. Toe joint. Yes, though it's possible he developed a quirk and was just a late bloomer. We've seen it before, but it's rare. Aizawa nodded. What were his parents' quirks? Hold on, Naomasa said, turning to his computer to look back through the quirk registry. Midoriya Co. Telekinesis. Recorded as minor and generally weak. And his father, Midoriya Hisashi. Naomasa began reading and stopped, feeling his stomach drop. A house fire, and a father with a fire quirk. That was too much of a coincidence to ignore. If that was the case, Midoriya Hisashi was a prime suspect for murder. But if he fled, did he take his son with him? And how did Izuku end up with villains, unless Hisashi was one all along? The only villain they knew of with a fire-breathing quirk was, oh no, what is it? Fire breath. What so? Aizawa began, then stopped as his eyes widened. Oh, Sheet is right, Naomasa said. Midoriya Hisashi is Inferno. That's quite a leap, but it would make sense. It's too big of a coincidence to ignore. It's the same quirk. Shadow's fear of fire could very well stem from an abusive father, especially if that father was responsible for the mother's death. It would also explain why a child ended up in the hands of villains in the first place. Aizawa stared off to the side for a moment before heaving a sigh. So when Shadow said that he tried to kill Inferno, he really tried to kill his own father. Naomasa reluctantly nodded. Looks like it. Aizawa growled under his breath. What kind of father would do that to their own child? To their child's mother? Naomasa clenched his teeth. One that doesn't deserve the title. 7 years missing. How old would that make him now? Naomasa glanced back at the file. 15. Aizawa groaned. The same age as my first years. Speaking of that, Naomasa said, how are the talks with Nedzu going? You know it doesn't take much to get him interested, Tsukauchi. The kid has a lot of potential. And Nedzu sees the logic in keeping him close. Naomasa nodded. If he wants Midoriya at UA, I can push it along to the chief and start the negotiations. We have enough information for that much, but getting Midoriya to agree might pose a problem. There's a lot that we don't know, Tsukauchi, Aizawa said. Between an abusive father that most likely murdered his mother, being brought up in the company of villains. He's literally killed people. There's no way he is mentally stable after all of that. And what about education? Where is he living and who is he living with? We need more information. I want to make sure that we can make this happen first, Aizawa. Barring extreme circumstances, we need to be able to guarantee as much of his freedom as possible. If we make promises and can't keep them, this will blow up in our faces. I'm afraid of what that would do to him. Where would he end up? It would be a disaster. Naomasa nodded. Precisely. I'm not going to press him for more until we have assurances from all parties. Aizawa sighed. I'm going to be stuck with him. I know it. Naomasa gave a small smile. He could always go to 1B. This particular problem child might be too much for Vlad. Naomasa rolled his eyes. Just admit that you like him. Aizawa shot him a glare. You're one to talk. What was it you said before? He's a pain in the ass. Naomasa teased. I'm just looking forward to less paperwork. Aizawa rolled his own eyes at that. I'm sure that's all you're looking forward to. Naomasa snorted. Admit it, you enjoy having an easier patrol. Gladly. I might as well skip that part of the city these days. Meanwhile, I'm bogged down with reports and an impatient boss. Aizawa stood up to leave. Good luck with that. You'll be in contact with Nedzu soon. Soon, though he can handle the chief on his own, I'm sure. Aizawa snorted. You're right. Once he sees potential, he won't let it go. Lucky for us, in this case. Aizawa opened the door and took one step out. We'll see about that if and when he gets in. Naomasa smiled. Good luck. Aizawa shook his head and closed the door. Naomasa leaned back in his chair and rubbed his chin. They had initially had suspicions that the kid was in a bad situation, of course, but these new developments painted an entirely different picture. All it took was one or two names to shine a completely new light on the case. Midoriya Izuku held a persona that looked more and more like a facade the closer they got to figuring him out. What both he and Aizawa knew, however, was that the kid desperately needed help. I'm just doing my job. Izuku knew that most people his age hated studying with a passion. For him, it had always been a welcome distraction, an escape from circumstances out of his control, a feeling of normalcy and progress in a hectic life, one of the few things he could do in an almost constant state of recovery. Part of him expected his fondness for the practice to fade after achieving his tenuous freedom. But he was wrong. He loved studying. It took Izuku a couple days to finally allow himself to hope for the future. Although it had been almost a week since Tsukauchi had contacted him, he continued his dive back into studying with a fury. It would be his last year of middle school, so he scoured the internet and the closest library for information. He searched for information on different classes, eager to find out where his education stood in contrast to the general standards. What he found was both relieving and disappointing. Sensei always encouraged his stubborn pursuit of education. After all, an ignorant villain would never be more than a pawn in his eyes. All for One was a genius, a mastermind with over a century of knowledge and a surprising abundance of patience for Izuku's endless curiosity. Shigaraki had spurned education for the most part, leaving Izuku plenty of time to pick Sensei's brain. He pictured Sensei's confident grin, even after the grievous injuries. That grin never changed. He remembered the man's amusement when Izuku would inevitably manage to take their conversations off track. Almost every session transitioned into a discussion about quirks, an endlessly shared passion that neither of them grew tired of. Izuku quickly found that he easily matched where his peers would be. In the subjects he felt a particular interest in, he was easily at a high school level. Some gaps made themselves clear, however. Without a formal education, he excelled in some areas and lacked in others. Ever an opposite of Sensei, though, Hisashi saw no purpose in formal education and had easily burnt more books than most children have ever read. However, one of Hisashi's many failings was his tendency to disappear for long stretches of time, leaving Izuku free to pursue his own desires in between training sessions and minor jobs. Looking back, Sensei had never pushed him to do any jobs that he knew Izuku hated doing. Sensei preferred to use him for observation, as his quirk and skills fit the bill perfectly. True to his code name, as long as he stuck to the deeper shadows, he was almost invisible. Izuku's appreciation for the man upon that realization had known no bounds. Nowadays, his conflicting thoughts left him flashing between being missing Sensei and feeling obligated to hate him. He loved the man like a father, but the supervillain had his priorities and was clear on where Izuku should be when they parted ways. Sensei's life as a villain was clearly his top priority, so Izuku decided that being a hero should be his. He didn't like that his dream once again depended on the generosity of other people. His renewed hope flickered at times, dimmed by his distrust and cynical tendencies. With adamant encouragement from Guardian, he finally allowed himself to trust Detective Tsukauchi and Eraserhead. Being able to escape just about any situation helped immensely. It would take an intricate trap for them to betray him successfully. That trust and hope lead him to where he was now, sitting at home with a massive stack of books and a browser full of tabs on different educational standards. His dream had always been to attend UA, so he spent hours searching for examples of their curriculum to compare his own knowledge to. Winter had finally gripped Musutafu in its cold grasp, leaving him with a few months to fill the holes in his knowledge. Overall, he was confident that he could score well enough to pass, but Izuku had no intention of being average. If he was somehow allowed to attend his dream school in the future, he was determined to excel. Enemy or not, he would continue giving Sensei reasons to be proud of him, slapping Hisashi in the face in the process. While I agree with some of your sentiments, Izuku, Guardian said, you think way too much. Izuku felt his lips twitch as he shook his head. Guardian kept quiet in Izuku's mind while he was studying, but his tendency to let his attention be pulled away often prompted Guardian to interrupt. Is that a bad thing? Guardian appeared in front of him and put on his best stern face. You're 15, Izuku. Shouldn't you try, being a kid? Izuku rolled his eyes. In case you forgot, I was a kid, not a fan. Guardian let out a defeated sigh and moved over to plop down next to him with a grunt. I mean doing normal teenager stuff. Studying is normal teenager stuff. You know what I meant. Izuku stared at him for a moment, like, drinking, drugs. Guardian sputtered, his eyes going wide. What? No. Izuku chuckled. I'm kidding. I'm not that ignorant. Guardian shook his head. Even though I can sometimes read your mind, I really don't understand you. I'm a teenager, remember. We're misunderstood. Guardian put his hand over his own face. Oh my god. Mood. Guardian stared at him for a second, then made a show of closing Izuku's laptop. Okay, I know you just recently discovered the internet and all, but I think you've had enough of that. Izuku rolled his eyes. Okay, Dad, relax. I'm in the middle of studying. Guardian furrowed his eyebrows. Never mind. What? Guardian shook his head. You weren't studying. You were staring blankly at a book. Like I said, thinking too much. And like I said, not a bad thing. It is when you don't stop. People that stop thinking are usually dead. Guardian groaned. Really? Yep. Guardian sighed. Fine. I'll leave you to your studying. And since you are determined to not take care of yourself, I'll make you some food. Izuku cocked his head. You can cook. It's been 100 years or so, but yeah, that's reassuring. Guardian shot him a glare. Okay, Mr. Plain Fish and Rice. That was only a few times. Yeah, and the rest of the time it was instant noodles and sadness. Izuku stared at him, then burst out laughing. And you said I'm the one that had enough internet. Guardian threw his hands in the air. I can't help that I can see what you see. Izuku mumbled. Be glad that that's all you see. Wah, Guardian began, then blushed. Oh god. Izuku laughed as Guardian disappeared around the corner. In reality, he didn't want to think about the implications of that statement. Having a grown man that acted like a father or protective uncle in your head could easily lead to some exceptionally awkward situations. Early on, Guardian had taken to manifesting physically when Izuku would even take showers. They had found that Guardian couldn't register his thoughts and experiences when he was there physically. Thank God for that. Izuku shook the thought from his head. Though I wonder what Eraser would think if I told him that my quirk is cooking for me. The next evening Izuku decided to take a break from studying. While he was almost fully recovered from his burns, he wasn't in any hurry to return to vigilante work after his encounter with Endeavor. Instead he wandered Musutafu aimlessly, dressed in a charcoal gray pea coat and faded black jeans. He wore his most comfortable training shoes, dirty and faded gray. A lighter gray scarf wound loosely around his neck to protect against the chill winter air. Dyed black hair curled in an unruly mess, covering his forehead and concealing his ears. I should probably get a haircut, Izuku thought idly as he passed by a storefront, only pausing for a second when he caught sight of his own eyes. Even though he had taken to wearing colored contacts early on, the unassuming brown irises still managed to surprise him at times. The hardest part of his disguise, however, was the occasional puffs of smoke that would escape from his lips. While that didn't exactly threaten to expose him, that small flaw in his disguise was still frustrating. In the colder weather that had been settling in, though, the smoke was easy to overlook. At least you don't have a mutant quirk, Guardian said. Izuku had to give him that. Mutant quirks were almost always impossible to disguise. More than half of his jobs would have been impossible if he had one. A large part of his success relied on him being able to move around without being recognized. Shadow dance was helpful for not being seen, but even that had become recognizable and some jobs didn't take place at night. Izuku took to disguises eagerly. Something about being able to move around people that knew him without them knowing that it was him gave him a rush. Sometimes his own father would look him in the eyes and Izuku wouldn't even see a flicker of recognition. Once or twice, the man had asked who the hell he was and why he was there. The best part was that the disguises were meant for jobs that Hisashi sent him on. Izuku sighed. His wardrobe of disguises had been left behind at the base, unfortunately, which meant that he had been left to improvise. He regretted never learning more about their contacts. Even the best supplies he could find legally paled in comparison to the arsenal he had at his disposal beforehand. If all goes well, you won't have to disguise yourself very much, Guardian commented. Maybe not, but I would rather not be recognized in public anyways. Will you use a disguise if you get into UA? Probably. A thought occurred to him. Wait, can you disguise yourself? Guardian hummed in response. Possibly. We haven't exactly tried. Izuku hummed as well as he considered. It was something to think about for the future. Even if he became an underground hero like Eraserhead, it was too much to hope that his identity would be kept a secret. Disguising himself wouldn't make much difference if Guardian became recognizable. We can work on that when we get home, Guardian assured him. Where are we going, anyways? Nowhere, really. I'm just wandering. When Guardian didn't respond, Izuku stopped to really take in his surroundings. He'd been habitually glancing around him to search for threats and to note different routes in case escape was necessary. But when he allowed his mind to wander, he never really registered those things. Looking wasn't always seeing. More profound thoughts. Izuku. Guardian teased. Shut up, Izuku pointedly thought, but he grinned nonetheless. His grin faded as he vaguely recognized where he was. His old neighborhood. A place where Izuku had been born and raised for the first 7 years of his life. A different Izuku in a different time. His feet had been taking him towards the park where he used to play as a child. A place that held memories both bitter and sweet, yet all somehow better than the pain that followed. I shouldn't be here. Memories of his childhood flooded through his mind. Carefree times spent running through the park with his best friend, Bakugo Katsuki, or Kaken, as he remembered calling him. A name he hadn't allowed himself to think about in years. A name that still managed to send pangs of longing straight to his heart. Did Katsuki know what happened to him? Did he also think that Deku was dead? Katsuki probably forgot about him entirely, basking in the attention of praise that his quirk brought to him on a silver platter. After Katsuki got his powerful quirk, everything began to change. That change cemented itself when Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless. In the year before his life was flipped on its head, everyone had given up hope that he would get a quirk. Everyone but Izuku. Izuku laughed bitterly. He did end up getting a quirk, after all, and eventually he got 3 more. What would Katsuki think of him now if he knew? If he knew what Izuku had gone through to get them? If he knew what Izuku had done afterwards? Every time he turned his head to look at something else, a new wave of nostalgia crashed into him and sent him reeling. The park hadn't changed much at all. The same old playset came into view, aged and weathered over the years. A swing set, rusted much more than it had been in his memories. He remembered swinging side by side with Katsuki, going on with boundless energy about what kind of quirk he thought he would get. Of all the ideas he could remember, only one of them ended up coming close. Ironically, it was the only one he hated. Izuku tore his eyes away and continued walking, a pit forming in his stomach as he realized where his feet were taking him. Even after so long, he instinctively headed towards his childhood home. Fear for what he would find warred with his overwhelming curiosity, but he didn't stop. He had to see, had to know what had become of it. Memories continued to wash over him as he walked, the intensity increasing as he took in different places, different things that sent him spiraling into recollection. A tree, unremarkable on its own, but one that sent spikes into his gut. He remembered that tree and all the time he spent climbing it with Katsuki. He remembered their triumph when they managed to climb up to one of the largest limbs without falling. He remembered his mother's horror when she saw them up so high. Mother, Guardian had stayed remarkably quiet in his mind, but he felt something coming from their link, a feeling that he couldn't quite place. Was it sadness, anger, sympathy, or pity? He couldn't tell, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to know. A pit grew in his stomach as he turned onto his street. The Bakugos had been their neighbors back then, but did they stay there? Would they have? His heart lurched as he got closer. He wasn't sure what he was expecting to find, but he knew that what he found wasn't it. Part of him expected to see the same house that he grew up in. Another part expected to find a different house, built after his had burned to the ground. He didn't expect to find nothing. Only an empty plot remained of his childhood home. The grass had been cut recently with utmost care, even more so than the surrounding properties. Small hedges and bushes surrounded the property, cleanly trimmed and proportioned almost meticulously. The amount of effort that went into its care filled him with an irrational anger. Why would someone invest so much into this when he'd been out there all of this time? His eyes landed on the small memorial in the center. It looked similar to a memorial for a gravesite, and it gave him a sickly feeling in his stomach. He took a hesitant step towards it, crossing the sidewalk and stepping onto the precisely cut grass. Then he took another, and another, until he was standing in front of the barely weathered stone. Izuku knelt down to read the plaque, but his eyes betrayed him the moment they landed on his mother's name. With blurry vision, he sank to the ground and closed his eyes, fresh tears spilling down his cheeks. A tightness in his chest that he hadn't registered grew tighter, a vice grip that threatened to drag him down. He choked back a sob and covered his mouth. He felt a distant, faint tug on his mind, but he didn't acknowledge it until a moment later when he felt a strong, warm arm across his shoulders. He rubbed at his eyes and looked up to find a kneeling guardian looking down at him with a sad smile. Izuku sniffled before straightening his back and allowing himself to be pulled into an embrace. Strong arms wrapped around him as he pressed his face into Guardian's chest. "I'm sure she's proud of you, Izuku," Guardian whispered, "and you'll continue to make her proud." Izuku shook his head. I shouldn't have come here. Everything I've done was not by choice," Guardian said, his tone firm yet quiet. "You didn't enjoy it. You didn't do it because you wanted to. You did it because you had to. She wouldn't fault you for it. You survived and kept going. Against all the odds, you began helping people. That's what she would have wanted." Izuku didn't say anything, but he gradually felt himself begin to calm down. His sobs faded into weak sniffles and his eyes finally began to dry. He scrunched up his face and felt the dried tear tracks pull at his cheeks, slowly and regretfully. He started to pull away from Guardian. Taking the hint, the man loosed his grip and pulled his arms back to his sides. Izuku wiped his face with part of his sleeve before looking back up at Guardian, who was looking at him with a warm, reserved smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Better?" Guardian asked expectantly. Izuku nodded weakly. "Yeah, you're right." Guardian's smile widened and he ruffled Izuku's hair. "I know." Izuku huffed. "For once." "Oi!" a harsh voice demanded from behind them. "Who the fuck are you?" Izuku froze, dread seeping into his stomach once again. He turned slowly to meet the glaring red eyes of the last person he wanted to see. A small whisper of relief settled over him when he spotted no sign of recognition from the blonde-haired boy that just arrived. Bakugo Katsuki. Sensing his tension, Guardian turned to respond calmly. "What's it to you?" Sparks crackled and popped along Katsuki's palms as he growled. "Ha! Why the hell are you standing by my auntie's memorial like you knew her or something?" "Maybe we did," Guardian replied smoothly. "If you did," Katsuki growled, "I would recognize you, unless you're some fucking extras who never came around." "We need to go," Izuku thought, before kicking himself mentally, forgetting that Guardian can't hear him when he's there physically. He shot a glance between Guardian and Katsuki, the latter's tension almost thick enough to cut with a knife. Izuku sighed. "We should go." "Bullshit," Katsuki snapped. "You fuckers aren't going anywhere until you tell me who the hell you are." Anger settled into Izuku with a sudden rush, burning cold through his veins. He itched to activate Shadow Dance, but he couldn't risk it. Instead, he analyzed the other boy's stance, as if you ever gave a shit. Katsuki recoiled, his eyes wide. He looked away momentarily, but Izuku caught a glint of emotion in his eyes. Before he could figure it out, Katsuki's eyes narrowed again and he fixed Izuku with a glare and growled, "Every fucking day. There were never any fucking answers. Why Auntie and Co? Why to Izuku? They never did find his fucking body, you know. How did the fire start? Where the fuck was that deadbeat dad of his? Why did nobody save them?" Katsuki's voice became strained, and he choked out more quietly. "Why didn't I save them?" Izuku flinched back in shock, feeling bile rise in his throat. His mind reeled and he felt his world spin. They didn't know. Nobody actually knew what happened. Did they really think the fire was an accident? He felt himself start to tremble. Whether it was from the cold or from his nerves, he couldn't tell. "Hey Katsuki." Katsuki's eyes widened. "How the fuck do you know my name?" Izuku ignored that. He had to know. You don't know what really happened, do you?" "No, nobody does. Not even." His eyes narrowed. "Wait. You fucking know, don't you?" Izuku felt Guardian's eyes on him, and they shared a glance. The man shrugged in response, and the gesture was clear. The decision was Izuku's, and it was a dangerous one. If Hisashi found out that Izuku was back in contact with Katsuki, he wouldn't hesitate to go after him and the other Bakugas. If he told Katsuki anything, he would have to somehow swear the other boy to secrecy. Nobody could know what he knew. "Fuck it," Izuku decided in a very Katsuki-like fashion. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves and met Katsuki's gaze. "Well," Izuku sighed, "come on, let's talk somewhere private." "Huh? You think I'm just gonna fucking trust you?" Izuku gave him a cold stare. "Do you want to know or not?" Katsuki growled low in his throat, but he gave in. "Fine. But if you fuck around, I'll blow you to pieces." Izuku laughed bitterly and began walking away. Unless something major changed, there was one place he knew that nobody would be. Dagaba Municipal Beach. Izuku set a quick pace, walking swiftly and with a purpose. After all, the less people that saw them together the better. While Izuku could feel Katsuki's tension and growing impatience, he blessedly remained silent. Izuku noted with satisfaction that the other boy was deadly serious about finding answers. However, why he was so desperate for answers puzzled Izuku. What happened in the last 8 years? One way to find out. Before long they were walking down the wooden steps, overlooking the garbage dump that had become of Dagaba Beach. While the beach had always been a mess in Izuku's memory, 8 years of neglect certainly hadn't done it any justice. Mountains formed from various forms of scrap, rusting appliances and decomposing trash littered the sandy shore. Once their feet were planted in the sand, the water wasn't even in sight. Once he was far enough in to ensure that there were no prying eyes or curious ears, he stopped and turned around to face Katsuki. "First things first, what do you know?" "The fuck do you mean?" "I already told you. Auntie and Co died in a house fire." "Duh, Izuku went missing." Fockers decided that he had somehow died in that damn fire. They didn't even wait a fucking year to pronounce him dead. They never determined the cause, but said it was a goddamn accident. "And you don't believe it?" "Fuck no," Katsuki yelled. Something fucky was going on, but nobody would say shit. Izuku scoffed. "At least someone involved has a damn brain." Katsuki snorted. "Damn right." Izuku took a deep breath. "Second, no matter what I tell you, you have to swear that you won't say shit to anybody." "Why the fuck not?" Izuku met his eyes coldly. "Because people will come after you and your family." Katsuki's eyes went wild, and sparks began to pop on his hands. "You fucking threatening me, asshole?" Izuku held his gaze evenly. No, but there are people who will. They're already after me. Who are they? Villains. There's a million on anybody that knows anything about this. It wasn't quite a lie, but he had to drive the point home. Otherwise Katsuki would go home screaming the neighborhood down once he knew everything. He also knew that it would become the truth if Hisashi found out. Katsuki flinched. The fuck? Why? Either you swear, or I leave. Katsuki growled. Fine. I swear I won't tell anybody. Whatever. Here goes nothing. Izuku glanced over to catch sight of Guardian, who was clearly keeping watch for eavesdroppers. Izuku nodded before turning back to Katsuki. Taking a deep breath, he pulled a contact case out of his pocket. He pulled the contacts out of his eyes, put them in the case and snapped it shut, putting it back in his pocket. He blinked a few times, then brought his gaze back up to meet Katsuki's. My hair is dyed, and it's been a few years, but I think you get the point. Katsuki's face went slack as if he had seen a ghost. He started to reach a hand out, but decided against it and dropped it to his side. No fucking way. You're dead. Izuku shook his head. Nope. What the fuck happened to you? Where did you go? You asked where my deadbeat dad was, right? Katsuki scowled. Yeah, what of it? Izuku barked a bitter laugh. He never left. Katsuki, who do you think started that fire? Katsuki sputtered. I fucking knew it. That fucker. He knew it. Izuku tilted his head. Does the name Inferno ring a bell? Yeah, but what does that have to do with, oh fuck? Izuku nodded. That's him. Katsuki growled. What did that fucker do with you? He told my mom that he knew where I could get a quirk, that there was someone who could make me useful. Katsuki flinched and looked away. She told him no, obviously, and they argued until Hisashi got pissed and started the fire. I tried to run, but I was 7. He caught me, burned me and threw me in a car. Next thing I knew, he left me with his boss and told him to do what he wanted. Katsuki was staring at him wildly now. What did they do? Izuku looked at the ground and grit his teeth. A lot of experiments, followed by a lot of training. All he did was take his anger out on me. Katsuki looked away, visibly trembling. What the fuck? Yeah, ever heard of Shadow, the vigilante that used to be a villain? Katsuki asked. His eyes narrowed before shooting open wide. Don't fucking tell me. Izuku pulled on the darkness and felt the shadows envelop him like a comforting blanket, much to Katsuki's dismay. It's called Shadow Dance. Makes me stronger and faster the darker it is. Perfect for working at night. I can do a bunch of things with it. He made a visible blade out of the shadows and waved it around before making it disappear along with the quirk itself. That's the first quirk I got. Hisashi made me do jobs after that. Assassination, mostly. Katsuki stared at him for a moment. Then his eyes narrowed. Why didn't you run away? Izuku exhaled through clenched teeth, letting a wisp of smoke escape through them. I didn't see her die, Katsuki. Nobody told me. So when Hisashi threatened to kill her if I didn't do what he wanted, I did it. Katsuki was shaking with rage at that point. That piece of sheet. You found out, didn't you? Yeah. The second he let it slip, I tried to kill him. Would have succeeded if the others didn't stop me. Why the fuck did they stop you? Izuku wasn't sure how to respond to that. Spilling as much as he already had wasn't in the plan. However, regardless of his abrasive and confrontational demeanor, Katsuki wasn't stupid. Any sign of deception would just push him to find out on his own. And that was dangerous. No, it's better to be as honest as possible. Izuku shrugged. Hisashi's useful to them, but the boss also liked me. He knew I would never really be one of them. I wasn't cut out for it. He had already saw something like that coming. It was only a matter of time before I started to fight back. After I tried to kill Hisashi, he told me to leave. Katsuki's eyes widened and he sputtered. There's no way it was that easy. What the fuck? It wasn't easy, Katsuki. Izuku spat. Have you even been listening? Piece of shit or not, I almost killed my own damn father. Do you have any idea how fucked up that is? Katsuki clenched his fists. Okay, yeah, that's really fucked up, but that's not what I meant. They just let you go. It's a long story. The boss basically raised me. He was the only person that gave enough of a shit to. He taught me everything I know. He always listened to my dreams. Always told me to speak my mind, never pushed me as far as Hisashi did. He smiled fondly at the memories. We would ramble about quirks for hours on end. Katsuki snorted. Of course you fucking would. So he was basically like a dad to you. Izuku heaved a sigh, feeling a wave of homesickness. Yeah, point is, he told me that everyone ended up there by going after what they wanted. He pushed me away to go do what I wanted to do. Be a hero. Izuku nodded, knowing what was coming next. Yeah, stupid, right. Even after all that, I still never gave up. No, Katsuki said in a quiet tone. It's not fucking stupid. Izuku was taken aback. Wasn't Katsuki going to tell him he's useless? That he should have given up? That it doesn't matter how strong he is now? He would just get in the way. Don't give me that damn look. Katsuki growled, then sighed and looked away. Look, I was wrong, okay. All those years ago. I was stupid and cocky. I still am, but I fucked up, alright. 8 years is a lot of goddamn time to think. Hey, Mom made me go to therapy. And that old woman made me think about the sheet, I said. Look, I'm sorry, Izuku. For all that sheet, I accept, Izuku said easily, earning a shocked look from Katsuki. What, do you think I would still be bitter about that? Fuck, I mean, yeah, Izuku almost laughed. After so long, did Katsuki really think that it was so important to him? After everything that happened, Katsuki was one of the last people on his mind. Some things never change, though. I was literally tortured for 7 years, Katsuki. I think I can handle a little bullying. Katsuki flinched. Tortured? Yeah, Hisashi never. Izuku's phone began vibrating in his pocket, interrupting his thoughts and almost making him jump. He ignored Katsuki's scowl and pulled his phone out. Hold on, Tsukauchi. He opened the message to see that it was just a location. No words, no message, just a location. Why is he sending me his location? Who? Katsuki demanded. Detective Tsukauchi. You know him? Izuku nodded. Yeah, he's been chasing me for months. Now he's trying to help me. Then go, idiot. Katsuki interrupted. He's probably in trouble. Izuku felt a wave of cold flood through him, shoving every other thought down as a deep focus took over. After a glance to Guardian, the man disappeared entirely. He turned back to Katsuki. I'll meet with you later. Remember, don't fucking tell anyone. I got it. Now go. Izuku nodded one last time before turning away. Shadow dance enveloped him and the immediate area began growing darker. He pulled on agility as well, pushing it much the same as he had when fleeing from Endeavor, although to a lesser extent. The last thing he needed was to rocket himself into a building. Again, Guardian added. Izuku ignored him to check the location one more time. He pivoted to face in that direction before pushing his feet up and forward. He felt his chest lurch as his body rocketed through the air. This time his vision of the city streets didn't blur as radically. His speed was less intense, controllable yet still disorienting. Please tell me it was just a mistake. Naomasa's eyes ached, feeling heavy and strained as he pulled his belongings from his car. He yawned as he slammed the door shut and locked it, vowing to shoot for at least 6 hours of sleep that night. He'd arrived home later than usual, a growing theme that he was less than thrilled about, but nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing he didn't bring upon himself. He unlocked the front door and shoved it open, not even bothering to take off his shoes as he stepped inside. He threw his keys and briefcase haphazardly on the kitchen table before taking off his jacket. He removed his armpit holster, gun and all, and placed it more carefully on the table. Afterward, he physically had to stop himself from instinctively going for the coffee maker. At that point, he didn't think it would help anyways. He felt accomplished, however. Between himself, Aizawa and Nedzu, the chief had agreed to their plan concerning Shadow. Only a few finer details remained to be worked out before Naomasa would have to find a way to meet with the Vigilante, keeping Shadow's own terms in mind, of course. Of the terms that he anticipated Shadow having an issue with, only a few were truly non-negotiable. If the Vigilante refused the deal because of those terms, well, good cops didn't put all their eggs in one basket. Naomasa had just gotten his phone out, getting ready to call Toshinori before he remembered something. He shook his head at himself, remembering that he forgot to reset the alarm system. Loosening his tie, he suppressed another yawn as he made his way towards the alarm space, only to discover that it was off. That's odd. I never forget to turn it on. The hair on the back of his neck stood up as he felt movement behind him. "Hi there, detective," a rough male voice said behind him. "You're gonna stay real still? Alright. Wouldn't want you to get hurt now, would we?" A second voice asked, her overly sweet tone a stark contrast to the male's. Using his own turn back to block what he was doing, Naomasa navigated his phone as quickly as possible. He didn't have time to pick contacts individually, so he just sent his location to every one of his contacts. Without any message, the best he could hope for was that somebody would get the hint, somebody that could help. That done, he decided to at least try to call 119, even if he couldn't speak to them. Every officer knew the protocol. They would also be able to overhear whatever was about to occur, whatever that would be. That decision was taken from him, however, when his face got smashed against the wall by a large hand. Now, detective, we just want to have a chat." The male's rough voice took on a cheery, carefree tone. "You tryna call some cop buddies?" "No," Naomasa lied. Something crashed into his ribs, taking the breath from his lungs. He could feel at least one of his ribs crack with a jolt of pain. He clenched his jaw and hissed through his teeth as he dropped to his knees, trying to regain some breath, but a foot smashed his face into the floor. "Don't need your quirk to tell you're full of shit, suit. Now, grit. There's no need to be so rude." He didn't even get to send his call. The woman said, "We just have to ask a few questions." "You can handle that, right, detective?" Naomasa grit his teeth, but nodded as well as he could with a boot on his head. "Good," she said cheerfully. "Let him up, Grit." Grit growled as he lifted his foot off of Naomasa's head, who twisted around to get a look at them both. Grit was a massive, hulking man, thick arms strained against a leather jacket, left unzipped to show a sizable gut that seemed to stretch the plain black shirt underneath. He wore dirty jeans and dirtier boots. The only remarkable feature besides his sheer size was the mask over his face, a half-mask made of worn leather that left his mouth and square, stubble-dusted jaw exposed. No obvious quirk. If I had to guess, most likely some form of strength enhancement. A hand grabbed his shoulder and pulled, the woman flipping him over onto his back and straddling him, allowing him to get a good look at her. Too good of a look, and far too close for Naomasa's comfort. Jet black hair spilled over her shoulders and in front of her face, which was half covered by a pink medical mask. Dark brown eyes stared down at him with amusement. Her shirt, for lack of a better word, hardly covered anything. Naomasa noted the cleavage with hardly a glance before looking back up at her eyes. She smiled sweetly down at him, leaning down towards his face. "Now, detective, how about you tell us where Shadow is?" Naomasa kept his expression carefully neutral. "I don't know where he is." He felt something pull at his mind, but nothing came after that. A quirk like mine. Maybe it makes people want to tell the truth, but the woman's eyes opened wide before flashing with annoyance, followed by amusement. She suddenly sat up straight and sighed. "He's not interested, Grit. Guess we're doing this the hard way." Grit grunted, "Fine by me. Maybe a big, strong man can make you tell the truth, detective," she suggested sweetly as she stood up and stepped over him. "Not a lie detector quirk, then. If it was meant to make me tell the truth, it would have worked before I answered." "Then what?" Grit reached down and grabbed him by the collar, hauling him to his feet with ease before shoving him back against the wall, sending a stab of pain through his side. Hot, acrid breath assaulted his nose as Grit brought his face down towards his own. "How about it, then? Where's Shadow?" Naomasa had to resist the urge to gag as the man's sour breath washed over him. He turned away in disgust. "I told you I don't know. Nobody's seen him in over a week." A massive hand gripped his chin, roughly forcing him to face Grit again. The man spat at him. "Don't fuck with me, detective." Bile rose in Naomasa's throat as he choked out a response. "I'm not." "Bullshit," Grit growled. "We know you've been looking him up." Naomasa huffed. "Why would I be looking him up if I knew where he was?" One hand let go of his chin, only for the other to crash into the side of his head, sending him crashing to the floor, his vision flashing white in pain. He groaned, gasping for breath as he rolled, trying to stand up, but a heavy boot to the gut forced the air from his lungs and sent him sprawling. He had no time to recover before he was straddled, this time by Grit. The man's oppressive weight pressed down, forcing more air out of him. He struggled, his lungs burning from lack of oxygen, his ribs protesting with stabs of pain. Another fist connected with his face so hard that his vision blurred, threatening to go black. The coppery taste of blood filled his mouth. "One last time," Grit threatened, his voice sounding muddy to Naomasa's ringing ears. "Where is Shadow? I'm going to die here." Naomasa desperately gasped for air, shifting his body despite the pain to get even the smallest breath. Blood sputtered from his mouth, running down the side of his face as he tried to speak. His voice came out as a strained whisper. "I don't know." Naomasa closed his eyes as Grit raised his fist for another blow. He knew it would be the final blow. There's no way he could. The sound of shattering glass cut through his thoughts. He opened his eyes as the other man's tremendous weight finally lifted, just as a dark blur sent the man crashing into a wall. He gasped for air, but the pain caused him to cough violently enough to send blood splattering onto the floor. He tried again. His chest rumbled as he took in a ragged breath. Naomasa tried to get up as the sounds of a struggle continued, but he couldn't even make it to a sitting position. Desperate frustration filled his foggy mind. He had to get up, had to move. Whatever knocked Grit across the room might be an ally, but he couldn't count on it. Pain or not, he had to try. Giving up wasn't an option. "I have to get up, if I can reach my gun." His breaths came shallow, accompanied by sharp stabs of pain. With every breath he tried to take, the pain increased, his chest barely rising from the effort. As it was, everything was already beginning to fade, his vision spinning and growing darker. He closed his eyes and laid back. Unconsciousness pulled at him from every side. But he focused on trying to breathe, one painful breath after another. He vaguely felt the pressure of something hitting his face, but his eyes wouldn't open. He heard someone calling to him from far away, but he couldn't make out the words. He felt himself sinking, the calm lull of darkness promising to free him from the pain, and he couldn't argue anymore. He drifted off, letting himself be pulled away. Izuku landed with a heavy thump, stumbling gracelessly as the momentum carried him forward. It took a few rapid steps before he regained his balance. Once he did, he turned to face the house that Tsukauchi's location led him to. Sirens sounded in the distance, growing closer, but Izuku wasn't about to wait. A few seconds could be the difference between life and death. He heard the muffled sound of flesh meeting flesh. As he drew closer, he heard a voice. "Where is Shadow?" A rough voice demanded. "Sheet." Again, he threw subtlety out the window by crashing through one, taking a split second to register the scene he was barging into. One massive, unfamiliar man straddled who he assumed was Tsukauchi. The former had his fist raised in the air in preparation to throw a punch. Off to the side, a woman whipped her head around as he flew through the window in a storm of broken glass. "I'll take her," Guardian said. He felt the telltale tug of Guardian manifesting himself, so he locked his eyes on the man in the leather jacket. He shot forward and spun, pushing as much power as he could manage into a kick that smashed into the side of the man's head, sending him stumbling to crash into the nearby wall. He pressed the attack and sent another kick into the man's ribs, followed by an elbow to the back of the head. The big man went limp as he dropped unconscious onto the floor. Izuku backed up to see that Guardian had already knocked the woman out. He nodded in satisfaction, but one glance at the detective shattered his deadly focus. Detective Tsukauchi lay on his side, battered and covered in blood. His eyes were closed and he was gasping for air, blood leaking from his mouth and pooling onto the floor. Even as Izuku watched, the breaths began to slow down. "No, no, no." He rushed forward in a panic, hovering over the detective before smacking the man's face repeatedly, trying to get him to respond. "Come on, detective, stay with me." A few more smacks and he raised his voice louder. "Tsukauchi, open your eyes." He got no response, so he brought his face closer and began yelling. "Wake up, Tsukauchi." His voice grew strained and desperate, tears beginning to leak down his face. "Please." Izuku jumped as the door behind him slammed open with a crash, revealing the very last person he expected to see. All Might, in all his glory, but with one major difference. He wasn't smiling. Izuku dropped Shadow Dance and stepped away from Tsukauchi's unresponsive body. Trembling as he was, his voice was shaky and cracked as he spoke. Please, All Might. He can't breathe. Why you have to help him?" All Might took a step forward and spoke, his voice low and threatening. "Get away from him, Shadow. Now." Izuku yelped and leaped backwards, a tiny puff of smoke escaping in his surprise. He began to panic, fear and guilt taking over him. The situation didn't look good for him. A wanted vigilante, standing over a police officer's body in the man's own home. If All Might thought that he did it, nobody would care to argue otherwise. The number one hero could destroy him, here and now, and nobody would blink an eye. "It's my fault anyways." He took another step back and tripped on his own feet, smacking into the wall behind him and sinking down to the floor. All Might took 2 more threatening steps towards him, clearing the doorway and scanning around. After he spotted the 2 unconscious villains, he waved his hand forward. Paramedics rushed forward with a stretcher. As they assessed the detective's status, All Might held Izuku with a baleful glare. A few seconds or an hour later, Izuku couldn't tell, but eventually the paramedics lifted Tsukauchi gingerly onto the stretcher and rushed him out through the remains of the front door. As soon as they did, police officers began flooding in to see what happened. All Might, however, was still glaring at Izuku like he just killed the man's puppy. Izuku, on the other hand, was just trying to breathe. Ragged breaths came in short intervals, the shallow gasps sending his mind spiraling further. He took a desperate glance around in search of Guardian, only to find that the man was no longer there. "I'm sorry, Izuku," Guardian said. "When he showed up, I thought it best that I disappear." In the blink of an eye, All Might was in his face. The man grabbed his jacket and lifted him up against the wall, his gaze daring Izuku to try something. When he spoke, the number one hero's voice was more like a growl. "Why? What did Nakamura ever do to you?" Nakamura. Izuku's muddled mind tried to wrap his head around the name. Why was All Might calling Tsukauchi by his first name? "He's a hero, Izuku. They work closely with the police," Guardian said, his tone concerned. "Izuku, you need to breathe. You're going to pass out." Izuku struggled to take a deep breath, but his voice came out strained. I didn't. The other 2 were." "Enough." A rough voice growled. "Let him go, All Might." "No," All Might said coldly. "If he hurt Nakamura, he saved him, you idiot." Eraserhead snapped. "He got the location, same as us. He beat us here." All Might flinched as if struck, his eyes going wide. The number one hero let go, leaving Izuku to drop to the floor. The impact sent a shock through Izuku, and he took a deep, gasping breath. He held it, trying to make himself calm down. All Might spoke in a quiet tone. "I'm sorry, Shut up." Izuku spat. He exhaled slowly, then took another breath and held it for a few seconds before letting it out slowly. He repeated the process until the screaming panic in his mind began to slow down. Once he was sure he wouldn't pass out, he spoke again. "I overheard the man demanding to know where I was." He stood up shakily. "They were looking for me. Somehow, they must have known that Tsukauchi was digging for information on me. Maybe they thought I got arrested, since I've been keeping low. Either way, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let him get involved." Eraserhead shook his head. "It's not your fault. Save it, Eraser," Izuku said quietly, then moved towards the broken window. He looked over his shoulder at the 2 men. "It is my fault. If, when he recovers, tell him I'm sorry. I doubt he'll want me to visit." "He will," Eraserhead said firmly. "Where are you going?" All Might asked. Izuku scoffed. "To make sure this doesn't happen again. That's all you need to know." Isn't it dangerous? Why do you care? Izuku snapped. 5 minutes ago you were ready to kill me. Either I succeed or I'm not your problem anymore. It's a win-win for you. Izuku leaped out the window, ignoring their calls for him to stop. He activated Shadow Dance as he ran, effectively disappearing into the darkness. Even Guardian's pleas for him to stop were ignored as cold rage flooded his veins. Danger was nothing new to Izuku, but good people getting hurt because of him was unacceptable. Hisashi took it too far and Izuku had every intention of making that clear. Questions raced through his mind, however. Did Sensei know what Hisashi was doing? If so, why was he letting it happen? Did he already consider Izuku an enemy? Would Izuku be safe at his apartment, or would he find himself going home to a trap someday? If Sensei wasn't aware of what Hisashi was doing, what would he do when he found out? There were too many questions and not enough answers. Izuku knew one thing, though: if Hisashi wanted his attention, he would get it. And if the League was supporting Hisashi's actions, Izuku would make them regret it. Izuku crouched on a rooftop not far from the bar that used to be his home, and it somehow appeared more lifeless than ever. The cold air worked wonders, calming his rage to a smoldering ember rather than the raging inferno that threatened to erupt from his chest. Izuku was a lot of things, but he liked to think that reckless wasn't one of them. His former life as an assassin had taught him many lessons, one of which often echoing through his mind: a reckless assassin was never an assassin for long. Nobody would hire someone liable to getting themselves killed or captured. Two inherently different traits conflicted within him. On one hand, anger came fast and unexpected, ever ready to flare up and consume everything in his path. Further evidence towards a theory that he had run by Sensei at one point or another, one that had earned him praise enough to confirm it to some extent. The theory that quirks had a strong impact on the user's personality and emotions. Katsuki, for example, was every bit as explosive as his quirk. His father was fiery, hungry for power and quick to lash out at the slightest inconvenience. Izuku's fire breath was nearly identical to his Hisashi's, leaving him with a temper too similar to ignore. The similarities ended there, however, in part due to his spite and determination to be everything his father wasn't. Years of punishment for the slightest hint of defiance, Sensei's near-infinite patience and extensive training, had taught him to always think before acting. The lessons surfaced in his mind, spoken by a man that literally had all the time in the world. Your father has never been fit to lead, Shadow, Sensei had said. He thirsts for power, but he refuses to use his mind to get it. His pride is fragile, leaving his emotions to lead him by the nose in all the wrong ways. You inherit his temper, yes, but you do not let it control you as it controls him. You have a keen mind rivaled by few, and you make good use of it. I hate when I feel that way, Izuku had replied. Naturally, Sensei had said, but you don't act on it. You consider the outcome of your actions before you perform them. I can see it in your eyes. The flash of rage, the tense energy of a coiled spring. But you don't let loose. Do you know why? Because I'm scared, Izuku had mumbled. Maybe so, Sensei had said with a sad smile, but also because you knew what would happen. You see, Shadow, nothing in the world is ever truly black and white. Every experience has a lesson to teach. Your father's actions, for example, have taught you a very valuable lesson. Can you take a guess as to what that is? Acting out of anger is never the answer. Close, Sensei said. Letting that anger control your actions is never the answer. A small discrepancy that makes all the difference. Emotions are fuel, Shadow. Fleeting, unpredictable, and liable to do more harm than good when let loose. Unless, of course, you funnel them in the right ways. Take a car, for example. If you tried to burn all of the fuel at once, what would happen? It would blow up. Exactly. People aren't much different. Acting on every impulse, at best, will hinder you. More often, those emotions are seen as a weakness to be exploited. At worst, it will get you killed. Emotions are a double-edged sword, Shadow. Control over yourself is key. Izuku sighed as the memory faded, leaving him conflicted. As he left Tsukauchi's house, he had been in a blind rage that, after being left to simmer down into cold determination, had terrified him. Every so often his temper would get the best of him and threaten to take over, aided in no small part by the twisting anxiety and gnawing guilt in his gut. Given enough time, however, that temper could be hammered down and forged into a weapon. Izuku would not be his father's son, so he crouched down and watched, waiting for any sign of life from the familiar bar. 2 steaming cups of coffee served both to ward off the lure of sleep and to keep his fingers from going numb. Furnace-like as his body heat could be due to his quirk, his fingers and toes would still suffer from his inaction. It would be a long haul. Due to Kurogiri's quirk, it was a rare occasion for any members to actually be seen leaving the bar unless the warp user was busy. A handful of times, Izuku remembers Kurogiri flat out refusing to help with certain plans. All of those plans belonging to Hisashi. Kurogiri disliked being treated as glorified transportation, but he would put up with it for Shigaraki. Hisashi, on the other hand, had no such buffer for his condescending attitude. He really never takes a hint, does he? Guardian asked. Never, Izuku thought with a snort. You've been quiet. What's wrong? It's nothing. Just letting you get your head straight. It's because of All Might, isn't it? Guardian sighed. He was out of line. Sure, but I can understand it. Guardian hummed, maybe. Izuku shrugged as Guardian went quiet again. The man was overprotective at times, but rational. If it were anyone else, he likely would have punched them through a wall for approaching Izuku that way. Though if it were anyone else, Izuku was likely to beat him to it. All Might left him with an apprehensive feeling ever since Sensei had practically returned from the dead, disfigured and nearly unrecognizable. A childhood spent idolizing the #1 hero wouldn't fade so easily. The pain he had felt meeting that accusing glare was testament to that. Izuku smiled as he heard a muffled thump behind him, the rustle of cloth that always signified Eraserhead's arrival. With barely a glance, he held up the cup of coffee he hadn't drank out of yet and spoke quietly. Took you a while, but it's still hot. Eraserhead grunted as he stepped closer. He moved a comfortable distance away from Izuku and crouched down, but didn't take the offered cup. I'm not sure what I was expecting. What do you mean? Izuku asked and raised the cup higher. It's not poisoned or anything, I promise. Eraserhead sighed before hesitantly taking the cup. That's not what I meant, but thanks. Sure, you knew I was going to follow you. Eraserhead asked casually. I knew somebody would, and it would have been stupid for it to be anyone else. Had to stay and relay information for you since you ran off. Thanks for that. Izuku shrugged. Fighting off overzealous cops isn't really my thing. Reputation and all that. Most of them like you, actually, Eraserhead said, even though you've probably given Tsukauchi a few gray hairs. Izuku frowned. I know it's soon, but any news yet? Eraserhead shook his head. No. All Might went to find out. Izuku merely nodded. Guilt was a feeling that had never been easy for Izuku to shake. In the past, he had shoved the feelings down with the reasoning that he didn't have a choice. Everything he had done in the past few months had been of his own accord. Without the excuse of being threatened, he wasn't really sure what to do with the feeling. So, Eraserhead said, What are you doing here? Watching and waiting. Eraserhead turned to watch the bar as well. Is that one of their bases? It was when I left. It would be rational for them to leave it behind after that, but the one calling the shots likes to underestimate me. Eraserhead hummed. I half expected you to rush in, quirks blazing. Izuku clicked his tongue. I was taught better than that. It seems so. Izuku sighed. Problem is, one of them has a warp quirk. 9 times out of 10, he warps the members in and out. Those are really rare, Eraserhead said with a scowl. So how will you know if they're there? Inferno doesn't get along with anybody, so he has to leave on foot a lot of the time. I doubt every petty thug he hires meets him here. Eraserhead nodded after a moment. Secrecy is good, but he can't warp every single person in and out. Exactly, Izuku confirmed. If they're recruiting, they won't meet at their main base. They always keep the common thugs at a distance until they prove themselves. Sounds like it will take time. Izuku shrugged. Or I could just walk in. Eraserhead rolled his eyes. I hope you're joking. Yes and no, Izuku said. I really could. Only 2 of them are kind of a threat to me. I hope. Yeah, let's not count on that, Guardian commented. Eraserhead studied him, meaning the rest are weak. Oh, honey, Guardian commented. Stop. Izuku covered his mouth as he laughed. No, not at all. Eraserhead's eyes narrowed as soon as Izuku laughed. What's so funny? Guardian, Izuku said simply. So they're not weak. Eraserhead mused. Do you have a relationship with them still? Do I? The thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew that Sensei cared for him. That wouldn't have changed, but that doesn't change who they are at their core. All for one, the former tyrant and most powerful villain alive. Possibly the most powerful person alive. And Izuku, current vigilante and aspiring hero. The agreement was short, but clear in implication. They were enemies the moment Izuku stepped through that warp gate for the last time. Izuku sighed. No, it's complicated. I really don't want to tell that story twice. I see, Eraserhead said. He couldn't possibly, but he dropped that topic regardless. Anyone in particular you're waiting to see? Jurin, Izuku said, studying Eraserhead for a reaction. Eraserhead squinted as if trying to recall something. I've heard that name. I figured, Izuku said, information broker. Finds potential recruits and brings the more promising ones. And he doesn't get warped back and forth. No, he's too paranoid for that. Likes to pretend he's independent from the League. But everyone knows he's in as deep as anyone. What will you do if you see him? Either they listen to me, Izuku said coldly, or their efforts will be crippled for a long time. Eraserhead grunted. I see where you're coming from, but I'm not sure you're seeing the big picture. Izuku's chest burned with a sudden flash of anger, the fire within demanding to be freed. He fought against it, letting smoke and flame escape his mouth as he took deep, calming breaths. He closed his eyes, picturing his anger as a physical object being fed to the ravenous blaze. As he calmed, the fire did as well, burning down into a relaxing smolder. A trick he had learned to keep from acting on impulse. An ironic trick, once he put enough thought into it. You're getting better at that, Guardian praised. Izuku sighed. Elaborate. You're here because Inferno went after someone else to get to you, Eraserhead explained. I understand that, but unless I'm missing something significant, there's a reason you are walking free. And it's not because they're afraid of you. You have no idea how right you are. Or do you? Izuku nodded. There is, but how is that relevant? Inferno is a part of the League. If they condone his actions, it's the same as acting against me themselves. Is it? Eraserhead asked with uncharacteristic patience. Are you sure they're aware of his actions? I'm not entirely sure, Izuku admitted. He was specifically barred from coming after me. Most likely he sees his methods as a loophole. If he hasn't been stopped, that means either the boss doesn't know, which I doubt, or he's let the loophole slide. The latter possibility hurt more than he was willing to admit. What would Eraserhead think upon hearing that Izuku saw a centuries-old villain as a father figure? That he still felt love for the man even knowing all of his actions, even after being pushed away to fend for himself. Regardless, unless something happened since he left, Sensei had to know. Inferno wouldn't have suddenly gained the skill to outmaneuver the likes of All for One. Eraserhead hummed. I suppose it depends. Were they recruiting when you left? No. Do you think they have recruited enough to essentially go to war? Izuku cocked his head. What do you mean? Eraserhead sighed. Inferno sent killers after the top detective in our police force, Shadow. A close friend to All Might that works closely with every hero in the area on a regular basis. Do you really think they're prepared for the consequences? Izuku kicked himself as the realization slammed into him. No, in no way would Sensei allow something so brash. Not when the man had just sent Izuku to achieve his dream months before. Not when he had invested so much into raising him. If Sensei had wanted him dead, he would have taken away his quirks and disposed of the body back then, love or not. But how could Hisashi actively be detrimental to Sensei's plans without Sensei knowing? How often was he around? Izuku, Guardian asked. He often came and went as he pleased, did he not? How did I miss something so obvious? Hisashi wasn't around often, for reasons that Sensei had never really alluded to. If he pulled one of his disappearing acts and they never kept an eye on him, he could unwittingly unravel everything Sensei had worked to build. If that was the case, why would they let Hisashi roam free? He had to be missing something. Looks like I hit the hammer on the nail. Eraserhead commented. You know that atmosphere better than I, but organized villains don't change that much. They haven't exactly thrown themselves into the open, but they may as well have. Izuku stood up. I have a plan. Eraserhead studied him. What is it? I have to tell them what Inferno's doing. No, Eraserhead argued. It's too dangerous. Izuku gave him a look. I'll be fine. I know them better than anyone. Seriously, think about it. The only reason we know about their connection to Inferno is because of you. Do you really think they'll take kindly to that? They won't, but it doesn't matter. Izuku explained. They'd have seen it coming eventually. Plus, I've already figured out that they won't do anything to me yet, Eraserhead said, disbelieving. Izuku sighed. Look, I know how to deal with them. At the very least, Inferno will be held back from doing anything crazy. At most, they'll take care of him for us. They'll kill him. Is that a problem? He belongs behind bars, Shadow, Eraserhead stated. In Tartarus, where he will never harm anyone again. Not dead. It's pretty much the same thing, except one is more merciful and it's not prison. Izuku said casually. Only I don't care who wants the pat on the back for getting rid of him. As long as the problem is dealt with. There are so many things wrong with that outlook that I don't even know where to begin. Izuku shrugged. Then don't. This is going to be a long year. Eraserhead grumbled, rubbing his eyes. Fine. It's not like anyone short of All Might can stop you, and I don't want him anywhere near you right now. That makes two of us. At that point, Izuku could say that he would rather spend quality time with Hisashi than All Might. At least Hisashi couldn't kill him with a single punch when he lost his temper. Don't you think that's a little much? Guardian asked. Not really. Izuku rolled his eyes. I'm not going to do anything reckless. My contact likes me well enough. Eraserhead sighed. Fine, but I'm going to text you so that you have my number. If anything goes wrong, you're going to call me. Tsukauchi didn't take those risks just for you to get yourself killed. Izuku pulled out his phone to send a text. I know. Fine, I'll tell you if anything goes wrong. Eraserhead studied him, then nodded curtly. Good. Izuku moved to the edge of the rooftop, facing the opposite direction of the bar. I'll see you later, Eraser. Let me know if anything changes with Tsukauchi. I will. And then he was gone. Izuku pulled out his phone to send a text to Kurogiri. Shadow, meet me at my apartment in 30. It's important. He knew that Kurogiri wouldn't respond, but hopefully he would show up. Hopefully not to bring everyone else down on his head. Maybe they would even give Hisashi up to him. That would be ideal. Guardian sighed. Only one way to find out, right? Izuku started dinner to keep his mind off of his growing apprehension. It had been months since he had last spoken with Kurogiri, more precisely the same day he had been practically dropped in his new apartment and left to fend for himself. The warp user had always been polite to Izuku, almost kind at times. He couldn't help but wonder how much that had changed. They were supposed to be enemies, after all. He lost count of how many times he checked the time while he waited, but he checked it again. 5 minutes until the half-hour would be up, knowing Kurogiri. He would either show up precisely on time or not at all. Hopefully he would show up alone, or perhaps he would manage to bring Sensei along. Whether that would be a good thing or not was up in the air. If he brought anyone else, it would surely be a disaster. Only Kurogiri and Sensei were supposed to know where he was living. And while he knew he would have to move eventually, he would rather put that off as long as possible. At least until he knew whether or not he'd be free. The air shifted and his heart leaped into his throat. Dark mist formed into a warp gate in the center of his living room before condensing into a more human form, signifying that Kurogiri truly had come alone. The villain was well dressed as always, the dark gray slacks and white dress shirt pristine and pressed. A gray vest matched the trousers and the black tie completed the polished look. "Hello, Kurogiri," Izuku greeted neutrally. "Shadow," Kurogiri replied. "What is this about? I thought it was agreed that we were no longer allies." Izuku hummed. "If I remember correctly, I didn't agree to anything. In fact, I wasn't given a choice whatsoever." He waved a hand dismissively. "But I didn't ask you here for that. What I'd like to know is whether or not the League is aware of Inferno's recent activities." "I fail to see how the League's business is any of yours, Shadow. It's my business when one of your members has been sending thugs to kill me. More so when he involved an acquaintance of mine," Izuku said, studying Kurogiri's eyes for any sign of a reaction. "Quite a loophole in Sensei's orders, don't you think?" Kurogiri's eyes widened just slightly. "I was unaware, though I cannot speak for Sensei, of course." Izuku studied him for a moment before relaxing slightly. "So you really didn't know?" Kurogiri's eyes narrowed. "What happened?" Izuku grit his teeth. "The acquaintance has close connections to the heroes, most notably All Might himself. Going after someone of that stature has brought attention to Inferno's connections." "What have you told them?" Kurogiri demanded, his tone dark. "Not much, yet," Izuku implied. "Though I don't make a habit of keeping secrets for my enemies." "Making threats, Shadow?" Kurogiri's voice was tinged with amusement. "I didn't know you had the heart for it. Threats are the least of your worries." Izuku shot back. "My acquaintance has been helping me clear my name so that I can become a hero. In case you forgot, Sensei sent me out to do just that." "I didn't forget," Kurogiri insisted. "Though Inferno has always been allowed to do as he pleases." "I'm well aware of that," Izuku reminded him, "though unless I missed a lot, the League isn't ready for that kind of attention." Kurogiri hummed. "I will be sure to let Sensei know of these developments. Now, unless there is anything else." Izuku cocked his head at the blatant dodge. "I guess not, though if Inferno continues to come after me and mine, I think it's safe to say that Sensei will put a stop to such foolishness immediately." "I would hope so. I would hate to have to hunt him down." Kurogiri chuckled darkly. "I'm sure you would. I don't believe that will be necessary. I would appreciate it if you would keep me updated, considering he almost ruined everything. I will discuss it with Sensei and relay your request." Izuku scoffed. "I won't get my hopes up, but thanks." Kurogiri paused for a moment, then sighed. "He still cares for you, Shadow. Actions speak louder than words, and all that," Izuku said dismissively. "Inferno's supposed usefulness has always taken priority over my existence. As long as Hisashi is a part of the League, Sensei is indirectly sabotaging the same goal he sent me to achieve. Everything Sensei does has a purpose, as you are well aware. That's what I'm afraid of." Izuku mumbled. Kurogiri hummed. "That makes 2 of us. My apologies, but I must be going. Sensei will want to know of this immediately." "Of course," Izuku said, mildly disappointed. "Take care, Kurogiri." Kurogiri bowed his head slightly. "You as well, Shadow." The dark mist flooded out of Kurogiri's body, covering him completely before collapsing in on itself and disappearing entirely. Izuku trudged over to the couch and collapsed onto it with a heavy sigh. Dealing with Kurogiri had always been exhausting. Getting a read on the man was a chore, though for some reason he'd been more expressive than usual. Izuku knew well that what showed on the surface spoke little to the turmoil underneath. Perhaps the reality was worse than it appeared, but it already seemed bad enough from Izuku's eyes. The League's mo had always been to work from the shadows. That wouldn't have changed in just a few months. Between Hisashi's blunder and Izuku's information, the League would be revealed, and they clearly weren't ready for it. If Izuku had to guess, they would have prepared for a long time before making a grand entrance in society. Inferno's selfish actions had likely set them back by months or years. Inside information wasn't necessary for Izuku to know that, nor was it necessary for him to know that Sensei's wrath could mean Hisashi's death. "Good riddance," Guardian said suddenly. "You okay?" Izuku took a deep breath and nodded. "Yeah. For now, don't forget dinner." Sheet. By midday 2 days later, Izuku stepped into Musutafu General Hospital bearing 2 large to-go cups of coffee. He'd had a third but had practically chugged it to stave off his exhaustion and to alleviate the awkwardness of attempting to carry so many cups at once. For once, Izuku found himself almost thankful for the heat resistance that came with fire breath. He could drink literal boiling liquid and feel nothing more than a mild sting as long as he didn't spill it on himself. Sleep was rare and fleeting ever since Tsukauchi had been hospitalized. Izuku spent most nights wide awake, expecting a call from Eraserhead at any moment telling him that the detective's condition had taken a turn for the worse. When he had finally gotten a call from Eraser that morning, letting him know that Tsukauchi had woken up, Izuku was out the door in minutes. He plastered on his best smile as he stepped up to the smiling woman at the front desk. "Hi, I'm here to see Tsukauchi Naomasa, but I don't know exactly which room he's in." Her smile switched to an apologetic one and she responded without even looking at her computer, "I'm sorry, but his room is being guarded by pro heroes at the moment. I'll have to have one of them meet you here for security reasons." Izuku nodded approvingly, but he still felt disappointment. "I understand." She smiled gratefully and seemed to relax as she pointed over to the waiting area. "Thank you. If you take a seat, I'll let them know that there's someone here to see him." He nodded his thanks and went to take a seat. Chances were that he would be turned away, as only two heroes, All Might and Eraserhead, knew what he looked like without his quirk. He had no intention of activating Shadow Dance in the middle of the hospital to prove his identity. Not only would that be highly illegal, it was also likely to cause more harm than good for all parties involved. He pulled out his phone to send a text to Eraserhead. "Shadow, hey, I'm at the hospital. I want to see Tsukauchi, but he's being guarded. Are you here or?" Eraser, "No, I'm actually trying to sleep. Problem child. Can you not spam me? Thanks." Shadow has changed his name to #1 Problem Child #1 Problem Child. "Well, what can I do? Do you know who's here?" Eraser, You aren't supposed to embrace that. But yes, I know who's there. I'll let Mike know to let you in. But you better not cause any problems." #1 Problem Child, "I won't." "Damn, who's the spammer now?" Eraser, "I don't believe you." "And I am, deal with it." #1 Problem Child, "Well, thanks. Rude. I'll just go. Do the Vigilante and stuff." Eraser, "Do the Vigilante? Are you serious?" "You better not." "You know what? Never mind. I'm going to sleep for at least 15.5 hours. Don't die." #1 Problem Child, "I'm kidding, but 15.5 hours. That's oddly specific, but okay. Sweet dreams and sheet." Izuku smirked and shook his head, staring at his phone for a minute until he realized that he wouldn't get a response. With a sigh, he shoved his phone back in his pocket and crossed his arms to wait. A few minutes later, a tall blonde-haired man rounded the corner and spoke in hushed tones with the receptionist. Izuku studied him for a long moment until the man nodded at the receptionist and turned to face him, and the recognition slammed into him like a freight train. "Present Mike." The pro hero laughed loud enough to hurt his eardrums, earning a wince and a glare from the receptionist. Sorry, but yes, little listener, that's me." Izuku grinned widely. "Your radio show is so cool. I listen to it all the time." Present Mike matched his grin. "Always good to meet a fan. Aizawa told me all about you." Izuku cocked his head. "Really? He talks about me?" Present Mike chuckled. "Hard to believe, I know." He leaned in and attempted to whisper conspiratorially. "You didn't hear it from me, but he likes you." Izuku laughed. "Could have fooled me. He's a real softie behind that harsh mask, trust me." Present Mike said cheerily. "Now come on, I'm sure Tsukauchi-kun will be happy to see you." "You're more certain than I am," Izuku thought as he followed, still feeling guilty that he'd gotten the detective into his mess of a life. Eraser had been adamant that Tsukauchi made that decision on his own, but Izuku didn't care. If he had been able to help himself, the man wouldn't be in this situation to begin with. If there was nobody to help, nobody could get hurt. "Stop that," Guardian demanded. "You're worth helping and you know it." "You're biased," Izuku shot back. "I'm also right," Guardian said smugly, as usual. Izuku rolled his eyes. His disagreement didn't need to be voiced or actively thought. Guardian had been well aware of his feelings since the night Tsukauchi was attacked, taking every opportunity to refute his self-deprecating thoughts. While Izuku was unmoving on his feelings, he was also determined to make damn sure that he would be worth it someday. If he was truly given the opportunity, he would become the best hero he could be. "Damn right," Guardian cheered proudly. "You'll show the world how good you are soon enough." Biased or not, Guardian's enthusiasm and supportive nature filled him with warmth. Those words and that attitude, coming from one of the first heroes to even exist, meant a lot to him. Not that he would ever admit that out loud. Izuku didn't want to encourage him more than he already had. "Too late," Izuku groaned, causing Present Mike to look back with concern. Izuku smiled and waved off his concern even as he sent a mental glare to Guardian. "Sorry, Present Mike. My quirk likes to pretend that he's my dad or something." Guardian appeared next to him in the blink of an eye and wagged a finger scoldingly. "I am not your father, young man. That was my brother's assumed role. Thank you very much." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "So you're like my uncle then?" He sputtered, "And no. Friend, whatever you say, Uncle G. Guardian went red in the face. I swear to God if you call me that I'll leave. Oh no, Izuku said, waving his coffee cups into the air dramatically. He'll leave, just like everyone else. Guardian frowned and looked down at the ground. Hey, that's not fair. I'm kidding. It's not like. Present Mike cleared his throat, drawing both of their attention simultaneously. Izuku hadn't even realized they'd stopped until the voice hero waved a hand into an open room. Inside that room, an exhausted-looking Tsukauchi stared at them with a bemused smirk, while a gaunt blonde-haired man stared with wide eyes, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. Izuku immediately felt heat rising to his face, and a single glance had Guardian disappearing and retreating back into his mind. He gave a quick, awkward bow in apology after stepping through the doorway. Sorry, Tsukauchi chuckled lightly, it's quite all right. He spared a glance at the blonde-haired man, unwilling to trust a stranger with his real name if he could help it. They stared at each other with similar suspicion, though Izuku caught a glint of something else in the gaunt man's expression. He's a good friend of mine. Tsukauchi cut in. You can trust him with anything you trust me with. Izuku hummed, I see. The blonde stood up, imposingly tall despite his lanky form and hunched posture. He held out a hand in greeting, but froze as his eyes darted to Izuku's full hands. Oh, Izuku blurted, then hastily held out one of the cups to Tsukauchi. The detective eyed the cup with a mix of hunger and thinly veiled suspicion, ultimately taking the cup with an eagerness that nearly made Izuku laugh. I wasn't sure if you could have that, but I don't think that's such a good, the blonde began. It's fine, Tsukauchi interrupted, already popping the lid off. He took a deep whiff of the aroma and groaned. How did you know? Izuku grinned and shrugged. I asked a friend. Tsukauchi took a long sip and beamed, his eyes bright. Thank you. Izuku nodded and turned back to shake hands with the tall blonde. Sorry, my name's Midoriya Izuku, but please call me Izuku. The blonde raised an eyebrow at that, but didn't comment. Nice to meet you, Izuku. Yagi Tashinori. Call me whatever you'd like. All might, Guardian whispered. What? Izuku thought with a panic. Where? Right in front of you. Guardian said quietly, he's always had that form, but he's weaker ever since he fought my brother. What the? Izuku's mind reeled. The number one hero, right in front of him? If it were anyone but Guardian telling him that, he would laugh in their face. But the first one for all holder would know better than anyone. He'd spoken about some of the quirk's deeper aspects on a few occasions, enough that Izuku had no choice but to believe him. Like it or not, is something the matter? Yagi asked. Izuku shook himself out of that train of thought. All Might clearly kept that form a secret, and Izuku could understand why. Despite his mixed feelings towards the man, he decided not to press. No, you just reminded me of someone. Sorry. Yagi eyed him skeptically but seemed to accept that. He nodded and sat back down with a light grunt. Izuku turned back to Tsukauchi, who already looked significantly more lively since he'd started drinking the coffee that Izuku brought. I want to apologize. Tsukauchi cocked his head. For what? You almost died because of me. I don't know why you wanted to help me, but I understand if you don't now. He swallowed against the lump in his throat. I want to tell you everything, and then you can throw me in jail or whatever. Tsukauchi held up a hand to stop him. His eyes were hard as he drew himself up straight, his voice stern but not without kindness. Izuku, I'm going to stop you there. I didn't almost die because of you. I almost died because of your father. Izuku winced at that, but Tsukauchi barreled onward. I chose to help you of my own accord, so give me some credit here. Also, you are most certainly not going to prison. Got it. Izuku stared at him, but nodded weakly. Okay. Tsukauchi's eyes softened as he relaxed. Now, of course I would like to hear your story. Things are already in motion, but some of the details may require more information regarding your situation. Tsukauchi sent a smile towards Yagi. Lucky for me, I had some help in my recovery. Izuku sent a quizzical glance to Yagi, who nodded his affirmation. By miracle or grand coincidence, Yagi said casually, recovery girl happened to arrive in this hospital shortly after Tsukauchi-kun. After a few surgeries, she was able to heal the rest. He slept through all of yesterday and last night, only awakening this morning. So obvious, Izuku thought wryly. He grinned and shook his head. Grand coincidence? Huh, right. Well, if you're sure that you're okay to talk now. I am. Izuku looked back towards the door. Aren't you expecting people? Tsukauchi shook his head with a small smile. Nope. I asked them to turn away anyone else until after you leave. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh, okay. Well, where should I begin? From the beginning, if you don't mind. It's a very long story, Izuku informed him. Tsukauchi smiled and tapped a pen on his notepad. We have time. Where the hell did that come from? Izuku shot a questioning glance at Yagi, who merely shrugged. He took a deep breath. Okay, then. It all started when I was 4. I was diagnosed as quirkless. Izuku was tired of running, tired of being chased down a path he never wanted to walk. With each step he strayed further from his dream, lone as a wolf outside of his territory. He was led to a place that was never a home, given a false sense of belonging where he never belonged. At times he hoped it would last, at others he hoped that it wouldn't. In the end he'd been set free anyway, the decision made for him like so many others before it. For most of his life Hisashi made his decisions for him. His father decided when he ate and when he slept. Above all, he decided when Izuku felt pain. Sensei never put a stop to it. Instead, he gave Izuku quirks and the skills to use them. Shadow Dance sated Hisashi's demands, but Sensei didn't stop there. He gave Izuku agility and guardian behind Hisashi's back, the former being a subtle edge and the latter being a secret even to Izuku. A secret that had saved Izuku in more ways than one after he was left to fend for himself. After years of being under Sensei's wing, Izuku still couldn't begin to understand him. His ambitions were clear on the surface and a mystery underneath, concealing motivations that pushed him towards an endgame that nobody had been able to figure out. Even Guardian, being all for one's brother, had never truly understood. All Izuku knew was that he planned for everything, as he taught Izuku to do. Did he plan for Izuku to manifest fire breathing somehow? Did he plan for Izuku to try murdering Hisashi when the lie slipped? Did he foresee that Izuku would be caught in a cycle, running from opposite sides of the law while residing somewhere in the middle? Did Sensei know that Izuku would be there, telling the story of his life to a detective that Hisashi almost had killed? Did he know that Izuku would spill everything he knew about the League? Sensei said it first and Kurogiri drove it home. They were no longer allies. Izuku didn't know how to feel about it, but it didn't matter. If he had to fight Sensei someday, he would need every advantage he could get. Sensei had allies, so he needed allies as well. Sensei was strong, so he needed to get stronger. Sensei had plans, so he needed to plan. Sensei's lessons would be turned against him. He would expect nothing less, after all. Izuku told Tsukauchi everything with Yagi as a witness. Minor details he summarized, but he spared no details on anything significant. He told them everything he remembered leading to the day Hisashi burned the house down and the constant abuse that followed, informing them that Inferno often spent weeks at a time away from the League doing things on his own, and how that led to the situation they were in. He knew they were most interested in All for One, so he went into excruciating detail on his first meeting all the way through the last. He recalled what he felt when he received his first quirk and all of the training he went through, from basic combat to the underground arts of spying and assassination. He told them of his education and the quirk analysis that Sensei encouraged, analysis that had been used on multiple occasions to give them an edge over the heroes. They stopped a few times for Tsukauchi to give his hand a break and once for him to get a fresh notebook to write in. Fortunately, Yagi had apparently stopped at the detective's house to pick up his briefcase. Izuku assured them that he could give more minor details later, but also let them know that he would rather tell some stories only once. They agreed without hesitation, as there were some stories that they themselves didn't want to hear even the first time. He glossed over a good deal of the abuse that Hisashi had put him through, as it was overall irrelevant and insignificant in the grand scheme of things. When having a conversation about the world's greatest supervillain, that was to be expected. When he finally finished with the parting words he shared with Sensei, they were silent. He could tell that neither men wanted to say what they were thinking, with it being clear to see that Izuku held love for him, but they didn't need to say anything. He'd spent many sleepless nights over analyzing every word they'd ever spoken, searching for answers. Was it all just a lie? A clever manipulation pushing him forward as a pawn in some grand scheme? At first he believed it was, but the suspicion lessened as time went on. He and Guardian went over everything Sensei could gain from it and came up with nothing. In Sensei's own unconventional way, he simply wanted what was best for Izuku, even if it could possibly kill him someday. He said as much when he was finished, but they weren't convinced. He couldn't blame them, in all honesty. They were still reeling from the confirmation that All for One had survived his battle with All Might, both men utterly mortified by the revelation. Yagi never had revealed himself, so Izuku didn't reveal who Guardian was. After their confrontation, he didn't want to put any more pressure on All Might. Tsukauchi set his pen and pad down to flex his hand. He winced, but was quick to cover it with a weak smile. I'd say that's a good point to stop. This is a lot. What, do they not even care about me being a vigilante? I think the detective knows quite enough about that, don't you? Guardian asked. That's an understatement, Yagi said as he stretched, letting out a small groan at each pop and crackle of his joints. Once he settled, he sat back with a defeated expression. I can't believe he's still alive. I can, Guardian said. Izuku said nothing. He took a sip of water to soothe his dry throat. After all this, Tsukauchi said with a wave of his notepad, what led you to be a vigilante? There it is. A question relieved him. If they didn't even ask, that would raise a lot of red flags. Izuku took a deep breath. Honestly, I didn't really know what to do. I was a villain being thrown into some apartment I've never been in, with nobody to tell me what to do. I couldn't just go try to live a normal life. Why not? Izuku shot him a look. Really? My best quirk was recognizable, even then. If I were to show up at any hero school using it, I'd be on the run again within hours. I wanted to help people, so I did. That's it. Tsukauchi sighed. You could have turned yourself in. I killed a lot of people. Against your will. You're a child. Izuku fixed them both with a glare. Think about it really hard and tell me either of those things would matter if nobody knew me. Tsukauchi opened his mouth to argue, then snapped it shut. He tried again. We could have made a deal. That's a weak argument and you know it. I'd be thrown in a prison the second I gave you information and forgotten. Who's to say that won't happen now? Yagi asked casually. Izuku and Tsukauchi both glared at him. Well, I'm just saying it's possible. Guardian growled. I'll whoop your lanky little. That will not be happening. Tsukauchi stated firmly. I considered it. Izuku met Yaga's eyes pointedly. But I decided to trust Tsukauchi and Eraserhead. At worst, I run again and I'm back where I started. Tsukauchi smiled. Thank you. Running won't be necessary, I assure you. He cleared his throat, however. There are a few terms we need to discuss before we proceed. Izuku expected that. There was no way they would just let him roam free after everything he'd done. Good or bad? Of course, first is a matter of your identity. Would you rather remain as Midoriya Izuku, or take on a new name entirely? It's up to you, although taking a new name may be preferable. Izuku tapped his chin. A new identity could be useful, but it wouldn't help much in the long run. Anybody that was a threat to him already knew about Shadow Dance, and any public use of it would give him away regardless. I would rather keep my name. Tsukauchi nodded, scribbling something on his notepad. In any case, since you're still a minor, you will need a legal guardian. He held up a finger before Izuku could cut in, and no, your quirk does not count. Hisashi doesn't count either, obviously. Come on, Guardian groaned with feigned outrage. Furthermore, your current living situation is troubling. All for one both paid for it and knows its location, I assume. Izuku nodded. I'd planned to eventually pull all of the money from my account and move somewhere else. Tsukauchi nodded. That leads me to more of a compromise between myself and the higher-ups. Originally, they demanded that you be kept in a secure location, under constant guard. Izuku nodded. Again, he'd expected something like that. That didn't mean he'd like it. Tsukauchi continued. However, since both of us are in danger in our current residences, we will find a new place to live with me as your guardian. Izuku stared at him. What? Yagi sputtered and coughed up blood. Why, you didn't tell me. Tsukauchi ignored him and pushed forward. I still have work, of course, so we will still have a guard posted when I'm not there. Also, you won't be able to go into public unsupervised. You'll have to wear a tracking bracelet. No, Izuku said. I mean, yeah, sure, that's to be expected, but what? Why would you want me to stay with you? Tsukauchi raised an eyebrow. Well, it makes sense, right? We both need to move, and I'm in charge of your case. I can make sure you stay out of trouble and act as your legal guardian at the same time. Izuku blinked. Are you sure you don't want to just get this over with and move on? What do you gain from it? Tsukauchi looked insulted. Do I have to gain something from it? What if I just want to? We were right, Guardian said. He is a good person. Too good. Izuku ran a hand through his hair and sighed. Okay, I understand. Well, I really don't, but sure. Tsukauchi smiled brightly. Good. There are a few options, and they're being checked over as we speak. Security reasons and all that. Okay, moving on, then. You will of course have to cease all vigilante activity starting immediately. Izuku sighed. Also expected. Tsukauchi nodded. Furthermore, as more of a formality than anything, you will be taking UAS entrance exam in a couple months. Wait, what? Izuku froze. As a formality? Yes, of course, Tsukauchi said with a smile. You're attending the heroics course regardless. His brain stopped working. Apparently it showed, because Tsukauchi chuckled. Is that such a surprise? Your talents have caught quite a few eyes. UAS Principal Nedzu has been instrumental in making this happen. He's taken quite the interest in you. Why don't I like the sound of that? He stared at Tsukauchi suspiciously, waiting for the detective to start laughing or announce that it was a trick. What's the catch? No catch, Tsukauchi assured him. Besides that, you may be roped into having tea with the principal sometimes. Yagi chuckled lightly at that. Izuku couldn't believe it, and he made it known. So that's it. I'll be guarded and tracked, I'm assuming with a curfew of sorts, living with you and going to UA. What else? Tsukauchi smiled. Well, we may also have you act as a consultant for villain activities, due to your experience, but besides that, that's about it. What about my quirks? What about them? I'm not going to be under quirk suppressants or anything. As much as he joked, he really didn't like the idea of Guardian not being there. He also didn't like the idea of being at a large disadvantage if anything were to happen. Tsukauchi shook his head. Your guard and I will have them on us if you decide to do anything rash, but otherwise no. I believe the circumstances are quite enough to keep you in line. Or am I wrong? Izuku shook his head. No, you're right. Good to hear. Tsukauchi said warmly. Now, I believe that's about it for that. If I don't eat and get more rest, my doctor will tear all of our heads off. Izuku smirked. What? Coffee isn't a food. No, it's not. Yagi responded with a pointed look. And working from bed doesn't count as sleep. Tsukauchi glared at him. You're one to talk. And that's my cue to go. Izuku bowed respectfully to Tsukauchi. Thank you for everything. Not a problem, Midori. Call me Izuku, please. Tsukauchi nodded. Izuku, then. I'll call you soon, okay. Make sure you stay out of trouble. I will, Izuku said, and he meant it. He'd gone much too far to ruin his chances. He gave a small wave. Get some rest. Seriously, no promises. He shared a glance with Yagi, who smirked and nodded in return. Izuku left, closing the door softly behind him. You did it, Izuku, Guardian said proudly. Yeah, I guess I did. Izuku smiled and waved to present Mike as he passed, feeling a new warmth in his chest that didn't come from his quirk. Naomasa was released the next day. And not a minute too soon. After so little time spent as a patient in hospitals, he could finally say with certainty that he was not a fan. They refused him any form of caffeine. The beds were uncomfortable enough for even the most injured of people to want out of, and the place reeked of antiseptic. None of those things helped his growing headache whatsoever. Toshinori waited for him outside, leaning against his own vehicle casually. Upon spotting him, his friend smiled warmly and gave a small wave. Naomasa returned it eagerly, more than ready to head anywhere that wasn't there. Where to? Naomasa. Coffee, he replied snappishly before he caught himself. He took a deep breath. Sorry, coffee, then lunch. Toshinori merely chuckled at his impatience and nodded. Sounds good. Naomasa-kun. The usual place. He nodded and opened the door, dropping into the passenger seat with a relieved sigh. Did he mention that they wouldn't let him have coffee? That alone wasn't such a big deal. But of all the people that visited, only Midoriya had thought to bring coffee. Not his friends, not his colleagues, just Midoriya, the vigilante he spent months trying to arrest. Never mind that his doctor had specifically forbid him his favorite drink. Since when did his friends care about that? Now when the former vigilante walked in with 2 large cups of coffee, he was initially suspicious. After he caught the scent of his favorite brew, however, that suspicion faded. After the first sip he was in heaven. He no longer cared how Midoriya knew about his favorite shop, nor did he care that Midoriya knew his exact order. He couldn't remember the last time he'd gone more than a few hours without a cup, much less multiple days. Toshinori drove through the lot and got them on the road before he glanced over to study Naomasa. He cleared his throat. Are you worried about young Midoriya or thinking about work? He shot Toshinori an exasperated glare. When Toshinori only chuckled, he shook his head and looked down at his hands. Both, I suppose. A positive of being in the hospital was that his co-workers refused to pass work along to him, a blessing that left him with plenty of time to work out the final details on Midoriya's case. Tsurugami, of course, chastised him about getting proper rest, as if he had any room to talk. The man worked just as many hours or more than Naomasa on a regular basis. The chief of police was understandably hesitant to agree with his plan. But he was ultimately past ready to finally put the case to bed. It wouldn't be the first time he had trusted Naomasa's word, and it wouldn't be the last. After their meeting, it hadn't taken long to finalize everything. All he had to do was decide on a house and assign a guard schedule. Once they made sure all the necessary security was in place, he and Midoriya could move in. While couldn't help but worry about Midoriya during that time, there wasn't much to be done. The boy would certainly be against staying with someone he didn't know, and he didn't want to push their luck with his cooperation. We've only met once. The thought unsettled him. Naomasa felt as if he'd known Midoriya for a long time. He spent months chasing down leads and filing paperwork for the Shadow case, with minor interactions here and there. At first, those interactions filled him with dread and annoyance. After time, however, and as the truth got revealed layer by layer, he'd come to look forward to it. If nothing else, he was always relieved to know Midoriya was alive and relatively well. 5 days passed since Izuku came clean about everything, and he was exhausted. Sleep never came easy, but he found it even more fleeting than ever those days. Every night, without exception, he woke covered in cold sweat, tangled in damp sheets and gasping for breath. Twisted variations of the same scenario haunted his dreams until he gave up sleep entirely. Dreams that all of it was part of some sick joke, a ploy of Hisashi's meant to torment him. He dreamed of Tsukauchi's face, twisting from warm to cruel until fire spilled forth, burning Izuku as Hisashi laughed on from every direction. He would much rather be awake, thank you very much. Being awake wasn't much better. Uneasiness curled in his gut, growing more intense with every waiting moment. He knew Tsukauchi wouldn't lie to him, but still he worried. With only a few words, his entire life could be thrown backwards and his dreams smashed to pieces. At the same time as he knew it wouldn't happen, a small voice whispered that it would. So, as always, he kept busy. At least that was in his control. He continued his studies with renewed fervor in preparation for the entrance exam, focusing on the subjects he never had a particular care for while touching up on the rest. English had always been the most difficult subject for him, having been low on Sensei's list of priorities. By what he could gather online, his English was somewhere around junior high level. Not good enough. His knowledge of mathematics and science was mediocre at best. Kurogiri held a surprisingly strong interest in the subject, but time was always short with the league. He understood the various formulas and equations at a high school level, but passing marks wouldn't be enough for UA. Just because he was guaranteed a place didn't mean he would let himself slack. Simply sliding by was never an option. History, on the other hand, was far and away his strongest subject. Quirk history especially. If given the chance, he was certain he could teach college professors a thing or two. Granted, he had no way of proving his knowledge. He couldn't exactly use a centuries-old supervillain as a reference point, especially not one that very few people knew about. All for One's existence was erased from history for a reason. He could understand the sentiment, but in truth he could never agree with the desire to suppress history in any form. Sensei had tried to explain their reasoning as he saw it, but neither of them could ever agree with it. Denying the truth of history to future generations only created more problems down the line. Problems that had already occurred. History repeated itself, whether you heed its lessons or are ignorant to them. Most people aren't history buffs like you, Izuku, Guardian said fondly, and you know what effect that history can have. I'm aware of that, but that doesn't make it right. People deserve to know where we came from, Izuku countered. He knew public opinion to be fragile and fickle. People as a whole were quick to rise in outrage and quick to forget, even ignoring issues they championed just weeks or months prior. He knew that, yet he still couldn't support blatant censorship of those key moments in history. I understand that, but think about people who have quirks deemed as villainous, Guardian said. If the general public knew of my brother's tyranny, how do you think people like that would be treated? Worse, but that's because people are idiots. Any quirk is capable of being villainous in the wrong hands. Quirks are an extension of us, not the defining aspect. All for One was just as capable of being a hero's quirk as a villain's. Guardian sighed. Exactly what I mean. As you put it, people are idiots. As for him, well, it's a pity it didn't turn out that way. Yeah, it is. Sorry, I understand your point, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. He typed out a few more lines in his notes and saved the document before closing his laptop. He leaned back on the couch and let out a sigh. A quick look around the apartment confirmed what he always knew it to be: temporary. Everything he ever needed was there and more, but he could take everything he cared about with him in one trip. He planned on doing just that. Any day, he would be moving out and moving on from that brief chapter of his life without looking back. Vigilantism was a temporary solution to his problems, a way to help people without actually accomplishing his goals. With a new path in sight, he had no issues leaving that lifestyle behind for good. Being watched 24/7 wasn't appealing, but it could be worse. After half of his life had been spent under the cold, watchful eyes of villains, he could handle having a guard. He could handle being tracked. It would be just like his first few months doing jobs for the League, with eyes on his back searching for disobedience, watching as if he would screw up at any moment, waiting for him to prove his uselessness. Izuku, Guardian said in a raised tone. Izuku flinched into alertness. He took a quick, weary look around before remembering where he was. The apartment. On the couch. Why was he sweating? Did he fall asleep? What is that buzzing sound? Izuku, your phone, Guardian asked. Oh, his phone moved slowly across the table as it vibrated, screen lit with an incoming call. Izuku hurriedly grabbed it. Hello, my Izuku, Tsukauchi asked. Hi, hey, Tsukauchi, how are you? Good, Tsukauchi said in a warm tone. We're cleared to move in tomorrow. Is there anything you need to do before then? No, I've got everything settled here. Good to hear. Are you bringing any furniture with you? If not, we won't bother bringing the truck. We have some shopping to do anyway, and we can get anything you need delivered. Izuku took a look around at the apartment. The apartment came furnished. I didn't pay for it myself, so I think I'll leave it. Tsukauchi chuckled. Probably a good idea. We can go out tomorrow, then. Sound good? Sure. Okay, see you then. Bye, Tsukauchi-san. When Tsukauchi said he would pick him up, Izuku did not expect to see Yagi Toshinori with him. He shouldn't have been surprised, considering the two men were good friends, but it still made him immediately uncomfortable. It didn't take a genius to see that Yagi didn't trust him one bit. Mutual distrust didn't stop him from being polite. Izuku was taught better than that. He smiled to Yagi when he was close enough. Morning, Yagi-san. Good morning, young Izuku, Yagi replied politely. Tsukauchi glanced between them with an exasperated expression. He shook his head and opened the trunk for Izuku to put his belongings in. We'll stop by the house first, so you can get ideas for what you want. Izuku placed his bags in the trunk and nodded. He slid into the back seat without another word. They piled in, Tsukauchi in the driver's seat, and set off. Their drive took almost an hour with the steady traffic. But before long they arrived in a nice neighborhood. They were still in the city, but far enough away from the bustle and traffic to have some semblance of privacy. When he thought about it, they weren't so far from his old neighborhood. Musutafu's police station was close enough for Tsukauchi to have a short commute, and Yue would be just a couple stops away by train. Whether he would actually be taking the train or not, he had yet to be informed. He walked around the outside of the house, inspecting it as he went. The small yard was well tended and fenced in nicely. The house itself was fairly large by modern standards, making up for its single floor with sheer size. He noted with approval that the windows were already obscured from outside view. Small security cameras hung from the corners of the roof, along with motion sensor lights that flicked on as he passed. He finished his round of the house and followed the two men inside, ignoring Tsukauchi's amused smirk. The inside was spacious, with dark wood flooring and forest green walls leading up to a vaulted ceiling. They must have worked quickly, as the majority of the living area was already sparsely furnished, considering the size of Tsukauchi's last house. He wasn't surprised that they had a lot of shopping to do. "Well, what do you think?" Tsukauchi asked with an expectant expression on his face. "Almost hopeful. Looks good," Izuku commented as he passed through the living area into the kitchen. The floors were covered in dark, marbled tile that matched the granite counters. The scene worked well with the stainless steel appliances. "Really good." "I thought so too," Tsukauchi said. The genuine excitement in his tone brought a smile to Izuku's face. "I think so, too," Guardian added. "But I see you checking the windows." "Shut up, it's for safety." Izuku didn't do it on purpose, but old habits were hard to break. "We've had some of the best security personnel check it over," Tsukauchi said with no small amount of amusement. "Trust me, Izuku, it's fine." Izuku hummed noncommittally. "They wouldn't stop me." Tsukauchi rolled his eyes. "Well, it's a good thing you're living here, then." "Wait," Guardian called as Izuku began heading out of the kitchen. "Check for pots and pans and make sure there's a good rice cooker in." "Do it yourself, Guardian." Izuku shot back with a giggle. "What's so funny?" Tsukauchi asked with a worried expression. Izuku shook his head and sighed. Guardian wants to inspect the kitchen but refuses to. A pull on his mind was the only warning he got before Guardian smacked him on the back of the head. "Oh," Izuku whined. "What was that for?" Guardian merely smiled innocently and shrugged. After noticing Tsukauchi and Yaga's confused expressions, with mild amusement in Tsukauchi's case, he shook himself and strode forward with his hand out. "Hello, I'm Guardian, Izuku's Quirk." Tsukauchi hesitated for just a moment before shaking his hand. "Nice to meet you, officially. I'm assuming you already know us." Guardian nodded. "Yep. When I'm not in physical form, I live in Izuku's head with all his dirty thou." Izuku punched him in the ribs. "Hard. Shut up and check the damn kitchen." Guardian gave a mocking salute. "Yes, sir." Izuku rolled his eyes and motioned for Tsukauchi to lead the way. To his amusement, that left Guardian alone with Yagi, who clearly wasn't about to leave him alone. Tsukauchi led him back through the living room and down a hallway. He pointed out a bathroom as they passed, turning on the light to show it off. The counter was large enough to have 2 sinks and a single, wall-sized mirror. Dark colors were a recurring theme, with charcoal gray tile and smokier gray for the walls, a style Izuku could agree with wholeheartedly. There were 3 bedrooms in total, the first of which Tsukauchi claimed as an office. Further down the hall was Izuku's bedroom. The room easily dwarfed his bedroom at the apartment, stylized exactly the same as the living room sans the vaulted ceiling. One double window brightened the room around blackout-style curtains. To his surprise, there was even a walk-in closet. The room held a single bed. Otherwise, it was left completely unfurnished. Tsukauchi cleared his throat. "We figured you would prefer to furnish it yourself, but Musutafu Furnishings does next-day deliveries. We brought in a bed for the time being." Izuku nodded. "Sounds good to me. Ready to go, then?" Izuku stifled a yawn. "Yeah, but can we stop for some coffee first?" Tsukauchi chuckled. "Say no more." Izuku understood money. Nobody made it far in the underground, or even life in general, without understanding money. After taking the money Sensei gave him and dispersing it across multiple accounts, just in case, he knew exactly how much he had. Although apparently knowing the number and knowing the value of that number were 2 entirely different things. They gathered a lengthy list. They bought a new couch of high-quality beige upholstery, complete with a matching recliner and love seat, matching glass-top coffee and dining room table, and a new dresser for Tsukauchi's bedroom. At some point, they began to get carried away and started looking at a bar, something none of them would ever need. After hours of looking around, Izuku finally found a complete bedroom set that he loved. A massive dresser with an equally large mirror, 2 nightstands, a chest and queen-sized bed frame, all made from sturdy oak and stained almost pitch black. The price nearly made Tsukauchi spew coffee everywhere. Yagi cleared his throat. Young Izuku, don't you think that's a little pricey?" Izuku checked the price tag. 2 million yen. "Oh, is it?" Tsukauchi and Yagi shared a baffled look. Tsukauchi coughed. Izuku, that's almost 2 months' salary for me. Izuku hummed as he considered. It wasn't like he had much to spend his money on. And the furniture set would only dent one of his many accounts. Perhaps the bank teller's reaction should have been a clue, along with her adamant suggestion that he split his money up in the first place. It's fine. I can afford it. Yagi raised an amused eyebrow. Can you? How much money do you have, young Izuku? Total, about 50 million yen. Izuku hadn't thought much of it, since Sensei only mentioned the money with a passing comment. Perhaps he should have. Yagi coughed up blood in that time. Tsukauchi did spew coffee everywhere. Luckily, he missed the furniture. Whether by coincidence alone, strings pulled, or the inordinate amount of money they spent, all of their furniture was delivered by afternoon the next day. 4 sets of eyes watched the enthusiastic movers like hawks while they worked. After all, what would be the point of going to so many lengths for security if people were free to move about unsupervised? When it came to Izuku's bedroom set, the movers appeared more than a little bewildered when he directed them into his room. One man in particular looked at him as if he'd made a mistake, but Izuku and Tsukauchi both cleared up his confusion. Izuku with a reassuring nod, Tsukauchi with an amused remark about frivolous spending. Tsukauchi made fresh coffee for everyone, including the movers, who accepted gratefully. Labor was one method of staying warm, but few people would protest a hot drink on a cold day. Winter had the city in its cold grasp, with no sign of letting up anytime soon. The few occasions of snowfall had thankfully been light enough for the daytime sun to melt away. Snow made for precarious footing. One of the last things anyone in the underground wanted to deal with. That wouldn't be his problem for the rest of winter, at least. Once everything was moved in and situated how they wanted it to be, they settled into making dinner. Tsukauchi and Guardian had a light-hearted argument over who would cook, neither willing to concede the duty. Eventually, they came to the compromise that they would cook together and delved even further into a debate on what to cook. Meanwhile, from the living room, Izuku shared an exasperated look with Yagi at their banter. Izuku turned on the television and flipped to his preferred news station, pretending to pay close attention. While he wanted to know if anything major was going on, he had to remind himself that it was no longer his problem. He had no intention of running out to take care of any villains, not when it could jeopardize his future as a hero. They sat in uncomfortable silence as savory aromas drifted from the kitchen, accompanied by the clanging of pots and pans. Small fragments of conversation came through as well, but Izuku couldn't quite make out the words. The tone remained civil enough, however, so he kept himself out of it. Yagi continued to play the helpful, concerned friend for Tsukauchi, but Izuku knew why he was really there. Yagi didn't trust him. He'd been skeptical and borderline outraged at Tsukauchi's plan the whole time. Izuku couldn't blame him in the slightest. In Yaga's shoes he would do the same thing, or perhaps more, to ensure his friend's safety. Not that Izuku really knew what a friend was, but that's beside the point. Yagi cleared his throat. So, have you been studying? Izuku didn't even look away from the television. Nope, I'm just gonna waltz in without a care in the world. Ha, Yagi barked with feigned humor, very funny. You know, just because I have a guaranteed spot, Izuku interrupted, doesn't mean that I can slack. He took a deep breath and settled into a more relaxed posture as he let it out. Yeah, I've been studying. Who decided that English would be a good language? Yagi chuckled and sank back into the couch. It's confusing, I won't lie. He held up a finger, though most Americans would say the same about Japanese. Izuku stared at his finger with a scowl. They would be wrong. That's a matter of opinion, young Izuku. Izuku shook his head. Nope. Yagi laughed just as Tsukauchi poked his head around the corner, eyebrow raised and a half smile on his face. Dinner's ready. Izuku's stomach growled as he leaped to his feet. When he entered the kitchen, however, he laughed in disbelief. The entire center island was covered in different dishes. Seaweed, rice, miso soup, salad, sauteed vegetables, and a large platter of different meats. Izuku recognized the fish as Guardian's work, meaning that the pork was likely Tsukauchi's doing. Yagi eyed the arrangement warily. Where's the army? Tsukauchi rubbed the back of his neck, a sheepish smile on his face. Well, we couldn't decide, so we both made different things. Izuku shot a playful glare at Guardian. Really? Guardian smiled brightly and shrugged. Can never have too much food, right? Tsukauchi nodded his agreement. We can always save the leftovers for lunch. Izuku shared a knowing look with Yagi, who was clearly trying not to laugh at them. Well, I guess that makes sense. Good, let's eat. The next morning, Izuku woke in a tangle of sheets damp with sweat, despite the slight chill in the air. He groaned, rolled over and stretched before fully opening his eyes to a room he didn't recognize. In a heartbeat he was on his feet, shadow dance activated and curling around his body. Dark smoke crept from his lips as he produced a blade from the shadows. Izuku, Guardian asked in a calm, yet concerned tone, this is your room, remember? Izuku paused and stood straight. The past day's events replayed through his mind and he immediately felt out of place. Oh, right. He flipped his shadow knife into the air and let it dissipate along with the quirk. A quick glance at his alarm clock showed 4:47 a.m. He groaned and pulled at his shirt, peeling the damp cloth away from his skin with a disgusted huff. After rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he opened the door and peeked around the corner, both watching and listening to see if Tsukauchi was awake yet. He heard nothing, so he padded his way into the kitchen without a sound, on a direct path to the coffee maker. He dumped out the leftover coffee from the day before and started a fresh pot. Guardian pulled on his mind before appearing physically and placing a hand on his shoulder. "You okay?" Izuku nodded heavily. "Yeah, just tired." Guardian nodded, but his brow remained furrowed with concern. "Okay, go shower while I make breakfast." "You don't have to." He grinned wryly. "No, but I'd rather cook than be in your head while you're naked. I mean, unless." Izuku scowled at him. "Gross." "Yeah, no." Guardian laughed as he walked away without another word. He stopped in his room to grab some clothes before heading into the bathroom. Once the water was turned on, he silently thanked whoever built the place for unknowingly making it similar to his previous shower. Adjusting the temperature to his preference, lukewarm, was easier than he'd expected it to be. He stepped in and sighed with relief as the water washed away his nighttime sweat. Tsukauchi had to go back to work that morning, which meant that his guard would be arriving sometime before the detective left. While not exactly nervous, his stomach burned lightly with apprehension. New meetings and social interaction most definitely weren't his strong suit. Tsukauchi hadn't had much to say about the guard, whoever it may be, and that worried him. He wasn't expecting someone friendly, of course, nor was he expecting someone soft. That would just be insulting. What would be the point of having a guard if he could just walk all over them? If their goal was to pick someone that could handle him in a fight, they would need a pro hero. He doubted that to be the case, though All Might's distrust could influence that decision. More likely, they would pick someone intimidating to deter him from causing any problems. Someone who would watch him and report any inappropriate or dangerous behavior. After all, if he made any big mistakes, he would likely end up in prison or on the run. Not a comforting thought. He stepped out of the shower, dried himself off, and got dressed in a hurry. He didn't want to hold Tsukauchi up in his morning routine. For all he knew, Tsukauchi could have a master bathroom of his own. Without knowing for sure, he kept his own shower time short. It had been a long time since he had to be considerate of others, but he wasn't a heathen. After exiting the bathroom and depositing his dirty clothes, he padded his way back into the kitchen to get coffee. The smell of breakfast filled the house, fueling his hunger as he approached. When he walked in, Guardian had just begun setting out an American-style breakfast. Scrambled eggs, bacon, hash browns, and toast heaped onto large plates. "Feel better, Izuku?" Izuku poured himself a cup of coffee and, to Guardian's horror, immediately chugged half of it before refilling it again. "Better now, thanks." Guardian eyed him critically for a long moment before his shoulders sagged in relief. "I'll never get used to that." Izuku grinned and took another drink, this time only a sip. The first time he had chugged a scalding hot cup of coffee, Guardian nearly throttled him in panic until Izuku explained. Due to his fire breath, he could drink anything short of boiling water without a care in the world. Unfortunately, that resistance didn't come without a fair share of downsides. The first few times he accidentally breathed fire, his body hadn't grown accustomed to it yet. His mouth had been burned for weeks and his taste buds still hadn't fully recovered. Guardian never did accept that as the reason Izuku never cared what his food tasted like. If he didn't know any better, he would think Guardian had a personal mission to make him a picky eater. Tsukauchi trudged his way into the kitchen like a zombie, already dressed for work minus the coat and hat. He gave a small wave and an incoherent grumble. Izuku poured a mug of coffee and handed it over without a word. Tsukauchi nodded his thanks and took a huge gulp. "Okay, you have no excuse." Guardian sputtered in disbelief. "How can you do that?" Tsukauchi scowled at his mug and hummed. "Practice." He completely drained the mug and leveled Guardian with a pointed look. "It's not that hot," Izuku chimed in. A traitorous wisp of smoke escaped his lips. Guardian eyed the smoke and his lips twitched upwards. "You can literally breathe fire." "It's not that hot," Tsukauchi repeated. He refilled his mug and took another sip to drive the point home. Guardian threw his hands up in the air. "Fine, hurry up and eat before it gets cold." They moved into the dining room and sat down to eat. Izuku sat and put a small amount of everything on his plate. He'd never had a large appetite for any meal, as he hated the sluggish feeling that came with overeating, but he was hungry enough to eat. When he began training with the league, high-protein diets were a requirement so that he could build muscle, though he never knew how long he would keep anything down once training actually began. After he got free, he had nobody to force him to eat. Guardian tried but ultimately wasn't persistent enough at first. It took Izuku a while to finally begin eating an acceptable amount again. The abrupt awakening and apprehension that morning, however, spoiled his appetite. He met Guardian's disapproving look with an apologetic one as he began picking at his food. Guardian disappeared, leaving them to eat in silence. He and Tsukauchi both prioritized coffee over the actual food. It was almost comical. watching Tsukauchi become more alive with every gulp. Your guard should be here in a few minutes, Tsukauchi said after he finished eating. He folded his hands on the table and settled his gaze on Izuku. He'll stay in the house with you while I'm gone. Izuku pushed his plate away and nodded. I figured. Is he safe? Tsukauchi smiled weakly. He wouldn't even know where we live if he wasn't. He's been screened through every means in existence. I don't know him personally, but he was selected as one of the best by the chief of police, so Tsukauchi didn't have a choice in the matter. An interested development, though not unexpected. It may have been Tsukauchi's case, but the entire police force had reason to ensure everything went along without a hitch. Izuku nodded his acknowledgement. What kind of rules are in place? Tsukauchi held out his hands with palms up. That's up to him, though I'm sure you're aware of the basics. Listen to any orders he gives. Be respectful. Don't make any unsolicited physical contact. Things like that. He held up a finger. I would suggest not using any quirk except Guardian without express permission. He should have been made aware of your quirks ahead of time. I made a note of your companionship, so that shouldn't be a problem. Nothing Izuku didn't already expect. He wasn't in the habit of suddenly using his quirks around anyone without reason, much less a complete stranger. The thought of having a strange authority figure around the house was discomforting, but he wasn't about to disrespect them without reason either. Yeah, right, Guardian commented. I give it 2 hours before you sass your way into cuffs. Izuku didn't respond, but his lips twitched up into a smile. When Tsukauchi gave him an exasperated glare, Izuku held up his hands. I'll behave, unless he's an asshole. Izuku, someone knocked on the door. They shared a look before Tsukauchi hurried out to answer it. Izuku followed close behind, both out of curiosity and caution. If it was the guard, he wanted a look before the man entered. If it wasn't, well, he wanted to be ready regardless. Tsukauchi checked the peephole before opening the door fully. He shook hands with the man on the other side before gesturing into the house with his arm. The person who stepped in was almost exactly what Izuku would expect from a guard, but larger. The man nearly rivaled All Might in both height and sheer broadness. Muscles strained against an all-black uniform 2 sizes too small, as if the department not only had nothing that fit, but couldn't get anything made to fit either. The man's broad, imposing face seemed fixed in a permanent scowl, not changing in the slightest as he shifted his gaze from Tsukauchi to Izuku. He moved forward to meet Izuku with a light step that betrayed his build. When Izuku held out his hand in greeting, the man eyed it warily for a moment before meeting his eyes. He returned the handshake with a firm grip. His hands were large, rough and calloused, but he didn't attempt to crush Izuku's hand, which came as more of a surprise than anything. In Izuku's experience, the larger the man, the more intimidating they tried to be. You can tell a lot about someone with a handshake, whether or not a heavily muscled man had a strength quirk, for example. From one handshake, Izuku was fairly certain that he didn't. If he did, it was either extremely weak or well-controlled. Midoriya Izuku, he offered, but I prefer Izuku. The man grunted his assent. Officer Nakamura, pleasure to meet you. Nakamura didn't sound pleased whatsoever, his tone gruff and professional. His stony expression showed no hint of emotion as he studied Izuku. Two can play at that game. Izuku nodded curtly and kept his tone carefully neutral. Likewise, Tsukauchi took one look at Izuku and sighed. Make yourself at home, Nakamura. He put on his coat and hat and stepped out the door. I'm off. Take care. Be careful. Izuku called to his back right before the door shut, his eyes never leaving Nakamura's. Izuku, behave, Guardian warned. Also, let him know I'm coming out. Guardian wants to meet you, Izuku said casually. Nakamura showed no sign of surprise before he nodded. Guardian materialized next to Izuku and held out his hand towards Nakamura in greeting. Nice to meet you. Nakamura shook it. Likewise, Guardian smiled and waved an arm towards the kitchen. Breakfast is in the kitchen, if you're hungry. Should still be hot. Help yourself. No thank you. I already ate. Guardian wasn't so easily deterred. Anything to drink? Coffee, tea, water? No, thank you. Guardian nodded before disappearing into the kitchen. Izuku shook his head and nodded for Nakamura to follow him. He led the way into the hall and pointed at the bathroom. Bathroom's in there, if you need it. He waved his hand towards the end of the hallway. Tsukauchi's room is that way. And my room is right here. He grabbed his laptop and some notebooks from his room before heading back into the living room. He sat up on the couch and turned the television for background noise before turning on his laptop. In the meantime, he studied Nakamura, who had taken to standing against a wall near the front door with arms crossed over his chest. Stoic and imposing, the man certainly knew the part. His expression and body language betrayed nothing of his thoughts. Even when Guardian appeared out of thin air, he showed no reaction. He held himself well and had the calluses to suggest that he was no stranger to work or training. Izuku knew a number of people who were experienced fighters, more than enough to recognize the way they carried themselves. Light-footed and sure of step, They projected an aura of casual comfort and confidence in their abilities. Underneath the surface, however, they were watching everything, ready for anything and surprised by nothing. Nakamura appeared to be all of those things, though his attempt at a casual air was betrayed by his size and demeanor. That begged the question, how skilled was he in combat? Izuku stopped sizing him up to log into his laptop and began pretending to look through the lessons he was working on. He began searching for anyone with the last name of Nakamura who worked for the police department. Police records were hard to access, but the majority of the everyday officers were listed publicly. He found 2 matches. One of them worked in Hasu, the other in Shinjuku. Neither of them looked anything like this Nakamura. Suspicion sparked in his gut, but he quickly smothered it. If they were being careful, as he knew they would be, Nakamura would either be from a different program altogether or hidden from public record. Perhaps both. Izuku himself was fairly high profile, but Tsukauchi was a high-ranking officer and a brilliant detective. His quirk alone gave the police a huge advantage in their work. They wouldn't send just anyone into their house. "Can I ask what your quirk is, Nakamura?" Izuku asked with a mildly interested tone. "You can, but you won't tell me." Nakamura grunted, but said nothing. Izuku let out a sigh. "You aren't just here to watch me. It would be nice to know who's protecting me, if it comes down to that. If it does, I will handle it. You're either uninformed or overconfident." "Neither. I can handle myself." Izuku cocked his head. "Prove it." "Excuse me. If you're so confident, prove your skills." "Izuku, enough," Guardian demanded as he rounded the corner with 2 coffee mugs in hand. "You aren't sparring with your guard on the first." "Fine," Nakamura interrupted. "Try to hit me." "See, wait, what? Really?" Nakamura nodded. "Use whatever you want." Izuku leaped up in an instant with Shadow Dance activated. He produced 2 shadow knives with blunted edges and threw them straight at Nakamura. He followed through, using the arm of the couch to propel himself forward with 2 more knives in hand. Both knives bounced away, and Izuku didn't have time to stop himself before he slammed into something solid and bounced backwards. He twisted and spun midair to land in a crouch a few feet away. Instead of resuming his attack, he stood up straight and dropped Shadow Dance entirely. "What was that?" Nakamura held up a hand and faint shimmer flowed across it. "It's called Repel. I can create force fields that reflect kinetic energy." He closed his hand and the shimmer spread across his body, growing more faint as it spread. "I can condense it as I please. If I want to, I can even create weapons from it." Satisfied, Izuku stared at him, his mind reeling at the possibilities. Nakamura's quirk repelled his shadow knives, as well as his entire body, and the officer didn't even appear phased. "That's so strong. You could do anything with it. Why aren't you a hero?" Nakamura let his quirk shimmer away. His cheeks reddened slightly as he folded his arms across his chest and grunted. He looked away, signaling that he was done answering questions. Izuku didn't care. Nakamura's quirk was incredible, perfect for defense not only for himself, but for others. The quirk could be used offensively if needed, though if he had to guess it couldn't be used for both at once, at least not to its fullest effect. But why would he not be a hero with such a powerful quirk? Izuku's life became one of studying and training. Since the move, Izuku had more free time than he knew what to do with. Most of it he spent studying for the written exam, only threading a few training sessions in between to keep up his strength. The closer he got to the date of the exam, the more confident he grew in his ability to pass the written portion, though English still proved difficult to grasp. History would only be tricky if he was given multiple choices that contradicted the truth. Without knowing what the practical exam entailed, he had no real reason to be confident. In fact, likely the only reason he was confident at all was that it didn't matter. He would be attending UA, regardless, a fact that rubbed him the wrong way regardless of reason. Either way, he had more experience than hopefully every other applicant for the normal exam. He would even go so far as to guess that he had more than recommended students as well. Much of his training was done solo, exercises that he learned early on to keep himself in shape. Training with Guardian kept his skills up, though the challenge wasn't there. Skilled in martial arts and strong as Guardian was, he was still entirely too slow to keep up. His instinctive refusal to harm Izuku left him with a further disadvantage. Though whether that refusal came from the nature of his quirk or not, Guardian wouldn't say. He was able to convince Nakamura to train with him exactly once after his initial test, and that took a lot of convincing. The guard took his job seriously, a trait that Izuku both admired and disdained. Nakamura rarely spoke, rarely did anything more than stand to the side and watch over him like a hawk. Izuku swore that the man wouldn't eat or drink anything on the job if they hadn't all but forced him to. Izuku had been told on more than one occasion that the best way to get to know someone was to fight them, although he'd never truly put that theory to the test until recently. Most people he fought in the past either didn't survive or ended up in prison. That time, however, he had the perfect opportunity to learn more about the stoic guard. They met outside and Nakamura settled into an at ease stance, arms crossed as he studied Izuku with only mild interest. Clearly he saw it as a further test of his abilities, nothing more than a waste of time. Izuku couldn't help but smirk. He had a few theories to test. Unlike the first time, he didn't bother to blunt the knives he formed. With his awareness of Nakamura's quirk, he wouldn't have to worry about accidentally killing the man. For his first test he made the knives as sharp as any normal, physical blade could be, without knowing exactly where the dome would be. He'd be left mostly guessing on how to time his strikes. He threw both knives straight at the man with as much force as he could muster without throwing off their trajectory. He didn't bother following through that time, instead choosing to study the man's expression. The knives struck the dome and bounced off, but a faint shimmer rippled outwards from the point of impact. Nakamura's eyes widened a fraction, and he uncrossed his arms to settle into a more ready stance. Good, he's taking me seriously now. The slight change in attitude signified that Nakamura's quirk did, in fact, have a weakness. If he could make the blades sharp enough, combined with enough force, he may have a chance of breaking through the dome. He grinned and formed 2 more knives, these slightly sharper than the previous. He crouched low and shot forward. Right before he reached the dome, he pulled back and thrust at a single point with both blades. The blades met resistance on impact, sending a spider web of shimmering cracks through the dome. He pulled back and slammed the knives down again. The cracks brightened and grew wider before the barrier gave altogether. He let go of the knives and flared both agility and shadow dance to lunge forward in a flurry of blows. Nakamura took a step back and blocked a number of blows before taking a step back, his skin and uniform both glowing faintly from his quirk. After a few seconds, Izuku managed to land a hit to the gut. He pressed the attack, trying to throw the giant man off balance with a purely offensive push. Nakamura must have pulled the aura back the moment his dome broke in order to protect himself. Unfortunately, that meant that once the dome broke, the remaining energy returned to him. Fortunately, however, the rebounding properties didn't seem to have as much effect when he used it on his body alone. Izuku's hits didn't bounce back when blocked, nor did the one he landed on Nakamura's gut. But why? He didn't have much time to consider in the moment. Nakamura blocked a high punch and countered with his own, but Izuku ducked it and spun into a high side kick to the chest. Nakamura grunted, but recovered quickly and swung into a kick of his own. Izuku leaped back out of range at the last second. "You win in speed alone," Guardian observed, "but you don't have enough power to do much damage during the day. Not without your blades." "I know." Izuku didn't have many options. He had no desire to actually harm Nakamura, especially not while training. His best bet would be to aim for body shots to wear him down. A well-timed blow to stomach or solar plexus could take even the strongest men down. In an extended fight, attacking the legs could lead to a large advantage. Pressure points and nerves were tricky to attack, but always an option. Izuku threw 2 more knives at Nakamura's chest, blunted just in case they actually landed, and shot forward behind them. Nakamura narrowly dodged them, but the movement put him in a bad position to counter Izuku's intense speed. Izuku landed a snap kick onto the inside of Nakamura's thigh, then pivoted into a kick to the ribs. Nakamura bounced back to correct his stance and then lunged forward in a counterattack, throwing a flurry of jabs and straight punches that Izuku easily dodged. Speed or not, he was forced backwards to avoid Nakamura's attacks. He didn't have much room to dance around the man without taking too many risks, so he moved slowly backwards while biding his time for an opening. He ducked a punch and feigned a leg sweep, only to pivot and shoot his foot upwards into Nakamura's midsection. The man took the blow with a grunt, but swung his hand down anyways. The punch looked wrong, almost as if he was swinging a hammer instead. "Weapon," Guardian called out, but it was too late. An invisible force slammed into his gut, forcing the air from his lungs along with a large gout of shadowed purple flames and smoke, straight at Nakamura. The resulting growl of pain was something that Izuku never wanted to hear from another person in his life. Low and strained, the sound that came from Nakamura made Izuku drop every quirk in an instant. The smoke was just clearing as he stepped towards Nakamura, whose arms were raised to cover his face. The sleeves on his uniform hung down in charred scraps, revealing welted skin turned tinted angry red. The smell of burnt cotton, hair, and smoke filled the air, a scent that threatened to bring Izuku's lunch back up. "Oh no," Guardian breathed. "Nah, Nakamura," Izuku began. He took a step forward with his trembling hands spread non-threateningly. "I am sorry. I didn't know." Nakamura's harsh voice stopped him in his tracks, more of a growl than anything. "Go inside and stay there. This is it." Izuku backed away slowly. I'm sorry. Go." Izuku took one last look at Nakamura's burnt arms before he slumped in defeat. He trudged into the house and made his way into the bathroom to grab the first aid kit and his favorite burn cream. He placed them on the living room table in plain sight before shutting himself in his bedroom and throwing himself on the bed, curling up to hug his knees and just breathe. "I just burned somebody." His blood ran cold at the thought, his mind buzzing at the realization. Never did he believe it would happen. Never did he consider that he would watch that quirk hurt someone else, but this time he was the one to do it. He vowed to never use it again for anything, but on a person. He burned his guard, just like he himself had been burned so many times before. He swore he would never become his father. He failed. I'm a monster. It was too hot. He ripped his shirt off, threw it across the room and sprawled out on his bed. He was a failure. He ruined everything. He burned Nakamura. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes as he took breath after rasping breath. He forced the air out through his nostrils, but the smell wouldn't leave. Smoke, charred clothing, burnt hair. It's over. He hurt someone with his quirk. He would go to prison, never to see the light of day again. His chest strained under an invisible weight, shallow breaths coming more rapidly as he tried to breathe. He was no better than Hisashi, no better than a villain. His vision blurred and darkened around the edges. His lips tingled with numbness. His arms felt heavy. Each breath brought the taste of smoke to his tongue stronger. He gagged. His stomach twisted, bile rising in his throat. He launched himself out of bed and stumbled for the door, tearing it open and rushing for the bathroom. He dropped to the tile just in time to vomit violently into the toilet. Lunch came up first, then acid, then nothing. Again and again, even when there was nothing left. Even when his vision faded from blurry to black with each dry heave. He fell back against the wall, gasping for air. He had his chance and he ruined it. All for a little sparring session. Acid stung the back of his throat and burned inside his nose. He deserved it. He deserved all of that and more. Who was he kidding? A hero. He was always bound to ruin it. He swallowed the harsh tang of stomach acid, the taste filling his mouth with more saliva. He leaned forward and spat in the toilet. The smell made him gag again. The door opened and shut. A gentle hand landed on his shoulder. Guardian spoke quietly. Izuku. Not, Izuku rasped. Not now, Guardian. Guardian squeezed his shoulder, then set down a box of tissues and a cup of water. It took multiple cups for Izuku to rinse his mouth out, and multiple tissues to clear his nose enough to breathe through. Even still, the smell of vomit lingered. Better than smoke. Anything was better smoke. Will Nakamura be okay? Izuku asked. Guardian nodded. The burns are minor. You caught him off guard, that's all. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, but it doesn't matter, does it? I burned, I still did it. Guardian sighed. You are not your father, Izuku. I don't think he's nearly as upset as you are, Izuku. Talk to him. Izuku doubted that was the case, but there was only one way to find out. He took a deep, slow breath to calm himself before standing. He waved off Guardian's offered hand for support and opened the door. He peeked around the corner and spotted Nakamura standing in his usual spot against the wall, bandages covering his arms where sleeves used to be. Nakamura turned his head just as he fully exited the bathroom. As soon as he spotted Izuku, his eyes widened. His eyes lingered on Izuku's torso and his posture became tense. The muscles in his jaw bunched up as it clenched. Finally, his eyes narrowed before he looked away altogether. Guardian cleared his throat and placed a hand on Izuku's bare shoulder. Izuku, do you want to put a shirt on? Izuku looked down just enough to catch sight of his scarred torso. Angry pink in tint, the wrinkled, welted flesh covered the majority of his torso. He'd become so used to it that he sometimes forgot about it altogether. He'd grown used to the limited range of movement the tissue offered, being less flexible than healthy skin. Used to it or not, however, that didn't stop him from being embarrassed. He jumped and his face immediately grew hot. He hurried into his room to grab the first shirt he came across and hurriedly put it on before leaving the room once again. He met Nakamura's eyes, which had returned back to neutral observance, and quickly looked away. He rubbed his neck in discomfort. I'm sorry, Nakamura. I didn't mean to use it. If you want to lock me up. Enough, Nakamura demanded in a rough voice. Don't be ridiculous. You aren't getting locked up. It was my own fault for doing something as foolish as fighting you. Izuku stopped, stunned both by Nakamura's tone and his words. You, what do you mean? I burned you. Nakamura shrugged his heavy shoulders. I forced it out of your lungs. That was my mistake. Honestly, I'll be surprised if I have a job after that. What? Izuku demanded in disbelief. They can't fire you. I'm the one that pressured you into training with me. Nakamura gave him an unreadable look. I shouldn't have given in to your pressure. Training with you isn't my job. Guarding you is. What kind of guard fights their charge? He snorted and looked away. Not a good one. Izuku could see the problem, but it wasn't all Nakamura's fault. Knowing what your allies were capable of was an important part of working together. Izuku repeated that sentiment on many occasions while he was pressuring the man. Nakamura clearly had a quirk suited for protecting both himself and Izuku, as well as the strength and the skill to match it, but Izuku just had to know more. Nakamura's vulnerability to fire was a glaring weakness, questionable considering who wanted Izuku dead. But Izuku didn't need to be protected from him. Anyone else would be hard-pressed to take him down. Perhaps Shigaraki if his quirk could decay the barrier, or Kurogiri if he could warp inside of it and take Nakamura's head off, although Izuku doubted he would be seeing either villain anytime soon. All for one, He didn't need to think about that. Hopefully not for a long time. Izuku shook his head. That's not true. You're perfect. Nakamura stared at him, his brow furrowed slightly as if confused. After a long moment he cleared his throat and shifted his feet before looking away entirely. Izuku cocked his head as Guardian stifled a laugh next to him. What? Did I say something wrong? You can't just call somebody perfect. Izuku, Guardian said in amused tones. Why not? It's true. Nakamura shook his head, his cheeks lightly tinted pink. Nobody's perfect. Izuku rolled his eyes. Well, no, but you're perfect for the job. You're strong, deceptively fast, experienced, all with a quirk to match. Sure, you have weaknesses. So what? Everyone does. Inferno could pose a threat if he came after me himself, but he probably won't. Even if he does, I can take him down. Nakamura let out a heavy sigh. You aren't supposed to take anyone down. That was my job, he said as if he already knew he wouldn't be doing it for much longer. Izuku could let that happen. He'd only just begun to grow more comfortable around Nakamura. If his guard was replaced, Izuku would have to deal with someone else. Someone who would almost certainly be weaker, not to mention a potential security risk. Izuku grinned and tapped his temple. You can't lose your job if nobody knows. Nakamura's eyes narrowed as the implication set in. I will not falsify reports. Izuku shrugged. Training accident. You were too close and got burned. It's not a lie. It's not the truth. Izuku threw his hands in the air. Come on. You can't tell me you've never had to withhold information in your line of work. You aren't a typical police officer or security guard. How do you know? I looked, Izuku suggested. He searched on multiple occasions, even went so far as to try his hand at hacking into the police database. He didn't make it very far before he had to bail from their system, though he got far enough to know that the man's file was classified at a high level. He had yet to ask, but he was willing to bet that even Tsukauchi would have a hard time gaining access. Whatever it was, it ran deep. Nakamura showed no outward sign of tension. Not a single change in his stance or demeanor, but Izuku learned long ago how to read a room. The atmosphere changed to one of tension, taut as a rope ready to snap loose. Despite that, Nakamura grunted noncommittally. What did you find? Nothing, Izuku said with mild irritation. I didn't get very far, but far enough to know that you aren't in the normal system. Classified. Nakamura opened his mouth to respond, but the lock on the front door clicked. A moment later, Tsukauchi opened the door and trudged in. He didn't even spare them a glance as he removed his shoes, hung up his coat and hat, and tossed his briefcase on the coffee table before slumping down on the couch. Only then did he look up, meeting each of their curious gazes in turn before finally landing on Nakamura's bandaged arms. He shot Izuku a suspicious glance. What happened? Tsukauchi asked in an exasperated tone. Nakamura didn't miss a beat. I got in the way during training. Minor injury. Tsukauchi raised an eyebrow, but he didn't refute the statement. He nodded and sank into the couch. You're free to go then, Nakamura. Thank you. Nakamura nodded and immediately headed for the door, but not before sharing a subtle look with Izuku. A look that carried the weight of a secret. A look of mutual, if grudging, trust. Neither of them would speak of it. As the door shut, Izuku couldn't help but grin. Maybe Nakamura wasn't as stiff as he pretended to be, after all. Long day, Tsukauchi, Guardian asked. The attempt at distraction was obvious and likely unnecessary, but they both knew how much of a stickler Tsukauchi could be about proper reports. Better to avoid the problem altogether. Tsukauchi groaned. If I have to look at another sheet of paper, I'm going to rip my hair out. Can you believe? Izuku laughed and shook his head as he headed into the kitchen. They learned early on that the best way to distract Tsukauchi was to make him vent about work. Izuku climbed in the passenger seat of Nakamura's car, a completely blacked-out SUV with tinted windows, so dark that he couldn't see inside until Nakamura opened the door. It was the day of entrance exams, and he was as ready as he'd ever be. When he sat in the passenger seat, Nakamura closed the door for him and he rolled his eyes. He was perfectly capable of closing his own door. Thank you very much. Let me guess, the entire thing is armored? Izuku asked as Nakamura shut the driver's side door and started the vehicle. Nakamura looked over and raised an eyebrow before pulling out of the driveway. How'd you know? Izuku huffed. Of course it is. A bit unnecessary, don't you think? Nakamura grunted. It is until it isn't. Guess you got a point there. They continued the drive in silence, each content to keep it that way. Izuku still felt horrible about the training incident, regardless of how many times Nakamura dismissed his apologies as unnecessary. He could tell that Nakamura was bothered by the situation as well, but he didn't seem much more uncomfortable around Izuku than normal. Something about that day left a feeling of unease between them, though a silent agreement came along with it. Neither of them wanted anyone else to be Izuku's guard. Nakamura's reasoning wasn't clear, but the sentiment was there. He had no solid idea why Nakamura agreed to withhold information, but wasn't about to push his luck by asking, and despite his curiosity, he didn't have the skill to dig that deep remotely. if he had been given the chance to sneak into a government building. However, he would have taken it without hesitation. While Izuku didn't quite suspect Nakamura of having ill intentions towards him, there was clearly more to the man's story. Nervous? Nakamura asked. The leather grip of the steering wheel creaked as he shifted to glance over at Izuku. Not really, Izuku replied. Nakamura hummed, but nodded and returned his eyes to the road. Before long they pulled onto a street leading up to UA, the massive school casting a grand shadow over the area. Izuku stared for just a moment before looking away. Nakamura drove past the designated roundabout drop-off point and down a side street that led behind the school. Izuku glanced at him with curiosity. Isn't this for staff only? Nakamura nodded. Usually, but we've been cleared. They stopped at a security checkpoint where Nakamura passed an ID card over to a security guard. The guard passed them through without issue. As soon as the window was shut, Izuku sighed. You're escorting me into the most secure school in the country. Nakamura shot him a flat look. On the least secure day of the year. You think they're going to let a skilled assassin walk around freely? That's bullshit and he knows it, Guardian snapped. You stopped being an assassin the moment you had a choice. Izuku flinched and sank down in his seat. Nakamura had a point, but Izuku didn't like being reminded of that part of his past. Nakamura knew Izuku was forced into that life, and also knew Guardian's words to be true. Izuku heard enough of their hushed arguments to know that it wasn't a new argument. He also knew that it didn't matter. A criminal was a criminal, after all. Nakamura must have noticed the change. He let out a heavy sigh. I'm not saying that's how I see it. It doesn't matter how I see it. What matters are my orders, and my boss sees you as a risk regardless of my opinion on the matter. Yeah, I get it, Izuku snapped. Nakamura parked the car and shut it off before he turned to study Izuku. Then what's the problem? You can't expect the government to take that risk. Izuku swept his hand out in a vague gesture. Why am I here then, if your boss still sees me as an assassin? Why am I not in prison if I'll never be trusted? Who the hell is your boss, anyway? The chief of police. Nakamura stared at him for a moment, his expression never changing, before he grunted and opened the car door. Trust has to be earned. Izuku growled as Nakamura's door shut and threw his own door open before Nakamura rounded the vehicle. Just whose trust was he supposed to earn? And how was he supposed to earn it? Nakamura led him through the auditorium and towards the room he was assigned to take the written exam. He hid his wonder and appreciation for UAS grand, modern architecture behind a bored expression as they passed through the halls. His portrayed boredom didn't stop him from noticing the questioning glances and scattered, hushed comments about him and his escort. At least Nakamura had the sense to wear somewhat normal clothes instead of his usual uniform. He stopped as he caught sight of familiar, spiky blonde hair, just in time to make eye contact with his childhood friend. Katsuki's red eyes widened before his face twisted into a snarl. He stormed over to Izuku, hands popping with mini explosions and filling the air with the sweet smell of nitroglycerin. Nakamura stopped him with a hand to the shoulder just a few feet away. State your business, Nakamura demanded. None of yours, Katsuki snapped back. He tried to pull away, but Nakamura's grip was iron. He growled under his breath and placed a hand over Nakamura's wrist before speaking through clenched teeth. Let me talk to Izuku. It's fine, Nakamura, Izuku assured before Katsuki tried anything stupid. He's not a threat to me. He might just blow everyone else up, though, Guardian remarked. Nakamura glanced over his shoulder to study Izuku, looking first at his expression and then to his relaxed posture. He nodded curtly after a moment and let go of Katsuki's shoulder. The instant he was free, Katsuki stepped forward and grabbed Izuku's collar with one hand. What the fuck, Izuku? Where the hell did you go? You just fucking disappeared that night. No calls, no visits, nothing. A lot, Izuku replied. He took a pointed look around them. Now isn't the time. I'll tell you as much as I can later. He didn't let go of Izuku's collar. If anything, his grip tightened. As much as you can. What's that supposed to mean? He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. And who the fuck is that guy? Did you forget what I warned you about? Izuku asked. Katsuki shook his head and he brought his tone down so that nobody would overhear. He's my guard. It's complicated. Katsuki let go of his collar and lowered his own voice. You turned yourself in. Yeah, and now you're going to UA. Izuku nodded. How the hell does that work? It's complicated, Katsuki interrupted. Yeah, I get it. Whatever, I guess. The loudspeaker overhead crackled before an enthusiastic voice came through. Applicants, please take your seats and prepare for the exam. See you later. Katsuki's eye twitched and he hesitated, as if he wanted to say more. He heaved a rough sigh and turned away. Yeah, see you then. After Katsuki was out of earshot, Nakamura put a hand on his back and led him to his seat. He stopped at the last desk against the wall and leaned in close. He spoke in a hushed tone. How much does he know? Izuku met his eyes. More than he should. As far as anyone else is concerned, though, he knows nothing. Nakamura grunted. That's not your decision to make, but we'll see. With a small push on his shoulder, Izuku sat down and Nakamura turned away without another word. He leaned against the wall just behind Izuku and crossed his arms, facing the door but scanning the room with cold precision. Izuku shook his head and sighed before shifting to face forward. A few moments later, an examiner passed by and laid a packet on his desk. Begin. Once the written exams were done, the heroics applicants were shipped off to various battle centers by bus. Izuku was surprised to find that he was assigned to the same area as Katsuki. With so many applicants, the chances were fairly low of that being the case. If the school, Nakamura or Tsukauchi had been aware that they knew each other, he was certain it wouldn't have happened. In theory, Izuku could have spent the whole time helping Katsuki instead of gaining his own points. He wouldn't, of course, partially because he was confident that Katsuki wouldn't need help and also because his childhood friend wouldn't appreciate the charity. Pride was always a significant factor in Katsuki's life, and he felt it safe to assume that much hadn't changed. Nakamura clearly wasn't comfortable leaving Izuku alone to take the practical portion of the exam, but neither had choice in the matter. He informed Izuku that he would wait for him outside, near enough to intervene if anything were to go awry but far enough to not interfere in any way otherwise. "We'll be fine," Guardian grumbled. "I don't think it's us he's worried about," Izuku thought with a bitter edge. Nakamura may not personally feel that Izuku was a threat to anyone that wasn't a villain, but he was nothing if not professional in that aspect. He made it obvious that he never wanted Izuku out of his sight for any reason. He took his job so seriously that he was even hesitant to leave once Tsukauchi got home to relieve him. "I think he's getting attached," Guardian said, only half teasing. "That's about as likely as me failing the exam." Silently, he cursed UA for having the test in the middle of the day. While the city environment was familiar to him, he wasn't used to having his speed hindered by daylight. A light cloud covering filtered some of the harsh rays, but not nearly enough for him to be at full strength. As it was, he could push himself to around 70%. Izuku stepped up next to Katsuki towards the front of the gathered applicants. They shared a glance before Izuku spoke. "Which direction are you going?" Katsuki didn't miss a beat. "Left." "I'll go right, then." Katsuki huffed. "One less person in my way." Izuku rolled his eyes, but said nothing as the monitor above the gate lit up. Present Mike showed up on the screen and screamed loud enough to distort the sound. "Are you ready?" Silence. Izuku could practically hear crickets chirping. Present Mike showed no reaction to their lack of enthusiasm, just as he hadn't during the earlier explanation of their test. Instead, he threw his fist in the air and screamed again. "Start." The gates flew open. Izuku activated Shadow Dance and shot forward first, followed shortly after by Katsuki. He didn't bother to look back for the rest of the contestants, instead immediately veering to the right as Katsuki blasted off to the left and disappeared around the corner of a fake store. Izuku had studied the vague information provided to them beforehand, searching each robot type for any obvious weaknesses. Unfortunately, the interior designs were kept secret, which left Izuku to make an educated guess at where he should strike. He couldn't destroy the robots entirely like some people could, but he could slice them in half if he got close enough. If he threw a blade at the right spot, he could disable them as well. A group of robots barreled out of an alleyway, 3 one-pointers and a 2-pointer. Izuku created 2 blades and threw them straight at the eye of 2 of them and struck true. The blades pierced the lenses like paper and a shower of sparks shot out with a loud hiss. The robots themselves slumped to the ground, deactivated. Izuku conjured a single, larger blade the size of a katana and dashed forward, using agility to make up for the daytime decrease in speed. He slashed twice through the 2-pointer before spinning to dodge a strike from the last small robot. He sheared its arm off before stabbing his blade straight through its lens and letting the blade disappear. By that time, a scattered group of students drew close, so he dashed into an alleyway and bounded between the walls to reach the rooftops. Once on higher ground, he began bounding across the roofs with comfortable ease, heading deeper into the city in search of robots. He didn't want to poach points from other students, so his goal was to get far enough ahead to leave the majority of the robots behind. He cleared a few blocks before peering over the edge of a building and spotting 2 robots lying in wait in an alley. He leaped down, using 2 blades to slow his descent before leaping off and stabbing both blades into the head of one of them. He let the blades go and leapt back just as a shower of sparks erupted from it and formed another katana. The second robot, a larger 3-pointer, barreled forward and swung a massive arm down at him. He rolled out of the way before lunging forward and shearing one of its legs off. As the robot began to topple over, he brought the blade back up to stab a hole through its torso. Before the robot even hit the ground, he ran to the end of the alleyway and peered around the corner. He was glad that he did, because the group of robots that waited there was more like an army. He counted at least 7 2- and 3-pointers among at least a dozen 1-pointers. They stood as still as statues, seemingly waiting for signs of movement from approaching students. Guardian appeared behind him, not bothering to peer around the corner. He spoke in hushed tones. "That's a damn army out there. What should we do?" 6 minutes left. Present Mike screamed. Izuku pulled back out of sight to think. Even at his top speed, rushing out into a group like that would be dangerous. Their bullets may have been non-lethal, but taking a hit from one of the three-pointers the wrong way could break bones or worse. Without a distraction, every robot's attention would be on him. A distraction. He turned to Guardian. How do you feel about being bait? Not good, but I'll do it. Izuku nodded and held up a finger as he looked up at the sky. The sun shone brightly down on the streets, but a dark cloud slowly hovered towards it. Wait until the cloud passes over the sun. Then run straight across the street. Guardian nodded and Izuku crouched down low. He peeked around the corner to watch for any incoming students, though he highly doubted any would directly engage the robots alone. The robots stood stock still as Izuku waited. The edge of the cloud passed over the sun, then the bulk of it. Go. Guardian dashed forward, straight across the street. As soon as he cleared the sidewalk, every robot on the street turned towards him. The medium-sized robots began firing at him immediately, sending a hail of bullets in Guardian's direction. As soon as he cleared the center of the street, Izuku pushed both Shadow Dance and Agility and surged out of the alley, blades in hand. He threw two smaller blades straight into the heads of two one-pointers before creating a larger blade and spinning into a three-pointer, rending through its torso in the process. He settled into a deadly dance of shadows and steel, slashing and stabbing through any robots in his path. Sparks showered down onto the street as he dodged bullets and swings alike, pushing his quirks until he felt a straining pull on the back of his neck. A bullet grazed his arm, another his leg, but he kept moving and didn't slow until only a couple targets remained. A dark streak of motion from the corner of his eye caught his attention. He glanced over just in time to see a large bird-like creature, shadowed much as he was, slamming a two-pointer into the ground. The creature stopped and looked directly at him before flashing a thumbs up and leaping straight for the last robot, a one-pointer, and sending it careening into the side of a building with a loud crash and a shower of rubble. Its companion, or possibly its host, stood calmly off to the side with a focused expression on their avian face. 3 minutes left. Before Izuku could relax, the side of a building exploded down the street and another three-pointer emerged from the rubble. As soon as he turned to face it, more robots emerged from alleyways behind him as well as in front. They were completely surrounded. Are you kidding me? Guardian asked as he ran up to stand beside Izuku. Same plan. We can handle this side. The shadow creature offered cheerfully. Izuku rolled his shoulder and nodded. Let's go. Guardian took off at a run, taking an arcing path away from Izuku and towards the robots. Izuku focused on his quirks, gathering energy before surging forward into the fray once again. He slashed through two robots before a harsh yell caught his attention. Duck! Izuku dropped to the ground on instinct and a deafening explosion shook the air around him and the ground beneath him. He looked up just in time to see Katsuki leaping through a cloud of smoke overhead. The instant Katsuki was past him, Izuku leaped back into the action, and together they made quick work of the remaining robots on their side. Once their side was cleared, the bird-headed boy and his shadow creature fell back towards them and they dashed past him to join the fight. Katsuki's explosions blew his robots apart into piles of scrap and wires, while Izuku's blades cleanly sliced his own targets in half. Within seconds, the last robot fell to the onslaught. 1 minute left. Izuku stood up straight, but before he could relax the ground rumbled violently, shaking the nearby buildings and sending rubble crumbling to the ground. Glass shattered all around them, raining down to the ground and breaking further. Back towards the center of the city, a massive robot emerged from broken buildings and began rampaging towards the front. The zero-pointer, Katsuki spared it a single glance and shrugged. Not our problem. It ain't worth shit anyway. Izuku shrugged and warily eyed the surrounding buildings. When he was fairly certain that none would collapse on them, he relaxed and turned his attention to the other boy. The bird-headed boy nodded in acknowledgement. You're him, aren't you? Him? Izuku glanced around, realizing that Guardian had disappeared as soon as the fight had ended. Shadow, he said as if it was obvious. The Vigilante. Former, Izuku corrected. Great. He hadn't expected to go completely unrecognized, but he wasn't expecting anyone to confront him about his identity either. From what he saw, the boy would likely end up getting into the hero course. Being cordial, at the very least, would be a good idea. He sighed. It's a long story. Katsuki snorted. Understatement of the fucking year. The shadow creature flew over towards Izuku and danced around him with talons on the underside of its beak, humming in consideration as it inspected him. It nodded to itself as it continued to fly around him. Izuku watched it warily, keeping his expression neutral. Can I help you? The bird-headed boy sighed in exasperation. Dark Shadow, leave him alone. Dark Shadow grinned and flashed him another thumbs up before flying back to the other boy's side. The boy stepped forward and bowed. I'm Takoyami Fumikage. I apologize for Dark Shadow's behavior. He can be difficult at times. Izuku shrugged. It's fine. I'm Midoriya Izuku, but just call me Izuku. Or Shadow, I don't care. Takoyami bowed his head. As you wish. Darkness gathers together even in the light. Katsuki barked a laugh. Huh? What kinda edgy shit is that? Izuku kept his expression carefully neutral, detecting that Takoyami was being completely serious. Takoyami glared at Katsuki while Dark Shadow chuckled. Katsuki ignored both, a feral grin still twisting his face. Towards the entrance of the city, everything came to a halt and Present Mike's voice screeched through the battle center, "Time's up." Katsuki scowled and shot him a glance. "Think you passed?" "Definitely," Izuku replied and turned to nod at Takoyami. "You?" He nodded sagely. Darkness prevails. Izuku had to stop himself from laughing or rolling his eyes. Takoyami took the whole darkness theme a bit far, and that was coming from someone who spent years only going out at night if he could help it, instead of giving him a hard time. Izuku nodded and turned towards the entrance. "Well, hopefully we end up in the same class then. Either way, it was nice to meet you." "The pleasure is mine," Takoyami replied. "Until we meet again." Katsuki brushed past him to fall in beside Izuku. He gave a half-hearted wave over his shoulder. Later, Bird Boy. They took a straight path through the city, passing the remains of countless buildings and robots along the way. Mounds of rubble and broken glass littered the streets and small tendrils of smoke rose lazily into the air. The scent of the smoke was unnatural, coming from wires and electronics rather than wood. He exhaled through his nose and a small cloud of his own smoke puffed out. Electrical fires were the second worst kind of fire. Katsuki looked over to him with weighing eyes. "How many points did you get? 40 or 50? I didn't really count." Katsuki snorted. "Bet I got more." Izuku shrugged. He didn't really care how many points he gained. He wasn't trained to take down robots, nor was he particularly suited to the task. Katsuki's quirk was almost perfect for the test, capable of large area attacks while Izuku's required more direct contact to be effective. In reality, he would be surprised if he beat Katsuki's score. "So, what happened with your detective friend?" Katsuki asked, changing the subject when Izuku said nothing else. "I saw him around town once or twice after that. He was attacked by people that were looking for me. I stopped them, but it was close. Too close." Katsuki grunted. "So you turned yourself in. Now you're guarded 24/7 and they still let you go to UA." Izuku wrinkled his nose. "Something like that." They made it to the front of the city, where the majority of the other applicants either waited or began filing out of the gate. After they passed through the gate and stopped off to the side where Nakamura waited, Izuku turned to Katsuki. "I'll see you if we get in." Katsuki snorted and turned to walk away. "You know damn well we'll both get in." "Later, nerd." Izuku couldn't help but grin at the abrupt farewell. He sighed and shook his head before turning to Nakamura, who was watching Katsuki leave with a neutral expression. "Ready to go?" Nakamura nodded and turned to lead the way without a word. Something Izuku enjoyed about his situation was the fact that he never had to take public transportation anywhere. Before, he had always avoided trains as much as possible, preferring to make his own way around the city when the situation allowed it. He still could if he felt the need, of course, although that would lead to a new slew of problems. Regardless of his own perspective, Nakamura and Tsukauchi would surely take that as a sign of delinquency, a breach of trust. As smothered and restless as he was, he refused to break what little trust he'd gained. He strummed his fingers on his armrest as he stared longingly out the window, eager for any release for his pent-up energy. He scanned the busy streets and sidewalks as they passed, eyeing the drones of bundled-up pedestrians with envy. Didn't they appreciate that little bit of freedom? Nakamura cleared his throat from the driver's seat, glancing over as if noting Izuku's restlessness. "Nervous?" Izuku shrugged and bit back a sigh. "Not exactly." Nakamura hummed in consideration and glanced past Izuku's window pointedly. "You miss it." It wasn't a question. He didn't need clarification to know what Nakamura meant. He stared out the window for a moment longer before finally letting out a sigh. "I miss the freedom. It won't be like this forever." It was Izuku's turn to hum. He let the conversation drop, leaving only the whir of the engine and faint rush of wind to fill the air as they continued towards UA. He truly wasn't nervous about his first day. No, his chest burned with excitement. His first step into the school would be his first step towards his goal and ultimately, his freedom. Once he became a hero, he would be able to work independently again. The only difference being legality. Only 3 years to go. To Izuku's surprise, Nakamura didn't lead the way into the school once they arrived. Instead, he closely shadowed Izuku, seeming content to allow Izuku to find his own way through the school. They traversed the massive halls, passive monolithic doors as Izuku attempted to find classroom 1A. He did his best to ignore the questioning looks aimed their way. None of them had likely seen Nakamura before, and strange adult following a new student into the school was bound to sprout questions. He could almost feel the whispers and rumors spreading like wildfire. With effort, he pushed the thought away and focused on finding his way. "Who'll let this kid's dad in here with him?" Guardian asked in a teasing voice. "Shut it," Izuku thought, feeling the heat rush to his face. "He's not my dad." "They don't know that," Guardian continued. Izuku groaned and suppressed Guardian's voice before he made things worse. Everyone knew parents weren't allowed inside UA. without express permission and only under extreme circumstances. What's wrong? Nakamura asked. Izuku shook his head, just Guardian being annoying. And, I have no idea where I'm going. Nakamura and pointed a ways down the hall. Down there. Izuku followed his finger and squinted until he could read the small sign. 1A. As he approached the door, however, Nakamura overtook him and motioned for him to halt. He watched with puzzlement as Nakamura opened the door and peered in, scanning the room for threats. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction and waved Izuku through. I'll be outside, Nakamura said simply as he slid the door closed behind Izuku. Did he forget where we are? One of the most secure facilities in the country. Yet Nakamura still feels obligated to search the classroom for threats. You can never be too careful, Guardian commented. You know that by now. Wow, you two are on the same page for once, Izuku shot back. It's just common sense, Guardian defended. Besides, it's our job to protect you. From what? Other kids? Anything? Izuku sighed as Guardian receded back into his mind. Would he spend the rest of his life being smothered by overprotective adults? He could take care of himself. Thank you very much. He looked around the room, noting only 2 other students that had made it so far. A muscular, dark-haired boy with glasses and a girl with dark hair tied into a ponytail. He looked towards the windows as the door opened behind him. Hey, a rough voice demanded. What's that old man doing out there? Izuku spun around, coming face to face with a scowling Katsuki. We already went over this, Katsuki. Katsuki huffed. What's he protecting you from here? Homework. Izuku smirked as he turned away, heading towards the window seat at the back of the classroom. You can never be too careful. Guardian hummed with amusement. Izuku ignored him and sat down, dropping his bag on the ground next to his desk. Katsuki followed suit, plopping down in the seat directly in front of Izuku, leaning back and propping his feet up on the desk casually. That's pretty damn overkill, he scoffed. As if we can't handle anything that comes our way. Tell me about it, Izuku agreed. Try telling him that. Katsuki immediately took a deep breath and raised his voice. Hey, old man, Izuku doesn't need you here. I'll kill anyone that tries to fuck with him. Izuku waved his hands frantically. Shut up. I wasn't serious. Hey, one of the other students scolded from across the room. He stood up ramrod straight and adjusted his glasses before continuing. Threatening to kill isn't very heroic behavior. And how disrespectful. Remove your feet from. Huh, Katsuki roared, his desk clattering as he bolted to his feet. His hands began smoking as he took an aggressive stance. You want some of this, 4 eyes? Katsuki, Izuku said calmly. Katsuki whirled around, staring down at Izuku from where he stood with fists clenched. What? Izuku fixed him with a level stare for a long moment before yawning, ruining the effect immediately. He stretched casually and opened one eye towards Katsuki. It's too early for this sheet, Katsuki hissed and turned his back to the other boy, who still stood with his hands raised as if to continue his scolding. As he sat back down, Katsuki didn't bother putting his feet back up on his desk. Instead, he lounged against the window and dropped it. More students began to file into the classroom, most of which Izuku didn't recognize at all. He wasn't surprised. He also wouldn't be surprised if Nakamura took it upon himself to scan and background check each and every student in his class. If anyone outside of UA staff would have access to the student registry, it would be him or Tsukauchi. Perhaps both, perhaps together. Some people took their jobs too seriously. Says the one watching the door like a hawk, Guardian said. Speaking of birds. Izuku averted his gaze for a moment just as a familiar face entered the classroom. Striking dark feathers swayed as the new arrival scanned the room, eyes narrowing slightly. Halfway through, he and Izuku made eye contact and his eyes lit up with recognition. Almost immediately, Takoyami moved for the seat directly next to Izuku's. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised to see you here, Midoriya-san, Takoyami stated, almost coolly. He bowed low, lower than could be considered normal. It's an honor to be in the same class as you. In front of him, Katsuki scoffed. When he turned and caught the baffled look on Izuku's face, he laughed. What, first time meeting a fan? Izuku ignored Katsuki, rushing to address Takoyami before the situation became more awkward. He waved a hand to get Takoyami's attention. Pointless, considering the boy's eyes were still locked on him. Takoyami, please don't be so formal. Just call me Izuku. My apologies. Izuku, if you're just here to socialize, you might as well leave. A rough, yet muffled voice called out over the various conversations taking place. All at once, the room fell silent as a yellow sleeping bag-clad figure made their way towards the front of the room. Once they reached it, however, Izuku realized he wasn't ready for who emerged from the yellow cocoon. Long black hair, tired, bloodshot eyes, strips of cloth he knew well to be a capture weapon. Eraserhead. You've got to be kidding me, Izuku thought with a groan. From the recesses of his mind came a chuckle that could only be Guardian taking amusement from his misfortune. Nothing new there. "My name is Aizawa Shadow," Eraserhead announced. "I'll be your homeroom teacher." Sprouting whispers and murmurs, some of disbelief and some of interest, were quelled as quickly as they began by a blood-red glare that Izuku knew all too well. Their silence, however, came only after a few gasps and a spark of fear in the air. Izuku recovered from his initial surprise just enough to smirk at the reaction. He had gotten far too used to that glare over the past few months. He had been the target on more than one occasion, after all. He couldn't blame the others for being afraid. An irate hero was nobody to take lightly. Depending on the hero, of course. Eraserhead produced a large bag of uniforms from under his desk and dropped them on top of it. "Put these on and meet me in the practice field. You have 10 minutes. His tone left no room for argument. In fact, he followed it up by leaving the classroom altogether. The students went forward in varying degrees, some scrambling and tripping over each other in their haste while some calmly waited for the miniature stampede to end. He himself waited until the last second to grab his own uniform before following the crowd. Nakamura fell in behind him as he entered the hallway and took a direct path toward the stairs. He took purposeful strides, not running as some of his classmates had, though not taking a leisurely pace either. He was certain that the locker rooms would be on the ground floor, of course, though beyond that he hadn't the slightest clue. Under normal circumstances, Izuku would have scouted out the school long before his first day. Impossible as that was for many reasons, he was left with a gut twisting in apprehension. Unknown places weren't new to him in the slightest, but he always preferred to know where he was going and the best way to get there. More importantly, he wanted to know how to get out. As if detecting his discomfort, Nakamura nudged him to the right as they reached the bottom of the stairs. "That way, end of the hall." Izuku nodded his head in thanks and immediately headed in that direction, passing through halls that seemed too quiet and even more empty. First day of school or not, he expected to hear some sort of commotion from the classrooms. A teacher's lecture, students holding rampant conversations. Something. It struck him as he pushed open the locker room door. Of course, the halls and classrooms were empty. There was supposed to be an orientation at the beginning of the day. Orientation, almost a rite of passage for those who made it into such a prestigious school. An event he held no excitement for, though none too few of his fellow students likely looked forward to. An event they were missing. If Eraserhead had enough freedom to withhold his class from such an event, and he had no doubt the underground hero would, the class was in for a wild ride. Izuku entered the locker room, allowing himself to hope that the majority of the class would already be out on the field or on their way out. Luck was not on his side, it appeared, as he walked right into a room buzzing with excitement. A red-haired boy gushed animatedly about what the day held for them as a few others listened intently. A blonde-haired student with a prominent black streak through his hair added his own excitement to the mix. None of them paid Izuku more than a passing glance as he entered, and he was thankful for it. Izuku chose a locker as far away from the crowd as possible, nearest to the entrance to the showers but not quite tucked in a corner. Doing his best to hide behind the locker door, he removed his school uniform with haste and had just begun pulling his legs through the workout pants when a hand pulled his locker door further open. "Hey man," the black-haired student asked. "What's with the old?" "Oh, damn, sorry." Izuku watched as the boy's wide eyes grow even wider, but didn't look away. He held the boy's gaze with a flat look. "Do you mind?" The boy blinked and coughed into his elbow, one that Izuku quickly noted wasn't a normal elbow. Instead of a normal joint, his elbow had a cylinder-like shape that a thin strip of material hung out from. Cloth of some sort. The boy gave a quick bow of apology. "Yeah, sorry dude." Before Izuku could respond, the boy rushed back to the group of students he was talking to. After exchanging a few quiet words, the students departed the locker room together. Not before shooting a few obvious glances in Izuku's direction, though. Wonderful. Izuku sighed as he finished changing and hurried out of the locker room. Eraserhead had given them 10 minutes, but Izuku preferred not to be the last one to the field. Ideally, he would be the first, giving him time to scope out the other arrivals and to get an early guess as to what they were getting into. In a perfect world, he would already know and have a plan. Or two, at least. "Izuku, relax," Guardian said in a calming tone. "It's the first day. You're more than prepared for whatever comes." "Am I?" Izuku asked. "Of course," Guardian stated with confidence, almost as if it was obvious. Izuku shook his head as he joined the rest of the gathered students. He wasn't the last student, thankfully, though there weren't many left to wait for. Eraserhead stood facing the group in a steady stance, his near-permanent expression of disinterest tinged with impatience. The hero checked his watch one more time as 2 more students joined their ranks. Not once did his eyes linger on Izuku, passing over him just as smoothly as anyone else. Before long, it appeared everyone had gathered. At least Izuku assumed so by Eraserhead's change of demeanor. The underground hero cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Today we're doing a quirk apprehension test. The goal of this test is to get a general idea of where you stand with your quirks. This will serve as a baseline judgment on where you need to improve over the next year. Any questions? A short brunette raised her hand and bounced on the balls of her feet. Eraserhead nodded towards her, gesturing for her to continue. What about orientation? One of the things that makes you unique is this. As your teacher, I have the freedom to run the class as I see fit. Things like orientations, ceremonies, and other pointless events are a waste of time. I have 3 years to turn you all into competent heroes. We won't get anywhere using our time on such things. Any more questions? His response confirmed Izuku's assumption. The gruff and blunt response seemed to quell any further curiosity, as no other students spoke up. Eraserhead nodded curtly as he pulled a baseball out of his pocket. We'll be running 8 tests today. Quirk use is not only allowed, but required. Bakugo. Yeah, Katsuki called back. Eraserhead tossed the ball, which Katsuki caught effortlessly, and pointed towards a large painted circle on the ground. Throw this ball as far as you can using your quirk. I don't care what you do as long as you stay in the circle. Katsuki grinned as he swung his right arm in a circle, warming up his shoulder. He stepped into the box and, after a short wind-up, blasted the ball into the sky with a massive explosion. Die. Eraserhead simply nodded after a moment and marked something down on a notepad. 705.2 meters. Dude, the red-haired boy breathed. That was awesome. We're supposed to compete with that. Another boy asked with disbelief. No, Izuku whispered, you're supposed to do your best. The short-haired girl from earlier bounced up and down. This is going to be fun. Fun? Eraserhead asked mockingly. He glared at the class as a whole. Think of all the crises and disasters heroes have to deal with on a daily basis. Robberies, murders, fires, and earthquakes. You name it. Does that sound fun to you? No? How about this? Whoever scores the lowest gets expelled. How is that for fun? What? That's not fair. Life isn't fair, Eraserhead countered. He dropped the subject and pointed towards the first test. 50-meter dash. Bakugo and Midoriya, you're up. Anything goes. If you hold back, you're out. Izuku didn't miss the pointed look aimed in his direction. Katsuki shot him a glance as they stepped up the box and grinned wildly. Let's see what you've got. Izuku shrugged and lowered himself into a sprinter stance. He activated Shadow Dance, letting the cool, comfortable embrace wrap around him. He grabbed the familiar surge of power and amplified it, pulling as much as he safely could without putting himself through the fence far past the goal. The energy gathered until the tension in his legs felt like a spring coiled too tightly. Go. Izuku released on his first step, the pressure bursting to send him surging through the goal in a blur. He skidded to a stop nearly 10 meters past the goal and spun around, using a hand to aid his balance as he spun back around. Dust swirled around him as he slowed to a stop, the world realigning itself around him as his eyes adjusted. 2.3 seconds. Katsuki flew through the goal a moment later, adding to the cloud of dust that Izuku left behind in the process. Instead of scowling, as Izuku expected, Katsuki barked a laugh and flashed a toothy grin. Not bad. I'll beat that by the end of the year. Izuku returned a wry grin of his own. Wanna bet? TCH. Katsuki turned away and called over his shoulder, just you wait. Izuku shook his head and followed his old friend back to the group of students, nodding to the next 2 students as they passed. Upon returning, the class erupted with comments and questions. That was badass. A blonde and black-haired boy cheered. I didn't even see you cross the line until you stopped. The way you flew using your explosions, though, Bakugo. That was insane. Midoriya. Izuku turned to regard a girl with dark green hair who squatted nearby. Her large eyes studied him coldly, though not with hostility. Yeah? Are you related to Shadow? Izuku made an effort to school his expression to that of mild interest. Shadow? Yeah, the Vigilante. Another student called out. Your quirk is kinda similar. Yet another added. That would explain a lot of scars. The eager red-haired boy threw in. Izuku snapped his gaze towards the boy with elbow dispensers, fixing him with a cold glare. The boy shriveled from his glare and moved out of sight, hiding behind the group of students that continued closing in on him. Boy, Katsuki barked, small explosions popping from his hands. Leave him alone, you weird fox. Who cares who he is? Whoa, dude, the boy with the black streaked hair said with hands held out. Relax, we were just curious. Enough, the Eraserhead growled. He strode to the middle of the group with ease, the majority giving him a wide berth as he approached, harassing a fellow student on the first day. Is that how aspiring heroes act? Izuku took a deep breath and let it out slowly, taking the opportunity to calm himself. Katsuki stood to his left, shoulders nearly touching, with a wild look in his eyes. Eraserhead caught and held his gaze with a meaningful look. Izuku stared at him for a moment before nodding. Eraserhead nodded back before rising to his full height to address the class. As some of you may have noticed, or would have eventually, Midoriya here is indeed the former Vigilante, Shadow. A few gasps rose through the class, but Eraserhead ignored them and continued. The specific circumstances for his enrollment are complicated and, most importantly, confidential. He spared a glance for Izuku himself at that. Midoriya is a student the same as the rest of you and is to be treated as such. Any questions you have will be kept for your own time, but there won't be a second warning for harassment or badgering. Any questions? Is that why that big guy follows him around? Yes, Eraserhead said. He gestured vaguely around them. As unnecessary as it may seem, it has been decided that he will have a bodyguard until further notice. Another hand raised. Does that mean he's in danger? Eraserhead shrugged. Heroes and vigilantes have some things in common, one being that you will make a lot of enemies. Vigilantes, however, most often don't have the luxury of calling for support. They don't have networks or many allies to call upon. Am I wrong, Midoriya? Izuku shook his head. No, Eraserhead nodded. Teamwork is a crucial skill that you will learn in your time at UA. Remember that. Now, on to the next test. Izuku breezed through the remainder of the tests with relative ease, his experience and quirks giving him a distinct advantage over most of the class. Katsuki was right on his tail throughout the entire day, however, not to mention that his score on the ball throw that would more than likely put him ahead. Todoroki had excellent results, as well, using his ice in creative ways to pull ahead of the pack. Ida surpassed almost everyone in the long-distance run. To no surprise, though Izuku's interest was pulled elsewhere. Yaoyorozu quite literally crushed the grip test. From what he could tell so far, she was able to create almost anything from her own body at will, a quirk limited only by imagination and whatever she used to fuel it. He itched to ask her more about it. He had to stop himself from drifting off into the possibilities. Before long they reached the final test, the ball throw. Izuku had no realistic possibility of beating Katsuki's score, not to mention the score of infinity as Uraraka had. His skill set, not to mention his quirks, relied upon speed over power. For the ball throw, speed would only get him so far. But you aren't the only one here, Guardian spoke up, finishing Izuku's train of thought for him. And he did say anything goes. Izuku nodded in response as he entered the circle. Once inside, Guardian materialized by his side and held out a hand expectantly. Izuku handed over the ball without hesitation and cocked his head. How long has it been since you threw a ball? Guardian chuckled as he rotated his shoulder. Hey, I used to be pretty good at this. Let's see here. He got into a stance similar to a pitcher's, his face setting into an expression of determination. After a long moment he reared his arm back, took a large step forward and threw with all his might. The ball flew forward, leaving a small gust of wind in its wake. Nothing spectacular, but certainly better than Izuku could do on his own. After a few moments, Eraserhead held out the meter in his hand. 256 meters. Guardian stayed at Izuku's side as he retreated from the circle, clenching and unclenching his fist. Odd. Izuku glanced up at him. What? Guardian looked at his hand and flexed it again before shaking his head. Nothing. He looked down at Izuku and grinned. Guess I still got it. Izuku rolled his eyes as they returned to the class, before his classmates could pester him again. This time about Guardian, Eraserhead called out to them. All right, class, your results will appear on the screen in just a moment. A projector lit up, showing their names in a list with their total score next to them. Izuku noted himself at number 3 just behind Katsuki and Yaoyorozu. Following just behind him were Todoroki and Ida. After that he skimmed the rest of the list until he got to the bottom. Minta, the short boy with purple balls instead of hair, sat in last place. That's not fair. The boy shrieked. It's only the first day. Eraserhead replied gruffly. I've said it before and I'll say it often. Life isn't fair. The real world doesn't wait for you to be ready, nor will heroics. Only the best are accepted, and only the best of the best will graduate. You're dismissed. The boys stared at their teacher with teary eyes before huffing and stomping off back towards the entrance without another word. Good riddance, Gyro said with relief. He gave me the creeps. You, Hagakure countered. He totally grabbed my chest on purpose. If that's true, that kind of person has no place among heroes, Guardian said, quiet enough that only Izuku could hear. Izuku nodded. He wouldn't last a day in the field. No, I don't think he would. That's it for today. Eraserhead called out. You're free to get changed and go home. Izuku turned to head for the locker rooms when a cold hand grabbed his arm. Todoroki nodded his head away from the crowd and, curious, Izuku followed him. When they were a good distance away, Todoroki stopped. He spared a single glance for Guardian, who stood a safe distance away, before fixing Izuku with his cold gaze. Experience or not, scores are irrelevant. Izuku matched his gaze calmly. He didn't need his past experience with endeavor for the conversation to already rub him the wrong way. What's your point? My point, Todoroki said, is that I can't, allow myself to lose to someone like you. Izuku snorted. Someone like me? Huh. He turned his back and took a few steps away before calling over his shoulder, You've got a lot of work to do. If your father couldn't catch me, what hope do you have? With that he walked away, leaving Todoroki behind without another glance. I am. A muffled, yet familiar voice called through the door. The door slammed open, presumably from All Might kicking it, and if the massive leg sticking through was any hint. He took one step inside to finish his sentence, coming through the door like a normal person. Izuku had no idea why he didn't expect to see All Might on their second day of school, but somehow it slipped his mind. Perhaps the fact that he had no real desire to see the number one hero had something to do with it. Every interaction he had with the man, few and far between as they were, had been tense and awkward. The few times All Might had come to visit his best friend Tsukauchi, Izuku stayed clear and let them spend time together. First impressions were important, and while their first meeting hadn't been Izuku's first impression of All Might, it had been the other way around. Tsukauchi pressed him about it once and, after catching Izuku's lie about it being fine, did his best to assure him that All Might held no hard feelings towards him. The change in All Might's expression as his eyes passed over Izuku hinted towards the contrary. Izuku bit down a sigh as he hunched in his seat, a small puff of smoke escaping his lips. He wished he could disappear, despite the sun glaring through the windows and the overhead lights leaving no trace of a shadow to hide in. He averted his eyes from the classroom to glare out the window. He hated being forced out of his element every single day. He understood being pushed out of his comfort zone, of course, but his was so far out of reach that it might as well have not existed at all. If you value his opinion, Guardian spoke through his mind in a quiet tone, you'll just have to change it yourself. Make him see you as the hero you will be. Yeah, Izuku returned, I guess I will. As much as he wanted to pretend he didn't care, he couldn't lie to Guardian or himself. He'd looked up to All Might since before he could remember, long before everything had gone wrong. Long before he gave up on the idea of being saved only to save himself. He swallowed the bad taste that rose in his mouth and sat up in his seat. Not ramrod straight like Ida, but with a posture of relaxed confidence. He had saved himself in a way, indirectly and with the help of Sensei, but his own stubborn nature led to it. He could get through the hero course and obtain heroics without the approval of his idols if he had to. He wasn't a child anymore. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts as the wall in front of the classroom opened up to reveal 19 numbered cases. He glanced around as students began to get up, some running and some walking to retrieve their own cases. Izuku stood after a moment, moving to the front to retrieve his own. Good, young heroes. All Might boomed after the last of the students returned to their seats. Now put those on and meet me at ground beta. Izuku's costume was simple, charcoal gray pants specifically made from fire-resistant material, with a number of hidden pockets and padding for the most common impact points. Attached was a heavy-duty belt with a handy little lever that made it easy to detach in an emergency. He nodded to himself, appreciating the level of detail that UA observed. Regardless of how tight a belt was, it still made a useful grapple point that he himself had made use of once or twice. A belt could also be used offensively or for other utility purposes when in a pinch. A black hoodie, simple in appearance, completed the simple look. Fire-resistant much like the pants, the material was different. Lighter and softer than the pants, the hoodie felt comfortable enough to be barely noticeable. What he did notice were the number of hidden pockets inside, specifically the ones in the sleeves that could easily conceal knives. Curiosity swelled in his chest. Did the support department really add these things to every hero student? Or did they know more about him than he thought? Perhaps Eraserhead had a word with them. The boots, steel-toed and made from hardy black leather and sturdy rubber soles, fit his feet perfectly. Attached to them was a note. Hey there, I took some initiative and added a little touch to your boots. Tap the heels together twice and some spikes will come out the bottom like cleats. Hope you like them, but feel free to stop by if you want any changes. May. Izuku grinned as he dropped the note back in his case. If they did know about him, they didn't know that he could do something similar with his quirk when needed. Regardless, the final touch wasn't intrusive or clunky, so he made a mental note to keep them, as well as a note to have some special knives made. He never knew when he wouldn't be able to use his quirks, and being caught unprepared wasn't on his list of favorite things. Once in the field, Izuku took the opportunity to appraise his classmates in their own costumes. Most of them were flashy and memorable as he'd expected, although most of them did well to complement their quirks were applicable as well. Izuku understood, though it left him a bit disappointed. Eraserhead's words the day before had been correct. Vigilantes didn't usually have the luxury of having a network of allies. His goal of being an underground hero naturally meant that the allies he could have would be invaluable. He could still work with them, of course, but it would be nice to work with someone who could go unnoticed as he could. For the second time that day, All Might interrupted his thoughts. The costume makes the hero, and you all look the part, he said before flashing a grin and a thumbs up. He pulled out a note card and began reading. Now, today we're doing a battle trial, an exercise of heroes versus villains. He's reading from a note card, Guardian asked with barely concealed mirth. This isn't a speech, All Might. Izuku had to forcefully conceal his expression, biting his tongue to avoid snorting and laughter. All Might was a lot of things, but he was already making it very clear that he wasn't an experienced teacher by any means. The object of this battle is for the villain team to hide a bomb in this building. All Might pointed to a projection as it popped up. The hero team will have 10 minutes to capture the villains or the bomb in order to win. If they are captured in turn, or fail to touch the bomb in 10 minutes, the villains win. Izuku nodded. A fairly simple exercise, but one that would provide valuable experience and insight for both the students and teachers. We'll be deciding teams by drawing lots, All Might announced, brandishing a state-of-the-art box. Isn't there a better way to decide teams? Ada asked with his hand raised to the sky. Why raise your hand if you're just going to blurt out your question at the same time? Katsuki snorted and Uraraka giggled behind her hand as Ada glared at him, causing Izuku to shrug. What? It's a valid question. Never mind that he didn't mean to ask it aloud. Uraraka turned away, her face still glowing with humor. All Might Sensei, won't random teams lead to unfair matches? Yeah, that can't be fair. Can we choose teams? Doesn't my cape look fabulous? All Might grimaced, attempting feebly to hide his frustration behind his hand. I can't answer everyone at once. No, it makes sense. Izuku cut in. You can't always choose who you work with in the field, and you definitely don't choose who you fight. Yaoyorozu nodded her head. Of course. Wise words, Shadow Brother, Takoyami said with a sagely nod. Shadow Brother. That's new, Izuku thought before acknowledging the praise with a nod of his own. Exactly, young SH, Midoriya, All Might announced, sounding relieved. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we have one issue here. There's only 19 of us. Jiru asked pointedly. All Might nodded, which means that somebody will have to be on a team alone. 3 hands raised immediately, namely Katsuki, Todoroki, and Izuku himself. Katsuki growled under his breath. Put your hand down, Candy Cane. I don't need any help. Todoroki fixed him with a cold stare. And you think I do? I don't give a. Enough. All Might interrupted. That won't be necessary. In fact, I've already decided that it would be best for young Midoriya to be on his own. He turned his gaze to Izuku. Are you okay with that? As long as I'm on the hero team, Izuku said pointedly. And if I can have 2 communicators? All Might seemed to consider for a moment before nodding. That can be arranged. Izuku stepped forward and drew his own lot. When he returned to his place, Takoyami caught his attention. 2 against 1. Those are tough odds, Midoriya-san. I'll be fine, Takoyami. Also, you don't have to be so formal. Just Midoriya is fine. Or Izuku, preferably. I wasn't referring to your odds, Midoriya, Takoyami replied as he stepped up to draw his own lot. Quite the pedestal, Guardian commented. He holds you in high regard. I didn't realize I was known enough to have fans, Izuku admitted. Eraserhead probably doesn't expect it either, but I'm sure he does. That's a completely different thing, Izuku thought with a roll of his eyes. Guardian hummed. Is it? Izuku shook his head. Really, if anyone held him on a pedestal it was Guardian. Although he definitely wasn't a fan. He was family. First up, we have Todoroki Shadow and Ajiro Mashirao on the hero team versus Asuitsuyu and Toru Hagakure as the villains. Izuku wasn't sure what he expected from Todoroki, but freezing the entire building wasn't it. Regardless, he understood why the other boy insisted on being alone when the opportunity seemingly rose. In one move he'd single-handedly won the match. He couldn't fault the other students. In the end they simply had a bad matchup, further cementing his point that it wasn't up to the hero who they fought with or against. The harsh reality of the profession is that sometimes you just couldn't win. And in that situation they had no escape route to regroup or retreat. It happened sometimes. Not everyone had equal power, nor did everyone have a counter to everything. Next up, we have Midoriya Izuku on the hero team versus Yaoyorozu Momo and Shoji Mizo on the villain team. Izuku immediately headed for the preparation area. Although he had nobody except Guardian to plan with, he appreciated the time to himself for once. Nakamura, who had shadowed him as always, stood near the door but made no move to follow. Izuku nodded to him and made to pass, but a large hand fell on his shoulder. Be careful, Nakamura told him, voice as stern as ever. Izuku nodded, always. Nakamura's words could have been taken a number of ways for how simple they were. It could have been a show of concern, something Izuku doubted, a warning to be careful to his opponents and avoid harming them, or perhaps both. Perhaps something else. Izuku had long since come to the conclusion early on that Nakamura's job was to simultaneously keep Izuku safe and to keep people safe from Izuku, should he have to. Izuku pushed the thought away, refusing to spiral into that rabbit hole. He had no intention of getting hurt or hurting anyone enough to cause a problem. Minor injuries were to be expected, especially when you threw a bunch of kids into battles with each other with little to no experience. His opponents could be a problem for him. Of the few students he would prefer to avoid fighting, he was against one of them. Yaoyorozu. Where the tables turned he wouldn't be concerned, but on the villain team she had 10 minutes to prepare in advance for his arrival. With a quirk like that, her imagination and any other limits posed to her were all that stood between him and a maze of traps. The front entrance was far too obvious, although too clear of an option for Yaoyorozu to ignore. Ideally, she would waste a good portion of time trapping the entrance, but she could always opt to heavily trap the areas surrounding the bomb room instead to draw him into a false sense of security. The bomb room itself would be dangerous regardless of her approach. He had no idea of her limits, so he was left with no option but to assume the worst for himself. Step 1. Be unpredictable. They knew he was coming and had time, however limited, to prepare. He was already at a disadvantage. His only element of surprise wouldn't be in his approach, it would be about where, when and how he approached. He activated Shadow Dance and grinned. Time's up, villains. Hero team, go. Izuku shot forward from his position, making a show of beelining straight for the front door. He landed heavily just outside of the entrance, stopping just long enough to shoot a Thought Guardian's way. Keep your steps light. Look out for traps but head for the 3rd floor. Got it. As Guardian materialized, Izuku handed him a communicator. As Guardian began making his way into the building with caution, Izuku ran around the building with light steps. He wasn't sure what kind of traps and sensors Yaoyorozu would use, nor did he know much about Xiaoji's quirk other than his multiple arms. He wasn't the distraction, so silence was his best bet. Izuku scaled the building to the 3rd floor. He didn't know how much the duo knew about him, but an approach from the roof wasn't out of the question for many of his classmates, including him. As viable a strategy as the top floor seemed on the surface, it simply wasn't a good option for them to set up. Instead, he would shoot for the middle and hope his prediction was right. He latched himself to the side of the building, just out of sight of a window, and placed his hand on the communicator. Anything yet? One tripwire, Guardian replied. Didn't trip it. I'm heading up to the 3rd floor now. Good, let me know when. Sheet. A small blast came through both the communicator and the window. Contact. Damn. Izuku leaped across the large alleyway, planting his feet on the neighboring building before surging back across and through the same window he'd waited by. Shattered glass and dust followed, filling the air but being left behind as he raced out of the room. As he passed through the doorway, the sounds of combat met his ears. To the right, Izuku pivoted and sped down the corridor, forming a blunted sword in his hand as he cleared the hall in a blur. He ran up the wall to round the corner, having no time to avoid any foot-level traps that may have been placed. As he hit the floor again, he caught sight of Guardian engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Xiaoji. And with multiple arms to deal with, Guardian wasn't left with much time to counter the flurry of blows. Xiaoji, back. The large student backed off immediately as Yaoyorozu leaped out of a doorway, holding something in her hand. She took aim. Izuku took a few steps forward, but leapt back instinctively as a loop beep sounded. Not a moment later, a small explosion went off, crumbling part of the wall and filling his section of the hallway with a smokescreen. Izuku crouched and pulled hard on Shadow Dance before the smoke could clear. After a moment, he leaped, surging through the screen of smoke blindly towards his 2 opponents, blunted sword in hand. In a blur, he was on them, already attacking as his vision cleared by cracking Xiaoji in the back of the legs with his sword. The boy cried out and fell to his knees, giving Izuku the opening to chop him in the side of the neck. The boy crumbled to the ground, unconscious. Yaoyorozu was quick to react, taking a flurry of swings at Izuku that he dodged with relative ease. She may have been fast, and more than familiar with the staff, but he was faster. He flashed forward with his own strikes, knocking her staff to the side just enough to get 2 strikes to her ribs, back to back. She cried out, reaching for her side as she retreated into the room she had come out of. Izuku glanced to the side, noting that Guardian had retreated back to Izuku's mind to recover. On the ground was a taser, discarded as she had no time to reset the tethers. He looked back up and into the room. The bomb. It's been a while since I've done this, Izuku thought as he projected a shadow just outside the doorway, facing in. He crouched again, staring into the room. Straight ahead of him was the bomb, but he knew it wouldn't be that easy. He could clear the distance in no time, but he wasn't sure he could slow down in time to avoid knocking the bomb over. Simulation or not, that would lose him a few points for certain. Not to mention the room would be littered with traps. He had to time it right. Too late and he would be stuck in whatever trap she'd set for him. Too soon and he wouldn't set them off at all. He concentrated, pulling the shadows to him a little bit at a time. Just a little bit more. Now, he surged forward, leaping into the room with a powerful first step and immediately darting his eyes around. Tripwire, sensor, a net on the ceiling. Beep. Izuku pulled, swapping place with his shadow. His stomach lurched from the sudden change in momentum, but Izuku swallowed back the urge to empty his stomach. His shadow disappeared as 3 traps hit it at once. A sparking wire at ankle level, a smoke screen and a weighted net from the ceiling that crashed into the floor. Hoping that he got them all, Izuku crouched again and shot forward and up, throwing himself into a fast leap through the air. He soared through the room without resistance, catching a glimpse of Yaoyorozu's wide eyes as he landed just in front of the bomb before placing a hand on it. Hero team wins, All Might announced. Yaoyorozu's shoulders slumped and her quarterstaff clattered onto the floor. She took a deep breath and sighed before ducking into a bow. Well done, Midoriya. You got us. Shaoji stepped into the room hesitantly, rubbing his neck tenderly. Ouch. What happened? Izuku grimaced, plastering an apologetic smile on his face. Sorry, I knocked you out. Shaoji shrugged. I signed up for this, but damn, I should have known you would be too fast. You two did great, though. It wasn't easy, and you gave Guardian a run for his money. That doesn't happen often. He sent a nod to Yaoyorozu. Good job with the traps, but I have a few suggestions. If you don't mind, of course. She cocked her head slightly, but didn't object. We should return to the observation room. Perhaps later. Izuku nodded, following as she led the way back. Now, All Might began with a raised finger. Any ideas on who the MVP is for this match? Midoriya-kun. Uraraka called out. All Might tapped a finger on his chin. Can you tell me why? Uraraka expression became puzzled. He won. No sheet, Sherlock, Katsuki said with a snort before looking at All Might with a bored expression. He saw through their sheet strategy and used it against them, sending his quirk to set off their traps while he scaled the building. Sure, it didn't go exactly as he probably planned, but there's no goddamn way it could have. We hardly know each other's quirks, for fuck's sake. He somehow knew the bomb would be on the 3rd floor and barged in while they were distracted to fucking body them. Fucking nerd. Izuku chuckled as Katsuki finished his explanation, earning himself a glare that wasn't quite hostile in the process. All Might rubbed the back of his neck and laughed. Well, I wouldn't put it that way, but yes, Bakugo-kun, that would be correct. Midoriya-kun is the MVP for this match. Izuku exchanged polite nods with Shaoji and Yaoyorozu. They, at least, seemed to harbor no ill feelings even in defeat. Todoroki must have felt differently, because Izuku could feel the cold glare from across the room without even looking. In all honesty, Izuku was beginning to feel annoyed by the other boy's animosity. As far as Izuku knew, he had never had any effect on Todoroki's life, directly or indirectly, even if you count escaping Endeavor's overzealous wrath once or twice. Izuku suddenly found he wasn't interested in the rest of the battles. If anything, he could probably ask to see the recordings another time. For the time being, he moved towards the back of the room to lean against the wall next to Nakamura. He rested his head against the wall and heaved a sigh. Nakamura glanced down at him and adjusted his posture slightly towards him, arms still crossed across his chest. Something wrong. Todoroki really doesn't like me. I don't really care, but it might cause a problem later. Nakamura hummed. Something to do with his father, perhaps. That's my only guess. I've never met him before UA. We can look into it later, Nakamura promised. His gaze hardened as he met Izuku's eyes. Is he a threat? Izuku shrugged. Anyone can be a threat in the right circumstance. If he's anything like Endeavor. Maybe. Nakamura looked across the room to study the boy before nodding to himself. Nakamura, not one to leave even a potential threat unaddressed, waved to get All Might's attention before motioning that he and Izuku were leaving. All Might's eyes narrowed, but he nodded in understanding. Izuku followed Nakamura without protest. By the time they had found who they were looking for, Eraserhead, who else? The majority of students had already been dismissed. Only a few stragglers remained, bustling past and through the vast halls with a sense of urgency. Izuku couldn't blame them, though. As the school emptied, a residual eerie feeling took the place of the students who had left. Something about places that were constantly brimming with life made them all the more unnerving when they weren't. Nakamura led them down to one of the many training grounds, despite Izuku's increasing efforts to dissuade him. He really didn't see what the big deal was, neither with Todoroki nor Nakamura's determination to discuss the issue with their teacher. Really, Nakamura, it's not a big deal. Izuku tried again. He's here to be a hero. He's not gonna try to hurt me or anything. Maybe he's just competitive. Really competitive. Nakamura raised an eyebrow. Do you know with absolute certainty that he won't? Izuku sighed. Well, no, but then it's worth bringing up. Nakamura interrupted with a tone of finality. Does every adult take things way too seriously? Izuku thought. It was almost as if, to them, every comment or remark he made required immediate attention. And considering almost everyone he was relatively close to was twice his age or more, he couldn't even vent without someone leaping to action. What was he supposed to do? Just stay quiet? Guardian chuckled. Izuku, you spend your days with a literal detective and a bodyguard. I'd imagine that most of the complaints they hear are about things they are expected to deal with. It's reflexive. With Tsukauchi, maybe. But it's not as if Nakamura really has to do anything besides drive me back and forth from school. I don't know why he has to try so hard. Wait. Izuku perked up, glancing over to study his guard. Nakamura was clearly an active man, with years upon years of training and expertise. Whatever his job had been before he was assigned to Izuku. No, he still didn't believe Nakamura was just a cop whatsoever. He was clearly used to being in the action. He moved with the ease and confidence of someone who kept up with his training regimen. Whatever that may be, even if Izuku hadn't directly seen it. No, he wasn't really overreacting. Maybe he was just, are you really that bored? Only the slight widening of his eyes hinted that Izuku was onto something, although his usual stony expression returned just as quickly. Excuse me. Bored, Izuku repeated. This time not a question. I'm sure it gets boring. Just driving me to school and following me around. Just to drive me home and do it all again the next day. I won't feel bad if I'm boring to you. Promise. Nakamura grunted noncommittally. Boring is a good thing in my line of work. Any officer would agree. Izuku refrained from laughing. Mainly because he wasn't completely certain that Nakamura was lying. Maybe he would ask Tsukauchi later. But in Izuku's experience, boredom was not a good thing on the job. Boredom was like walking into a shady bar only for the whole place to go silent. Either something was already wrong, or something was about to go wrong. Boredom was the time spent waiting for the disaster you hadn't accounted for, looking out for the reason that it was too quiet. Boredom was like showing your back to someone you knew to be a double agent just to get a knife put into it the moment you let your guard down. Boredom meant that something big was coming, and either you were waiting for it or it was waiting for you. It had to be frustrating for Nakamura, waiting for a disaster that wasn't coming just because there was nothing else to do. I don't know, Izuku, Guardian said. You've seen a lot for someone so young. Nakamura has had a lot of time to deal with these things. And besides, he doesn't seem nervous. Professionals rarely do. Izuku replied just as Nakamura swung open the large double doors to one of the gyms. Inside they found Eraserhead face to face with another person, presumably a student judging by the standard UA gym uniform. Two sets of tired eyes, strikingly similar even down to the bags underneath, whipped around to see who barged in. The younger of the pair seemed out of breath, shoulders rising and falling heavily as he stared nervously at them. Eraserhead, however, looked none the worse for wear. After his teacher called a pause, the other boy caught a bottle of water midair before slumping to the ground in relief. Even drenched in sweat as he was, the boy's unruly lilac hair remained standing straight up in defiance. Izuku didn't envy him. He'd been on the business end of Eraserhead's skills a time or two, and then only his superior speed and partial immunity to erasure kept him ahead, unless this boy had a similar luxury, which Izuku doubted judging by the difference in their conditions. He must have struggled. Midoriya, Eraserhead called out in his typical monotone. This is Shinsu Hitoshi. Shinsu, this is Midoriya Izuku. Feel free to get acquainted while I talk with Nakamura. With one last lingering look at Izuku, Eraserhead led Nakamura away from the two boys until they were out of earshot. Izuku simply stood there as Shinsu eyed him with obvious caution. Really, at least Izuku tried to hide his own scrutiny behind innocent curiosity. He cleared his throat. So, you know Aizawa Sensei. Shinsu simply nodded, taking a long sip from his bottle of water. Izuku watched him for a moment longer before realizing he wouldn't get much more of a response. He shrugged as well, plopping down on the ground next to the other boy so he could keep an eye on both his teacher and Nakamura as well as the entrance. He studied Shinsu once more, noting the faint bruises that were forming on his skin. He doesn't hold back even in training, does he? The corners of Shinsu's mouth twitched as he shook his head. After a moment, his eyes lit up and he twisted to study Izuku. Even in training, you've seen him fight. Izuku shrugged to cover his own slip-up. Just because he was at UA as Shadow didn't mean the entire school had to know about it. At least he didn't have to lie. I saw a few of his fights online. Terrible quality, but I saw enough. Shinsu's lips tightened, but then he huffed out a laugh. Yeah, he doesn't take chances. Could have fooled me, Izuku thought. The amount of times Eraserhead jumped headlong into a fight without any intel, often necessary in the hero world, of course, contradicted Shinsu's statements, but Izuku had no reason to point that out. Shinsu clearly respected the underground hero. The feeling must have been mutual if Aizawa was training the kid. So, what class are you in? 1 degree Celsius, Shinsu replied with all the emotion of a brick wall. Izuku nodded. He knew that tone all too well. You want to be a hero, though? Shinsu met his eyes. More than anything in the world. I'm guessing that's why you're here. With Aizawa Sensei. Shinsu nodded. I have a chance. At the sports festival. Izuku perked up as the realization dawned on him. Of course, with an open spot in one of the hero classes came a chance for anyone that wanted to prove themselves. If Shinsu could do well enough in the festival, or even win, he was almost guaranteed to move into Class 1A. A smile formed on Izuku's lips as he began considering what it would take. Having Eraserhead as a trainer was no small feat. The man didn't waste time on any endeavor that seemed fruitless. Perhaps he had an effective quirk. As much as he wanted to ask about it, Izuku knew that would lead to questions about his own quirk and he wasn't ready for that. That was, if Shinsu didn't already know him. So, the other boy began, eyeing him wryly. Did you know that Shadow goes to our school? Well, then, Izuku though, just barely kept himself from giving anything away. He cocked his head without breaking eye contact. The Vigilante. Shinsu nodded, also not willing to lose eye contact. I've heard he's in one of the hero classes. Izuku hummed. Which one? Shinsu shrugged. I'm not sure. The guy in chat won't say which class he's in. Izuku would put money on his guess at who that was. Chat? Yeah, a few of us that follow him made one when we realized we were all going to UA. I really want to meet him. We all do. Why? He doesn't seem that special. Shinsu shot him a disbelieving glare. Yeah, he only escaped a bunch of villains, saved countless lives, escaped Endeavor and Eraserhead, and led the police and heroes on a wild goose chase for months. Oh, and he's our age. Izuku couldn't help the heat that rose to his face as Shinsu went on his miniature rant. But he covered it with a laugh. Why don't you ask Eraserhead about him? Shinsu threw his hands in the air. I've tried. He won't tell me anything, just gives me that damn creepy grin every time. Izuku laughed wholeheartedly at that. He remembered that grin, both from his nights on patrols and his first day of class. That damn smile. Right, Shinsu sighed, a smile still pulling at his lips. He's not even a hero yet, but only Aizawa is closer to what I want to be. He inspired me. Izuku's eyebrow rose. You want to work underground? Shinsu nodded. Shadow got attention because he was doing it illegally, but still nobody knows much about him. His quirk made it easy to live a double life after he double-crossed the villains. Izuku coughed, releasing a small puff of smoke as he choked on his own saliva. As sorry, double-crossed. Shinsu waved the smoke out of his face with a contemplative look. Yeah, you didn't know that. I just knew he cut ties. Shinsu snorted. How else would he have gotten away? One doesn't simply just leave. I mean, it definitely wasn't simple, Izuku thought. He kept his mouth shut, though. If he proved to know too much, especially information that contradicted Shinsu's own, he risked giving himself away before he was ready. Instead, he shrugged. You said not much is known about him, right? It could be any number of things. Like what? Hell if I know. His quirk makes it easy to maneuver. He could have just ran away, or gotten kicked out. Shinsu pursed his lips, but didn't say much more. From the look in his eyes, however, Izuku wouldn't doubt if he was reconsidering. All right, Aizawa called from across the room. Break's over. Let's go again. Izuku shot Shinsu an apologetic look as they both stood up. Shinsu snorted. I asked for it. You're not wrong, Izuku said with a grin. He turned away before calling over his shoulder, good luck. Thanks. Hey, Shinsu said. As Izuku turned, Shinsu handed him a slip of paper. Text me. I could add you to the chat. Let me know if you find anything out. Izuku nodded and took the slip. Aizawa must have heard, because Izuku didn't miss the manic grin on his teacher's face as he turned away. He must have been elated, whatever Eraserhead's version of that was, to know that Izuku didn't give himself away. Nakamura took one look at Izuku's grin as they fell in beside each other and frowned. I don't like that look. Izuku gave him his best innocent expression as he held up the paper with Shinsu's number. What? I just found out I have more fans than I thought. Nakamura groaned and pulled ahead to open the door. For the record, Guardian said. I don't like that look either. Great, now you're teaming up on me. Izuku countered. I see how it is. Can I ask you something, Izuku? Izuku looked up from his dinner, udon soup courtesy of Guardian, to study Tsukauchi. The man looked exhausted, to say the least. His white dress shirt, while always clean and neatly pressed in the morning, was wrinkled and dirty with a prominent coffee stain down the chest. His navy blue tie didn't look much better pulled loose around his neck as it was. Thick stubble covered his face as he hadn't shaved in days, the bags under his eyes suggesting he hasn't slept since then. Izuku frowned. He'd been so busy with the start of school that he hadn't realized that Tsukauchi really wasn't taking care of himself at all. Yeah, what is it? The detective's normal lopsided grin quickly disappeared, replaced by the critical gaze of an interrogator. Do you trust Nakamura? Izuku cocked his head. Where did that come from? Nakamura had been his guard for quite some time. As far as Izuku knew, outside of their initial hesitance, neither of them had any issues with it. Izuku didn't think so, at least. Clearly Tsukauchi hadn't let go of his initial worries. His intensity told Izuku that he was either onto something or was being paranoid. Perhaps a healthy dose of both. I guess so, Izuku answered. He hasn't given me any reason not to. I think he's bored, though. Instead of being assured, as Izuku hoped he would be, Tsukauchi's eyes narrowed. Bored? Izuku shrugged. Yeah, he's basically a glorified chauffeur at this point. That would drive me crazy. It's like he's just waiting for something to happen so he can do something. He took his turn to give Tsukauchi an appraising look. Why? Did something happen? No, actually, it's been really quiet for the past couple days. Tsukauchi looked away. Do you think? As he trailed off, Izuku cleared his throat. Do I think? Tsukauchi turned back to him and shook his head. Never mind. Izuku sighed. I think that you need to get some sleep. Seriously, you look dead on your feet. Tsukauchi recovered some of his chipperness and shot him an accusing glare. Not you too. Who paid you? Me, Guardian lied, rounding the corner to remove Tsukauchi's empty dishes from the table. Go, I'll clean up. But, work is cancelled, Izuku interrupted. They can survive without you for 8 hours. Tsukauchi sighed. I swear. Wait, you have no room to talk. Izuku gathered his own dishes, humming idly as he blatantly ignored Tsukauchi to head for the kitchen. It was only when he heard Tsukauchi's retreating footsteps that he stopped to share a pointed look with Guardian. If things were quiet for Tsukauchi and the rest of the police department, Why was Tsukauchi so exhausted? Izuku concealed his own doubts the next day, falling into a silence with Nakamura that had almost become comfortable. They didn't speak often. There wasn't much that a high schooler and ex-vigilante had in common with a middle-aged bodyguard, aside from their situation. A situation which they both viewed differently and had expressed as much on multiple, short-lived occasions. During class they were tasked with voting for the class president, a role Izuku had absolutely no interest in. He himself voted for Yaoyorozu, as she carried herself with dignity and showed a high potential for leadership. She was intelligent and responsible, more than capable of taking the job in his opinion. Izuku got 2 votes, much to his dismay, but fortunately for him Yaoyorozu got 3 and Ida got 4, solidifying their roles without much complaint aside from Katsuki, who grumbled and complained loud but ultimately let it go with the rest of them. Come lunchtime, Izuku ordered katsudon from Lunch Rush that smelled absolutely divine. He was even lucky enough to find an empty table in the corner of the cafeteria. He wasn't one for crowded places, but having walls on 2 sides and a clear view of every entrance gave him a bit of comfort. Nakamura even gave a deep hum of approval as he took up his position, leaning against the wall in a way that seemed casual on the surface. Izuku, however, could tell that he was ready for anything. Clattering dishes and trays joined the growing buzz of conversation to create a dull roar that Izuku tuned out, with some effort, to focus on his food. He dug into the katsudon with gusto, only sparing a glance upward and around the room periodically out of habit. He found all of the rumors about Lunch Rush's cooking to be true, perhaps even understated. He was so focused on his food, in fact, that he almost missed Nakamura's subtle hand signal. He glanced to the side and then up, smiling as Tokoyami approached. "May I sit here, Midoriya?" Izuku nodded. "Of course, I wasn't expecting anyone." Tokoyami bowed his head in thanks as he sat down next to Izuku, clearly preferring to keep his back against the wall as well. He looked around the bustling room with narrow eyes. What a recipe for chaos. Izuku nodded his agreement. Crowded places invite madness. A familiar head of purple hair moved through the cafeteria, glancing around with such a blank expression that Izuku considered running over to pull Shinsu away from the crowd. He waved a hand, trying to get the boy's attention. But it didn't work. He stood up to make his way there, but Nakamura placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. "I'll get him." Izuku rolled his eyes, but complied. Could he not do anything himself? As soon as Nakamura was out of earshot, Tokoyami leaned closer. "You don't like him, do you?" Izuku shook his head. "It's not that. I'm just used to doing things on my own." Tokoyami studied him for a moment before nodding sagely. "Birds of prey must take flight or become prey themselves." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "I'm not a bird, nor are you prey," Tokoyami said with a chuckle, then waved a hand dismissively. "It was merely a figure of speech. You're used to the freedom of your former occupation. It's only natural that you would feel constricted, Midoriya-san." "Tokoyami-kun." The other boy looked away. "My apologies, Midoriya-kun." Izuku smiled. "There, no more of that formal crap." "Oh, thank fuck," Shinsu announced, slamming his tray on the table opposite them. He sat down with an exhausted huff. Izuku snorted. "Are you saying that because of the formalities, or?" Shinsu gestured vaguely around them before addressing Tokoyami. "Hey." Tokoyami nodded respectfully. "A pleasure to meet you, Shinsu Itoshi." A nod. "My name is Tokoyami Fumikage." "Cool." Tokoyami glanced over with a puzzled expression, to which Izuku merely shrugged. If Shinsu didn't want to talk much, he wouldn't pressure him. After all, the sheer number of people in the room was enough to be taxing to anyone. He wouldn't blame the other boy for withdrawing. "Maybe we should find somewhere else to eat tomorrow," Izuku muttered. Shinsu looked up at him, an almost pleading expression on his face. "Why? This is fine." Izuku sputtered out a laugh. "Really? No." Tokoyami chuckled. "I agree. Cafeterias are usually fine, but this is like an ocean of hell no." Shinsu grumbled into his food. "I guess you could put it that way." "I just did," Shinsu countered dryly. He glanced around with a wry smirk. "Hey, Midoriya, where'd your dad go?" Izuku's mood instantly plummeted, his adrenaline spiking as he jerked his head up. His chair screeched as he pushed backwards, rising onto the balls of his feet in a ready stance. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the room, taking in every single body and filtering through every movement in his search for threats. If his father was here. Wait. He glanced down at his tablemates, unsure whether it was Guardian who spoke or his own internal thoughts talking sense into him. Shinsu and Tokoyami exchanged glances, neither giving away much until Shinsu looked up at him with a scrunched brow. "Dude, relax. I was just joking. He's obviously not your dad." "Oh." Nakamura. Izuku relaxed, the tension leaving his shoulders as they sagged. He sighed and dropped back down, pulling his chair back under him as he sat. He studied the room again, this time less frantically, searching for Nakamura's close-cropped, slightly graying hair. The man was tall, much taller than the majority of the students, yet he saw no sign of him. Where did he go? It wasn't like him to leave Izuku's side, even for a moment, especially not somewhere so crowded, surrounded by unknown people. Midoriya-kun, Takoyami spoke quietly, as if sensing Izuku's tension. Your companion may have simply required a restroom break. Izuku exhaled sharply, resisting the urge to kick himself. Of course, Nakamura was a human being. He required basic necessities just like anyone else did, just like Izuku, or Eraserhead, or even All Might himself. Hell, even Kurogiri and Sensei had to eat and go to the restroom. Maybe not Kurogiri, actually. He could probably just open a. I'm gonna stop you there, Izuku, Guardian spoke forcefully. Not something I need to think about. What? It's a valid theory. It's also valid that neither of us will ever confirm or deny it. Hopefully. Izuku shook his head, biting his tongue against the laugh that threatened to escape. The last thing he needed was his lunchmates to see him laughing to himself. That would be a wonderful way to announce that he's completely unhinged. He glanced up, realizing that they were still very pointedly not looking at him. He sighed. Sorry, I'm just a little on edge. Shinsu shrugged. Same, somewhere more quiet tomorrow. Takoyami asked, glancing between him and Shinsu with a hopeful look in his eyes. Izuku nodded. Yeah, definitely. Maybe outside. Or on the warning. Intruder alert. Level 3. A blaring alarm sounded alongside the announcement, interrupting everything as it screeched through the air. The entire cafeteria burst into confusion and panic. Chairs screeched, trays clattered, and feet pounded the floor as students rushed for the exit. What? Someone yelled. What does that mean? It means someone broke in. We have to evacuate. An upperclassman announced. We're in danger. Really? Izuku thought with a sigh. He leaned back in his seat but otherwise didn't budge. Shinsu and Takoyami leapt to their feet with the rest of the room, but they stopped. Shinsu paused with one foot planted towards the exit to exchange a look with Takoyami before both boys turned to study Izuku. What? Izuku asked. He wasn't really concerned, and even if he was, there wasn't much he could do without making a spectacle of leaping over the crowd or trying to bust through a window. That would go over well. He shrugged. There's 3 years worth of hero classes in here. Anything less than a full-scale invasion would be laughable. It's probably just the press. They never take no for an answer. It's not like Sensei is going to come bursting through the door. He's far too smart for something so brash. Even Hisashi wouldn't be so stupid. Surprisingly, Guardian grumbled. Shinsu coughed out a laugh. Idiots, flocking to the exit like sheep. Takoyami cocked his head. Were you not about to join them? That's irrelevant. Izuku snorted. He glanced around the room, noting those that also made no move to rush the exit. A few upperclassmen, Izuku assumed, watched the frantic crowd with a mixture of concern and amusement. Across the room was the only other student from their class, Katsuki. He sat alone, meeting Izuku's smirk with a feral grin as they locked eyes. Katsuki seemed amused, but more than that, Izuku noted his body language. He appeared relaxed, lounging with a carefree posture, but Izuku could tell he was ready for anything. He would put any amount of money on Katsuki being eager for a fight. At least some things don't change, Izuku observed as he continued scanning the room, looking for other familiar faces. He waited, knowing that any minute Nakamura would come bursting through the door looking for him. Izuku figured the man would immediately assume him to have something to do with it. Izuku wouldn't blame him. Izuku decided to wait. Long after the sea of students calmed and those with belongings in the cafeteria returned to fetch them, Izuku sighed and pulled out his phone. Apparently they were all being sent home, despite the press being responsible for the breach of security. But still there was no sign of Nakamura. Even Takoyami, who never seemed in a hurry for anything, had dismissed himself and said his goodbyes. Shinsu remained in his seat as well, appearing much more relaxed without the surge of students around them. Izuku scrolled to Nakamura's contact info and pressed call, shifting in his seat to hold the phone against his ear with a shoulder. The phone rang once, then twice, and continued ringing. Izuku bounced his leg up and down idly. Your call has been forwarded. Fuck this, Izuku growled, ending the call. He slid his chair back and stood, sliding the phone into his pocket before looking down at Shinsu. I'm gonna go see what's going on. Wanna come? Shinsu shook his head. Nah, I'm gonna head to the gym to wait for a racer. Izuku nodded. See you tomorrow, then. Shinsu gave a small wave. Later, as Izuku exited the cafeteria to navigate the near-empty halls, he dialed Nakamura once again. He let it ring until it reached voicemail again, but this time he let it finish. Once prompted, he spoke. Nakamura, it's Izuku. Where are you? I waited for long enough, so now I'm wandering around. Call me back. He hung up and kept walking, faster as his growing apprehension fueled his steps. He took a direct route towards the entrance of the building, where the press had been trying to push their way in. If Nakamura would be anywhere in the building besides with him, the scene of the crime would be it. Izuku couldn't believe the audacity, the stupidity. There wasn't enough All Might on every news source and internet outlet. They just had to swarm the school for any scrap of new information they could get their grubby hands on, didn't they? Vultures, Guardian laughed. They've always been like that, Izuku. It's basically a job requirement at this point. Izuku shook his head as he took the last turn, rounding the corner to take in the scene outside the entrance. Most of the teachers, pro-heroes as they were, gathered around along with a small army of police. He spotted Eraserhead, Midnight, Yagi, almost all of them, even Tsukauchi. He would recognize that trenchcoat anywhere, crouched down in front of, well, where the gate used to be. The gate, the famous UA gate, was simply gone, replaced by a long mound of dust. Izuku froze. Dust, sheet. The blurted curse garnered him some attention, as almost everyone present whirled around to face him. Aizawa's flashing red eyes held his own for just a moment before returning to normal. The underground hero grunted and folded his arms across his chest. Midoriya, figured you would have gone home already. Izuku shrugged. Well, I would have, if... Where's Nakamura? Tsukauchi interrupted. From his crouched position, he studied Izuku with calculating eyes. Izuku was taken aback. It wasn't often he saw the detective outside of their home. That's why I came out here, Izuku said, looking around. I figured if he was anywhere, he would be here. Why isn't he with you? Eraserhead prodded. I don't know. He disappeared during lunch. Figured he had to use the restroom or something. Tsukauchi's eyes widened. Before or after the alarm went off? Before. I see, Tsukauchi said as he stood. Netsu, the mammal popped out of Eraserhead's capture weapon. The owner of said weapon, obviously none too pleased about that, and flashed a thumbs up. I'll check the cameras, of course. Aizawa-kun. The underground hero sighed, even as he turned on his heel to head into the building bearing their principal on his shoulder. The pit that had formed in Izuku's gut grew, his heart sinking as the realization set in. You don't know where he is? Tsukauchi shook his head. I'm afraid not. Did you call him? Twice. No answer either time. Guardian took that moment to materialize next to Izuku. I'll go see if I can find him. Izuku shook his head. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but he had suspicions. A lot of them. Too much ground to cover. Even if you do find him, how will you get a hold of us? Guardian rubbed his chin and hummed. Good point. We'll split up and search the building, Midnight stated, waving the other teachers to follow with 2 fingers. Izuku glanced down at the pile of dust as the teachers filed past him on their way inside, then up at Tsukauchi, trying to figure out how that happened. Tsukauchi raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Working on it. Izuku shook his head. He swallowed hard. Don't bother. Remember Shigaraki. From your report of the League. Yeah. 5-point touch quirk, decay. Tsukauchi paled as he glanced between the dust and Izuku. Are you sure? Izuku gave a curt nod. He was definitely here. We need to find Nakamura, ASAP regardless of what he's been doing. Tsukauchi nodded in agreement. He dialed a number on his phone and held it to his ear. Netsu. I'm sending Izuku in to help with the search. Yes, considering the circumstances it shouldn't be a problem. We have suspects. The League of Villains. He sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. The very same, unfortunately. Okay, bye. Izuku was already halfway into the building by the time Tsukauchi gave the order. Find him. He searched and searched, using shadow dance to clear room after room, hoping that if he did find Nakamura, it would be before anyone else did. If his suspicions proved to be true, he wanted to be the one to deal with it. It wasn't that he doubted his teachers. He held a high amount of respect for most of them. He just didn't want anyone dealing with another problem he was at the root of. No, he would deal with it himself. However, after what felt like hours, they gave up. They never found him. It was as if he vanished into thin air. Or, more likely, a warp gate. Izuku stared out the window as Tsukauchi drove on, idly observing the neon signs of various shops and restaurants they passed. A cold breeze washed over him from his open window, the welcome chill keeping him calm and alert. Passing streetlights brightened and dimmed the car in a steady rhythm, darkness gradually becoming more prominent as they moved away from the busiest sectors of the city. He took a deep breath, the cool night air and illuminations of the city lights bringing him back to different times. Better times, in some ways, while much worse in others. He let out the breath in a long sigh. At that moment, he would give just about anything to go back to his brief stint as a vigilante. Hey, Tsukauchi spoke from the driver's seat. Izuku glanced over to the detective, a streetlight casting a warm glow over Tsukauchi's frown and contrasting the lines of worry on his forehead. Tsukauchi turned his gaze back to the road as the car lit up again, and Izuku could almost feel the determination in those narrowed eyes. We'll find him, one way or another. We'll get to the bottom of this. Izuku turned away to gaze out the window again. No, we probably won't. Tsukauchi let out a sigh. Look, we have to try, don't we? We've worked without leads before. The damage is done, Izuku replied. His next words left a bad taste in his mouth. Most likely, he's a traitor, right? His disappearance was too perfect to be a coincidence. Tsukauchi gave a slow nod. Unfortunately, yes, that seems to be the most likely case, but we can't. If that's the case, Izuku interrupted, then he would have left with whatever information the League wanted and disappeared, literally without a trace. Izuku sighed, the betrayal twisting his chest like a knife. He's gone, Tsukauchi. If we ever see him again it will be on their terms. I wouldn't be so sure, Izuku, Tsukauchi returned in a quiet tone. He must have noticed that it lacked the steel it had previously, because he cleared his throat. When he spoke again, his certainty returned. We can find them. We will. Izuku threw his hands in the air, fire rising in his chest. And then what? Do you really think All Might's ready for round 2? Is anybody ready for a round 1, even? Because I know I'm not. Izuku slumped in his seat and growled under his breath. When I left, he said we would be enemies the next time we met. I imagined years before that would happen. Not months. The leather steering wheel creaked as Tsukauchi's grip tightened, but he said nothing to counter. Instead, they rode on in silence, tension gripping the air like a spring awaiting release. We're here. Izuku opened his own door and stepped out into the quiet parking lot, kicking his legs up to ease the stiffness that gripped his knees. Tsukauchi followed suit, making a feeble attempt to smooth out his wrinkled shirt as he locked the vehicle and led the way towards the entrance. Izuku took in their surroundings. A large apartment complex, modern in structure and fairly upscale by his standards, judging by what he saw of the surrounding neighborhood. Vehicles ranging anywhere from standard sedans to high-end luxury cars filled the lot, hardly a speck on any of them. He kept an eye out for anyone who may be suspicious, scanning vehicles for any sign of lingering passengers. Tsukauchi slowed down, allowing Izuku to catch up before keeping pace side by side with him. Aizawa isn't the only hero who lives here, Tsukauchi assured him in a hushed tone. Don't worry, it's safe. I'm just about tired of hearing that, Izuku thought. He looked up, intrigued by the second part of the detective's statement. Who else lives here? Tsukauchi shrugged. It's not my place to say. Safety reasons. Izuku rolled his eyes, but didn't press. By now, the two of them understood well how important that piece of information was. They understood too well. Izuku followed Tsukauchi into the entranceway, a small room separated from the lobby by a thick glass door that was clearly locked. Izuku raised an eyebrow as Tsukauchi pulled out a bulky bundle of keys and began sorting through them. You have your own key. Tsukauchi finally found the one he was searching for and unlocked it. He nodded as he held the door open and waved Izuku through. Of course, he insisted I have one, just in case. Izuku shook his head before speaking in his best monotone grumble. It's only logical, right? Tsukauchi chuckled at that, shaking his head as he passed Izuku and headed for the stairs. Together they climbed to the 3rd floor and made their way to the far end of a hallway before the detective stopped to knock on a door marked 315. Izuku wasn't sure what to expect when Aizawa opened the door, but he wasn't at all surprised to see the man in his hero attire. As far as Izuku knew, Eraserhead patrolled every night, only taking days off occasionally and with no real pattern to follow. How he managed that on top of teaching, Izuku didn't know, especially after the day they'd had. He would have thought the hero would take a day off. Apparently not, Izuku thought. Either the man was even efficient with his sleep, considering the sleeping bag that may as well be part of his hero costume, or he forwent the necessity entirely. Judging by the bags under his eyes, Izuku would put his money on the latter. Tsukauchi, Midoriya, Aizawa greeted in his usual rough monotone. He stepped aside and waved a hand inside. Come in, make yourself at home. Tsukauchi gave a tired wave. Thanks again, Aizawa-kun. I appreciate your help. Aizawa waved it off. He's my student, Tsukauchi. The circumstances only make this the logical decision. Tsukauchi rubbed the back of his neck as he nodded. Well, thanks anyway. Where are you going, anyway? Probably work, Izuku grumbled. Tsukauchi flinched. Only for a few hours. I have some calls to make. Then I'll be crashing at Yagi-san's house. Only a few hours, Izuku thought. He rolled his eyes and gave a small wave. Have fun. If you don't get any sleep, I'll blame him. Tsukauchi began to argue, but Izuku turned away and entered further into the apartment, finding it to be both cleaner and larger than he anticipated. The walls were a light shade of blue, decorated sparsely with various framed pictures of scenic views. He removed his shoes and stepped into the living room, glancing around before noticing the reason that the apartment wasn't at all as he expected. Hey, little listener, Present Mike said in greeting, glancing back with one arm over the back of the dark brown couch. Come on in. Hey, thanks. Izuku took a hesitant step in before noticing a familiar head of tall lilac hair just over the back of a navy blue recliner, facing the TV. Shinsu waved a hand through the air without looking. Hey, you all live together. Indeed, Midoriya-kun. Present Mike answered with a beaming grin. Surprised, Shinsu exhaled sharply. I told you nobody would guess. I certainly wouldn't have, Guardian said. Well, not Present Mike at least. I knew Shinsu and Aizawa were related somehow. Yeah, Izuku replied with a smirk teasing his lips. I never would have guessed Aizawa would be with someone energetic. Shinsu huffed lightly. Yeah, he gets more sleep than all of us combined. That's not saying much, Yamada grumbled. He looked up to study Izuku with an appraising gaze before shaking his head. Yep, eye bags all around. Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by a loud, insistent meow. He looked down just as an orange and white tabby cat started rubbing against his leg, meowing again with no less insistence. Izuku crouched down to scratch the cat on the head, smiling as it leaned into his touch. "Oh," Shinsu began, twisting around to poke his head over the back of the recliner. "That's Creamsicle. She's a clingy fuck." "Hitoshi," present Mike exclaimed with a dramatic gasp. "Language. She likes to be picked up," Aizawa drawled as he entered the living room. "But she also likes to climb on shoulders." Izuku nodded as he did just that, gently lifting Creamsicle until she climbed up onto his shoulder. She wrapped herself around the back of his neck with her front legs on his other shoulder. She rubbed against the side of his head and purred as he reached up to scratch behind her ears. Aizawa pointed down the hallway. "Bathroom's the first door on the right if you need it. As for sleeping arrangements, unfortunately we only have the couch for now. We can pick up a spare sleeping mat tomorrow, if we need it." Yamada cut in before smiling at Izuku. "You're more than welcome to stay as long as you need to, but I'm sure we'll find Nakamura soon." Izuku hummed noncommittally. "Thank you, but we'll probably end up moving soon anyway. I won't bother you for long." Aizawa sighed. "You aren't bothering us, kid. I wouldn't have offered if you were." Izuku just shrugged, not knowing how to respond to that. He looked around, unsure what to do as a guest in someone else's house. He never really had been a guest in anyone's house before. He felt like a guest with Tsukauchi early on, but that had quickly faded once they settled in. "Dude," Shinsu said, as if he sensed Izuku's hesitance. "Come sit down. We're just hanging out. Stop being so damn awkward." Izuku told himself as he made his way around the couch to sit down at the opposite end from Yamada. He leaned back, causing Creamsicle to climb off of his shoulder and onto the back of the couch, and rested his arm on the armrest. He took on a casual air, settling into a feigned relaxed posture that he'd used many times before. One couldn't get far in the company of villains by appearing nervous, after all. Shinsu took one glance at him and nodded towards the TV. "We're not really watching anything, so if there's something you want to watch." Yamada tossed the remote to him and stood, stretching into a yawn. "Feel free, Midoriya-kun. I'm gonna get ready for bed, unless you need anything." Izuku shrugged. "I'm good, thanks." Shinsu looked down at his phone. Guess it is getting kinda late." He looked up at Aizawa. "Going on patrol?" "Of course. Midoriya, are you okay with that?" Izuku turned to raise an eyebrow at him. "Why wouldn't I be?" Aizawa shrugged. "Figured I'd ask. If you're feeling restless, you could always stretch your legs a bit." Izuku's eyes opened wide for a fraction of a second before he laughed dryly. "Yeah, right. I'm not joking." Wait. Shinsu cut in. "You're gonna take Midoriya with you." "It's perfectly rational," Aizawa said. "He's been under constant guard for months. You really think a sleeping Hisashi falls under that criteria?" Shinsu snorted. "True, he could sleep through a bomb going off. But, can he keep up?" Izuku tried very hard not to feel insulted. "Without a shadow of a doubt," Aizawa said with a grin. He nodded towards the door. "Ready?" Izuku tried, and failed, to hide his excitement as he jumped up from the couch, any sign of tiredness vanishing at the idea of being out at night once again. He had to stop himself from activating Shadow Dance in anticipation. "Yep. Then let's go. I'll cover the ground rules once we're out there." Aizawa waved at Shinsu. "See you in the morning, Hitoshi. Bright and early." Shinsu groaned. Yeah. Be careful. Always." "Rule number 1, Eraserhead said as he leapt onto the roof of a nearby building. "You can use your quirk to keep up, but if we run into trouble, you aren't to engage unless I specifically tell you to." "Understood." Izuku gave a sharp nod. "Got it." Eraserhead studied him as he landed on the rooftop a moment later. After a moment he gave his own nod. "Rule number 2, stay with me at all times." "Got it." "Good," Eraserhead said gruffly. "Let's continue." He took off without another word, leaving Izuku to keep up. Izuku grinned as he sped up, keeping just a few paces behind the underground hero with relative ease. The cool night air caressed his skin as he leaped, continuing through the weightless sensation of clearing alleyways in one bound. He landed and rolled, using his momentum to bring himself back to his feet and kept going. With one hand he cleared a ventilation unit in one smooth motion, just to speed up and throw himself over the rooftop wall with 2 hands. As he landed on the next building, he laughed. Finally, after months of being cooped up in the house, only releasing his pent-up energy through exercises he'd done 1,000 times before, he felt free again. His elation didn't stop his skepticism, however. He studied Eraserhead even as they leapt to the next building as normal as a brisk morning jog. What purpose did it serve? What did Eraserhead get from it? "So what's the catch?" Izuku asked, his tone more demanding than curious. Eraserhead stopped before the next roof gap and turned to regard Izuku. He raised an eyebrow. "There is no catch." Izuku snorted. "There's always a catch." "No," the hero countered. "There isn't. We may be out in the streets, Midoriya, but we don't abide by the same rules." Izuku stared at him, waiting for any sign of deceit to show on the underground hero's face. When he found nothing in the man's expression, he spread his hands in a vague gesture. "So why are you doing this?" Eraser huffed. It doesn't take a genius to see that you've been restless. You expect me to believe that you're content with being cooped up in a house with a workaholic and a brick wall. Please, you don't get a taste of this. Eraserhead gestured around them. Just to give it up. Trust me, I know. What about me? Guardian asked in a pouting tone. And not a workaholic or a brick wall. That's debatable, Izuku countered, a grin teasing at his lips. He nodded in response to Eraserhead's explanation. So it's that obvious, huh? Not really, Eraser said with a shrug. But I know the signs. You don't want anything, Izuku said, disbelieving. Aizawa sighed. Look, I can't pretend I don't have questions. I can pretend I'm not concerned, but it's probably not convincing. Also, I would like your opinion on some things. Pretty convincing to me, Izuku joked under his breath. Before Eraserhead could respond, he cocked his head. Well, shoot. Aizawa opened his mouth, presumably to begin asking, but shook his head. He turned away and placed one foot on the ledge. Let's get some coffee first. Izuku sat clutching a piping hot to-go cup of coffee. His legs dangled over the edge of an abandoned apartment complex, high above the streetlights that cast a glow on the streets below. Aizawa sat next to him, sipping his own cup as he casually scanned the area for threats, although Izuku would be surprised if they found any. Even in such a bad neighborhood, it was quiet. Far too quiet, Izuku observed out loud, taking a long sip from his cup. Aizawa nodded in agreement. It's been like this for a few days. If they're laying low, Izuku began, but trailed off. That means they're planning something, Aizawa finished. Something to do with UA. Any ideas? They've managed to gather most of the common thugs. That's no small feat. It won't be anything small, that's for sure, but Izuku sighed. I have no idea. I didn't think they would be this bold. Aizawa hummed as he took another sip. How long do they usually take to act? Izuku shrugged. Depends on who's calling the shots. Shigaraki is impatient and childish. He demands what he wants the moment he decides he wants it. Sen, all for one, is the opposite. He's inhumanly patient and will plan meticulously for every single detail. It could be immediate, could be months from now. So we have no time frame to go off of, Aizawa grumbled. We'll have to move forward as if everything is normal. If we start making cancellations and postpone events, they will see us as weak. They sat for a while in silence. Izuku was stuck between appreciating the quiet night and loathing it. On one hand, he got to experience the freedom of the rooftops once again. On the other hand, the black cloud of a threat loomed over them. With Nakamura gone, it was safe to assume that all of his knowledge was in the League's hands. A few weeks before, Izuku wouldn't have been worried, but with the League presumably gathering allies and making increasingly bold moves, Izuku wasn't so confident. Did you suspect him? Aizawa suddenly asked. Izuku met his gaze for a moment and sighed. At the beginning, I think we both did. It's just, he was so professional and skilled, even with the oddly suspicious weakness to fire. It was hard to imagine him being with them. Shouldn't I have known about him if he was? I knew a lot of people in the underground, but he just came out of nowhere. Aizawa sighed. There are too many factors to account for. Many people in the underground try to remain independent, only to get pulled into an aspiring gang that sees them as useful or threatening. True independence in the underground is rare. Even vigilantes have been known to join up with villain groups out of convenience or necessity. Izuku merely nodded. He knew well how those connections worked. One day someone would make a name for themselves by selling information to anyone who would pay. The next they would be paid a massive sum to work exclusively with one organization. Before long, they were stuck with that organization because they burned their other bridges. After that they had nowhere else to go. Izuku just couldn't piece together where and how Nakamura fell into that. Did something happen, or was Nakamura really there to keep an eye on him for a different purpose all along? Aizawa cleared his throat, interrupting his thoughts once again. I've been meaning to ask. I think I know. But what kind of hero do you want to be, Midoriya? Izuku cocked his head. Underground, of course. Aizawa nodded, as if he had already gathered that. I have a new course I've been running by Netsu. If you don't mind, I would appreciate your input and participation when the time comes. Okay, what is it? Aizawa stood and stretched, crushing the now empty coffee cup. I'll give you the details when the idea is more concrete. For now, we have a bit of ground to cover before we get you back to the apartment. I can't have my students going to school on no sleep, of course. Izuku stood as well, downing the rest of his still hot coffee and nodded. Let's go. The office was musty and reeked of mildew, as if it hadn't seen use in decades. Dust covered every untouched surface like a blanket. Any speck that was disturbed now floated lazily through the air, caught by the dim lighting overhead. Above the desk, against where his host leaned casually, the light flickered on and off to cast the man in a more menacing light. The rickety chair creaked as he shifted, bound in place by nothing but fear and a grudging respect that quickly quelled his initial white-hot anger. It was the man's sheer presence alone that told Nakamura who he sat across from. Above the signature suit, nothing about All for One struck him as familiar. Nakamura, however, had no doubt that it was him. So, All for One crooned, his deep voice ringing with a metallic tune. The heroes thought to hide my little shadow at the most prominent hero school in the country. The only school I would ever expect him to attend, mind you. Neither he nor I would expect any less, don't you think? He's not yours, All for One, Nakamura growled. He's his own person now. All for One carried on as if Nakamura hadn't spoken a word, and they deemed you worthy of protecting him. Quite ironic, if you ask me. He looked down, his eyeless gaze burning a hole in Nakamura's soul. Quite ironic that the heroes have him on a leash, forcing him to be the good little hero, or else. That's not how it is, Nakamura growled. It's for his protection. Protection, of course, All for One exclaimed, his voice ringing with false enlightenment before dropping into a dark tone. It's always about protection, isn't it? Heroes will do whatever they please under the guise of protection. Tell me, is it for his protection, truly? Of course, or is it for their protection? All for One interrupted. When Izuku realizes their society isn't all it's portrayed to be. Izuku is a brilliant child. I assure you it won't take long. Nakamura froze, glaring at the world's most powerful supervillain as if he had a chance against him. Regardless, he would take that chance if it came down to it. His voice came slowly, through clenched teeth. What are you implying? You see, Izuku is pure. So pure, in fact, that even with the blood of hundreds on his hands, he still wants to be a hero. Years of killing and destruction, and he never gave up. Do you think society can stand under the microscope of his resolve? Do I think? Nakamura trailed off. He couldn't believe the words coming from All for One's mouth. At the same time as he claimed Izuku to be pure, he also implied that the boy would attack a society for being imperfect. Society was flawed, of course, but society always was and always would be. Nakamura grunted. I think that you're delusional. Izuku isn't pure. He's flawed, just like the rest of us. He's flawed, yet he's trying to do better. He is doing better, or was, until you decided to interfere. All for One stared blankly at him for a long moment before his shoulders began to shake. After a puzzling moment, All for One's dark chuckling filled the room. Are you truly so arrogant to believe that your disappearance will affect him? Spare me. All for One took a deep, ringing breath before continuing. Believe me, my slight interference is insignificant in the grand scheme of things. What are you planning? Nakamura growled. He was growing tired of All for One's games. If he was going to end up dead anyway, he would prefer to avoid beating around the bush beforehand. No sense in prolonging the inevitable. What am I planning? All for One repeated. Nothing at all. In fact, think of me as a gardener, observing the growth of my seeds and ensuring they have the resources to grow. Your appearance here is merely an indulgence of my curiosity. I must say that I am left wanting. Nakamura's mind reeled around the villain's roundabout way of speaking, but he landed and fixated on one specific detail. You are left wanting. He barked a laugh. What about Izuku? Did you ever really care? Or is this just another sick experiment to you? Do not presume to question my love for him. How can I not? Nakamura roared, his boiling blood sending him to his feet. You abandoned him, threw him in a fancy little apartment with an account full of money and left him there. Told him that you would be enemies the next time you met and allowed his own father to send killers after him. Do you have any idea what that means to him? To him, you simply cast away a tool that was no longer useful to you. Because that's exactly what you did, isn't it? The air grew darker and more menacing as he ranted. And by the time he was finished, the sheer rage radiating from All for One threatened to suffocate him. Surprisingly, however, the supervillain made no move to kill him. He made no move to remove his quirk or torture him. Instead, All for One stared at him, a sneer twisting his lips. You would never understand my methods. Izuku is cut from a stronger cloth than you think. Izuku is a child, Nakamura growled. Children need nurturing, they need support and love. What about shoving him out of the only place he's ever known as supportive? What about allowing his psychotic father to put money on his head as loving? Do you have any idea how much effort Izuku puts into just being okay? Did you even know that he can't sleep because of the nightmares? That he jumps at loud noises and can't even relax like a normal teenager should? All for One opened his mouth, but Nakamura interrupted him. Of course you don't, Nakamura answered for him. Because you aren't there. He sat back down, causing the chair to screech in protest, crossed his arms and turned his head away. Hurry up and take it back. Kill me, whatever you're going to do. I'm finished with you. All for One did none of those things. Instead, silence filled the air even as the tension slowly drained from it. Nakamura refused to glance up. He refused to look, to show that he waited with bated breath for the inevitable. The time dragged on for what felt like hours before All for One spoke. You wound me, All for One spoke, his voice returning to its calm, metallic tone. After all, a gift freely given is not to be returned. I suppose I shouldn't have expected you to agree with my methods, just as I would never agree with yours. Perhaps I misjudged you, however. I will never tolerate such insolence again. Kurogiri. It was only when a chill drifted through the air that Nakamura looked up. Shadows danced on the ceiling as the same portal he'd been deposited through reopened behind him. Yes, Sensei. Take him to the Musutafu police station and leave him there, all for one commanded with a wry grin. As he turned to stare a hole through Nakamura, his grin twisted cruelly. Keep in mind, Nakamura, that your usefulness to Izuku is all that keeps you intact, if just barely. His grin widened. Return, although your welcome may not be as warm as you think. As the portal consumed him, all for one's menacing laughter followed. Nakamura sped through the streets, his black, unmarked cruiser's engine roaring with life as he passed every driver between him and his destination. Horns blared and tires screeched as the other drivers swerved to avoid him, people gesturing wildly only to be ignored. He drove with a practiced urgency that bordered on reckless, brushing off the increasing number of near misses for what they were. Near, he muttered apologies to the other drivers as he went, knowing fully well that they couldn't hear him. He held a strict distaste for his own behavior, but there was nothing for it. He had always been against using authority for perks, and he expected the same from his own subordinates. Driving that way was reserved strictly for emergencies only. And while his current situation was important, an interrogation could wait a few minutes longer. It should wait, but Nakamura didn't care. We have Nakamura in custody, Nakamura thought, repeating Sansa's words to himself. The man had been dropped on their doorstep in the most literal sense, turning himself in immediately. Nakamura wanted answers, and he would get them sooner than later. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, 13 announced, holding their arms out in a wide gesture. Here at USJ we have training grounds separated into zones, covering rescue training for every natural disaster a hero has to face. Landslides, floods, blizzards, you name it, I designed it. Izuku stood to the side of the gathered students, listening intently as 13 went into a speech about dangerous quirks and the importance of finding safe uses in order to save lives. The purpose of the training was to force them to get creative in the use of their quirks. Your quirks were never meant to harm, 13 said to finish. They have always been meant to help. Izuku nodded. He understood the sentiment well enough, although every quirk excelled in different situations. The reality was that some quirks had little to no use outside of combat, although they could be used to help others indirectly by taking out threats. While 13's quirk was incredibly dangerous, enough that one misstep could easily kill somebody, their quirk was also exceptionally useful for rescue. Black Hole was a large part of 13's continuing success. Izuku's quirk and skill set had never had large-scale measures in mind, much less rescue operations. He couldn't lift massive boulders or remove piles of rubble with a touch. He couldn't put out fires or heal injured civilians. From the beginning he was trained with espionage and assassination in mind. Combat was his specialty, and that would always be his focus as a hero. He would save people by stopping the villains that would hurt them. But just as every rescue hero had to fight at times, every combat-oriented hero had to aid in or lead rescue operations. There were a lot of things he couldn't do, but he did have his own advantages. Quick on his feet and capable of insane speeds, Izuku could get in and out of a precarious situation much easier and faster than many of his classmates. He could cut his way through anything that trapped civilians, so long as he was careful. Just as important, however, was the fact that he had a second person with him at all times. And if it comes down to it, Guardian said, we can rescue and protect at the same time. Izuku stood up a little straighter and nodded. He looked around, noting the expressions of his classmates. Determination, awe and excitement filled most of their faces, while others seemed disinterested at best. Katsuki, in particular, seemed bored at the concept as a whole. Izuku couldn't blame him, not really. Explosion was far too volatile to be of much use in rescue, regardless of how fine his control was. To be honest, Katsuki was far too volatile as well. Izuku buzzed with the idea of learning something new, of stretching his legs for a second time in such a short period. Anything that kept his mind off of everything else, anything that kept him occupied and moving forward was a welcome distraction. As soon as they reached the top of the stairs, however, he froze. Something was wrong, something he could feel, something familiar. Not a moment later, purple, swirling mist appeared and began expanding through the center of the plaza, forming into a large warp gate that opened to reveal a flood of villains. They moved in like they owned the place, spreading out and claiming the plaza as their own. He flexed his hands, shifting his weight onto the balls of his feet in preparation. Shigaraki entered shortly after the small army, wearing every one of his creepy, decrepit hands, something Izuku hadn't seen in a long time. With him came a massive thing that Izuku didn't recognize. The black muscular villain had a beak and an exposed brain, with blank eyes that didn't even glance around once it stopped next to Shigaraki. To Shigaraki's other side was his father, Hisashi, better known as Inferno. The man wasted no time looking up to scan the gathered students, soon locking eyes with Izuku, his eyebrows raised in recognition. And even under the blackened steel mouthguard and through the smoke that filtered through, Izuku could see that sickening grin. That bastard, Guardian growled. The League of Villains, Izuku hissed. He pried his eyes away in an effort to get Eraserhead's attention, who was already donning his goggles and preparing for the fight ahead. 13. Protect the students, Aizawa ordered, then locked eyes with Izuku with an expectant expression. The one wearing hands is Shigaraki. 5. Touch Quirk, decay. Don't let him touch you. To his left is Inferno. You know him. I don't know who or what the muscular one is. Eraserhead nodded before taking a deep breath. Get out with the rest of the students. With that, their teacher leaped headlong into the action, capture weapon whipping through the air in a flurry of motion. He wasted no time in taking out a handful of villains, his quirk giving him the element of surprise. How long that would last, Izuku had no idea. 13 Tore their eyes from the scene below and whirled around to address them. Students, evacuate immediately. Those are real villains, not a part of. The air shifted behind them, causing 13 to look over and above them. Izuku whirled around just in time to meet Kurogiri's glowing eyes. Kurogiri, what the? Pardon our interruption, Kurogiri announced, sparing but a single glance for Izuku before continuing. But we are the League of Villains. It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. We've come seeking the symbol of peace, however it appears he is not here. All Might, Izuku wondered. Why would they be going after All Might? In one of the most secure facilities UA had to offer, no less, and without Sensei, neither Shigaraki nor Inferno would be any match for him. The small army of thugs certainly wouldn't stand a chance. That only left the muscular villain with the exposed brain and empty eyes. What quirk did it have? Was it even a person? Kurogiri continued. Unfortunate. If he won't show himself, we will give him a reason to. Izuku stepped up next to Ida and stopped, brushing his arm to get his attention. As the taller boy's concerned eyes met his own, Izuku spoke. I'll distract him. Get out as soon as you can and get help. Ida's eyes opened wide. You want me to run? I can't simply abandon. You can, and you must, 13 said. They stepped forward, motioning for the students to get behind them. Go. 13's glove opened up as their quirk began to pull Kurogiri in. Wait, Izuku yelled, but it was too late. Kurogiri opened up a portal behind 13, turning their own quirk against them. As 13's suit began to disintegrate, Izuku activated Shadow Dance and launched forward, brandishing blades he doubted would have any effect. But he had to try. He knew something about Kurogiri that most didn't. If Kurogiri spread himself too thin, he risked exposing his real body. If and when that happened, Izuku would be there. Kurogiri seemed to be waiting for it, however. A warp gate opened up directly in front of him. Without a shadow to swap with, Izuku could do nothing to stop himself. He soared straight through the warp gate and onto a patch of dirt and grass, rolling with the impact so that he could bring himself up into a crouch, Shadow Dance flowing through him as he prepared for a fight. Not far away, Izuku spotted Eraserhead in the heat of battle, separated from him by a large circle of villains that seemed to be waiting for an opening. An explosion rocked the air from the staircase above. Izuku growled through his teeth, but had no time to return. He kept his eyes on the nearby villains, scanning them for the biggest threats and trying to get a grasp on what he was up against. A growing number of idle villains had noticed his appearance and were already turning to him with predatory eyes. If any of them recognized him, they showed no sign of it. Two of the nearest villains threw themselves at him, one swinging a baseball bat in a wild arc and the other spinning at him with a tail swipe. He dashed to the side, ducking under the bat and narrowly avoiding the scaled appendage that followed. He slammed a palm into the batter's throat, dropping him to the ground with a choked gurgle. Before the tailed villain could recover from his spin, Izuku shot forward and dropped him with a knee to the sternum. For good measure, he formed a blunted sword and cracked the mutant in the back of the neck. With a few cries of outrage, more villains redirected their attention to him and attacked. With that, the tension snapped, releasing into a flow of battle that Izuku never truly understood. Even in the chaos of limbs, quirks and bodies being thrown around, Izuku fell into a rhythm that rolled over him like a familiar song. If there was anywhere Izuku truly felt at home, it was in the rush of a fight. As the impatient villains turned to close in on him, Guardian materialized to join the fight. Together they fought, moving in an arcing path to avoid being surrounded. Izuku let his own impatience pass, content to keep the large numbers busy. The more villains he fought, the less there were to threaten both his classmates and his teacher. The more he fought, the more time backup had to arrive. If Ada could escape in time to get there. Shadow let out a frosty breath, his feet crunching on the ice as he passed pillar after pillar of frozen villains. He wasn't keen on leaving the villains as they were. Staying frozen for too long without any sort of resistance would rapidly lead to frostbite and hypothermia. As he saw it, however, he didn't have a choice. If he thawed them out, they would either attack him again or move on to find his classmates. Neither outcome was ideal, but he would accept the consequences. He continued onward as he thought over what he knew. The villains were after the symbol of peace, a pointless pursuit, but it was their goal. The Warper had said they would make All Might show up, which meant they weren't opposed to casualties. which meant his classmates, particularly the weaker ones, were in danger. Midoriya clearly had a history with the villains, although Shadow only recognized one of them, Inferno. His father had been in a rage about the villain for a long time, throwing a tantrum on many occasions when the villain managed to slip away from him. Of course, his father would be foaming at the mouth to fight another fire user. He always did, just to show how superior he was. After being warped away, Shadow finally understood just why Inferno always slipped away. The last thing Shadow had seen before being warped away was Midoriya being warped into the fray. Midoriya had experience as Shadow, as hard as that was for him to believe, but neither he nor their teacher seemed suitable for fighting large groups. If Shadow could make it there on time, the balance could shift in their favor, and if he got the opportunity, he would take down Inferno himself, if only to see the look on his father's face. Katsuki blasted another villain through a wall and kept moving through the husk of a building. Sheety hair trailed behind, following but keeping an eye out for more trouble. Katsuki didn't care. It was insulting, really, that the villains would throw them in with some rejects that could hardly fight. Hell, they hardly managed to even slow him down. What a joke. Where are we going? Sheety hair asked. Katsuki snorted. To the plaza, where the fuck else? What about everyone else? Sheety hair answered. What if they're in trouble? Really, idiot? Katsuki sneered. These villains are trash. If anyone's in trouble, it's our teacher and fucking Izuku. Fucking Izuku. We're busy fighting deadweight while you get to fight the real villains. But, Katsuki growled under his breath. Sure, he wanted to fight against a villain that was worth fighting. Who wouldn't? That wasn't the problem though. The problem was that fucking Hisashi was there. Inferno, the villain that killed Auntie and Co. all those years ago. The villain that took his only friend away from him. Inferno was going to get destroyed when Katsuki got there. I don't know, Kirishima argued. We don't know where everyone else ended up. We should try to help them first, then fucking go. Katsuki snapped. I don't give a shit. I'm going to help Izuku. A new voice answered from a shadowed doorway. You think you can just walk out of here, kid? Katsuki twisted around as another villain leaped at them, hands prepared to blow them to hell, only to stop as Kirishima smashed the villain's face with a hardened fist. Dust plumed outward as the villain crumpled into a heap on the floor, unmoving. Nice, Katsuki admitted. He kept moving, talking over his shoulder as they exited the building. Like I said, I'm going to the plaza. You coming or not? Kirishima scrunched his brow as he thought it over before nodding and pumping a fist. Let's go. Izuku leaped over the body of one of the many unconscious villains to take out another with a spinning kick to the jaw. He landed next to Eraserhead, crouching on the balls of his feet in a ready stance. The underground hero nodded his thanks, taking the brief moment of respite to catch his own breath while Guardians stood behind them to cover their backs. The circle of remaining villains made no move to attack, instead exchanging glances and even inching away from them. They're hesitating, Izuku said, low enough that only Eraserhead and Guardian could hear. Eraserhead nodded. They are. Now would be the time. Shigaraki interrupted him. I guess that wasn't enough time for All Might to show up. He scratched his neck, hard enough that Izuku could see blood. UNPCs really are useless. He will be on his way soon enough, Inferno drawled out with a cloud of smoke. He rolled his shoulders and sent a glare at the nearby warp villain. Since Kurogiri can't handle a few kids. With every word out of his father's mouth, Izuku grit his teeth harder. He growled under his breath, blood boiling at the audacity. They were having a conversation as if he wasn't even there, as if he hadn't taken out just as many of their villains or more. He took a single step forward that was immediately noted by Inferno, who squared his shoulders and stuck out his chest in a gesture of utter confidence. Shigaraki growled and scratched his neck harder. Man, Eraserhead, I guess I underestimated you. You're pretty cool, but let's see how you handle our cheat code. Namu. Only his enhanced reflexes kept Izuku from being smashed as the Namu darted straight towards them. Eraserhead barely managed to skirt out of the way of the first punch, dancing to the side and flourishing his capture weapon in a ready stance. That sort of speed, however, wasn't something he could contend with for long. Izuku pushed forward with blades adjusted to razor sharpness. As the Namu made to grab his teacher, Izuku darted between its legs and spun, cleanly slicing through both of its legs at the knees and passing through to a safe distance away. The Namu screeched as it fell, only screeching louder as it landed on the stubs of its own legs. That's a disappointing cheat code, Tamura, Izuku said with a smirk. Shigaraki matched his grin with a more manic one. Not bad, Shadow. You've improved. But my Namu isn't done yet. As if on cue, the remainder of the Namu's legs began to shift, ripping and bulging as the limbs began to regrow from the open wound. Within a few seconds, the limbs reformed as they were originally, completely good as new. Super strength and regeneration, Izuku observed. How many more quirks did Sensei stuff into that thing? Shigaraki cackled even as he raised his hands in a shrugging motion. Who knows? 1, 2, more than you. So that's my replacement? Izuku asked, distaste dripping from his tone. I didn't take you for one to accept a downgrade. Inferno laughed at that, his deep voice muffled slightly by the smoke that plumed out from his mouth. A downgrade. Oh Izuku, my dear boy. This is the first success after years of failed experiments. About 7, no, 8 years. He placed his hand on his masked chin as if considering, before fixing Izuku with malicious eyes. How old are you again? Bastard, Guardian roared as he rushed forward, cocking his arm back to throw a punch at Hisashi. Guardian, stop. Naomu, Shigaraki commanded. In one blur the Naomu cleared the distance, intercepting Guardian halfway. With one massive punch, Guardian was sent crashing through the nearest wall. The wall crumbled, falling onto the man with a crunch and sending a cloud of dust into the air. The pile settled into dead silence. Damn it, Guardian, Izuku thought. He couldn't blame the man for losing his cool, but he knew better. They both knew better. Losing composure in a fight would only lead to mistakes, and despite Inferno's unending cockiness and Shigaraki's unbearable childish nature, none of them were villains to approach carelessly. Izuku locked eyes with Eraserhead, who was gesturing towards the entrance insistently. Izuku shook his head, determination settling into his chest. He wasn't going to leave. He wasn't about to abandon Eraserhead to the League. He wasn't going to run, not again. Not when the source of everything wrong with his life was there in front of him. Inferno, Shigaraki called out. How about you spend some quality time with your son? Just like old times. Izuku watched as Hisashi's excitement overrode his distaste for taking orders, even orders disguised as suggestions. His eyes lit up and his grin widened, stance shifting into an offensive one. Izuku, Hisashi called in a deep, crooning voice. He took a step forward. Finally, there's nowhere to go, this time. No, Eraserhead announced, his tone flat as he stepped up beside Izuku. The underground hero lowered his voice. Let me handle him, for now. Can you keep up with the Naomu? Izuku never took his eyes off Hisashi. I can hold it off for a while, at least. Keep it regenerating so it doesn't have time to attack. Good. That's our plan, then. Stick with it. Wild cackling broke through the brief conversation. Shigaraki threw his arms out wildly as he stepped forward. Are you kidding? Do you heroes really think you're in control here? No, this is my game. Shigaraki pointed his finger at Eraserhead. Naomu, kill him. Neither of them were fast enough, Izuku to intervene nor Eraserhead to dodge. In one explosive movement, the Naomu's fist sent Eraserhead flying through the air and into the stairs with enough force to create a small crater. Before the dust could clear or the rubble could settle, Izuku was forced to dodge a large gout of flames. So, Shigaraki mused, Shadow, let's see how good you really are. As Nakamura leaned back, the chain linking his handcuffs to the floor rattled. The chain was slack enough that he could sit without issue, but not enough for him to stand to his full height. Between that and the quirk-suppressing cuffs, the precautions spoke volumes of the police department's trust for him. More specifically, Detective Tsukauchi's trust. If Tsukauchi was anything less than a great cop, Nakamura had no doubt he would be on his way to Tartarus already. He heaved a sigh, tapping his foot on the floor and humming impatiently. A bad feeling twisted in his gut, something he'd learned to trust long ago. He knew that if he could just explain, Tsukauchi's quirk would be enough to clear him of suspicion, and the sooner the better. He hadn't done anything wrong. Hell, he hadn't even had contact with All for One in decades. Ever since, the door flung open to reveal a disheveled Detective Tsukauchi. Clothes wrinkled and face unshaven, the detective appeared to have refused sleep for days. Nothing new. What was new, though, was the look of absolute fury on his face. Tsukauchi slammed a notepad on the table alongside a single cup of coffee and sat down heavily. He took a deep breath and fixed Nakamura with a steely glare. You will tell me everything. Now, where should I start? Nakamura asked. Tsukauchi pounded a fist on the table, and when he spoke his voice dripped with venom. Starting when you conveniently disappeared from the lunchroom just in time for villains to break into the campus. So he's already made up his mind. If it was anyone else he would be off this case, Nakamura observed. He took a deep breath and nodded before jumping into everything that happened that day, from being surrounded by purple mist in the hallway to being dropped in front of All for One. He had just gotten to recounting his argument with the supervillain when the door slammed open to reveal a cat-headed officer. Detective, we have an emergency. One of UA's training facilities is under attack. Tsukauchi was on his feet in the blink of an eye. Which class is there? Nakamura already knew the answer. Hero Course 1A. Nakamura attempted to stand, but jerked to a stop as the chain reached its limit. He stayed standing as tall as he could. Let me help. You will be staying here, Tsukauchi commanded. Sensei, keep an eye on him. Yes, sir. With that, Tsukauchi was gone. With that, Nakamura was stuck waiting while Izuku was in trouble, and he had a distinct feeling he knew the source of said trouble. He slammed back down into the chair and dropped his head down on the table. Damn it. So, Shadow, let's see how good you really are. Izuku flourished his blades as Inferno exhaled another breath of flame in his direction. He dodged to the side, hissing as the blast of heat coursed over his nearest side, but didn't stop moving. He planted his feet upon landing and darted forward, ducking under a punch and slashing his father along the side. His blades met resistance as they met the bone of Hisashi's rib cage. I could go sharper, but if I kill him, might as well say goodbye to my hero career, Izuku thought. He leaped back and dashed to the side again as Inferno roared in rage, narrowly dodging a massive burst of fire. He skidded to a stop, crouching in preparation as Hisashi clutched his side with a wild look in his eyes. "How dare you?" Inferno growled, smoke pouring out of his mouth and veins pulsing on his forehead. A patch of deep red leaked around his hand, staining the lighter orange of his costume. "After everything I've done, I made you." "You made nothing," Izuku replied, his tone like cold steel. "Sensei made me. You were just the delivery boy." A roar of rage and another wall of flames, burning hotter than ever, were his only reply. Izuku placed a shadow as he danced around the increasingly frequent bursts of flame, searching for an opening to close the distance. Inferno kept up the barrage of ranged attacks, however, letting loose almost as fast as he could breathe. He wasn't the only one trying to close the distance. With each breath, Hisashi moved forward, no doubt in an attempt to get a hold of him. Izuku waited, dodging attacks and keeping his distance. He knew his father's quirk well enough, and he knew that repeated attacks couldn't be kept up for long. He would begin to slow down, and that would give Izuku the opening he needed. He dodged another blast and feigned a dash forward. Hisashi stopped and took a defensive stance, hurriedly exhaling another wave of fire before he realized just Izuku was doing. Izuku noted his narrowed eyes and curled lips through the smoke before continuing his dance around his father. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted two figures dropping to the ground near the lake. Asui and Uraraka had survived, and from the looks of it they had been dropped in the shipwreck zone. A telling mistake, putting the girl with the frog quirk anywhere near water. They either didn't have enough information to know better, or they were underestimating Izuku's classmates. Either way, we might be better off than I thought, Izuku thought as he put more distance between himself and Inferno and grinned. That was, until he realized that he wasn't the only one to notice his classmates. "Ah, some more NPCs, Shigaraki observed. "Good, since Inferno is taking so long with his own son. Maybe some other dead students will bring All Might to us." Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogiri spoke up for the first time in a while. "Are you certain we shouldn't leave? The heroes will be arriving soon. Not just All Might, perhaps, but let's ruin his pride a bit first." "Yes." Sheet, Izuku cursed to himself. He couldn't let the villain get to his classmates. As Shigaraki darted towards his classmates, Izuku crouched and shot forward himself, the quirk-enhanced leap propelling him through the air like a rocket. He twisted midair, throwing a kick just as he was about to reach Shigaraki. The Namu appeared just in front of Shigaraki, catching Izuku's leg with its hand. As the hand closed around his leg, Shigaraki laughed. "Not bad, Izuku, but you'll have to do better than that. Namu, throw him back to Inferno. Keep him out of this." The Namu cocked back and threw Izuku through the air, directly at his father. Before he got in range of Inferno's breath, Izuku flared Shadow Dance and pulled, swapping places with the shadow he left beforehand. The same shadow that put him directly behind his father. He grinned as he recovered from the lurching change of momentum, conjuring new blades and thrusting them towards his father's back. Inferno whipped around, his arm cleanly knocking Izuku's own off course. His other arm shot forward and grabbed Izuku around the throat, lifting him into the air and pulling him closer until they were face to face. Izuku's wide eyes met Inferno's darkened ones. Hot, smoky breath washed over him as his father chuckled deeply. "I caught you, you ungrateful rat. Finally, I can finish what you started." Hisashi took a deep breath. Any last words? Between the close proximity, the overwhelming scent of smoke and the radiating heat, Izuku was thrown into a sense of déjà vu. Like his life flashing before his eyes, he remembered everything. He remembered every punch, kick, and burn as if he was receiving them again. For any reason, from failing a mission to shutting a door too loudly, his father had always used Izuku to take out his anger. What made that time any different? Was he overconfident to think he would win? Was he just like his father in that aspect? You've been stronger than him for years, Izuku. No, Izuku thought. That time would be different. He was done running, done hiding from the glaring problem in front of him. He would win. He had to win. Izuku was always confident in his abilities, but was always careful to keep himself in check. More importantly, regardless of his confidence, he kept his guard up regardless. That was one of the many differences between them. Hisashi shook him roughly and growled, sending another cloud of smoke to wash over Izuku's face. "Well, why yeah," Izuku choked out with a pained grin. In a shadowy blur, he thrust forward with a new blade as sharp as any razor. Hisashi grunted as the blade sank into his ribcage, just below his heart. Izuku's grin widened even as emptiness enveloped him. "You're wide open, father." Even as his father let go, Izuku twisted the knife and pulled upward. That time, there was no resistance. He sliced cleanly through bone and organs alike as if they were butter. By the time Izuku's feet met the ground, Hisashi had fallen backwards. His father struck the ground with a solid thump that kicked up dirt with the impact. The blood gushing from his chest began to form a small pool around him, too quickly for the dry soil to soak up. With one last twitch, his body fell still. Izuku stared at the body as the emptiness settled deeper into his bones, familiar as an old friend. That numbness was a coping mechanism he knew all too well. A deadly calm, allowing him to do his previous work without being distracted by something so meaningless as emotion. That emptiness sapped him of every emotion, every sensation he should have felt. There was no satisfaction, no regret, and no relief. Instead, he regarded his father's lifeless body and felt nothing. Die. But the job wasn't finished yet. He glanced up, just in time to watch Katsuki unleash an explosion into Shigaraki's back, sending him sprawling to the ground away from their classmates. The explosion seemed to snap them out of their fear, for not a moment later Asui leapt through the air with Uraraka in tow. They landed near the stairs and stopped to check on their teacher who was still unconscious or worse. "Namu!" Shigaraki screamed as he scrambled to his feet. The moment the Namu moved, Izuku moved with it, with his blades at the ready. He surged forward in a shadowed blur to meet the beast. Katsuki tried to dodge by blasting himself into the air over the creature, but the Namu caught him by the leg and pivoted in an attempt to smash him into the ground. Blades blurred through the air as Izuku slashed, separating the Namu's arm at the elbow with cold efficiency. Freed from its grip, Katsuki let off explosions in its face as he blasted himself away to land behind Izuku. For good measure, Izuku slashed through its legs once again, leaving it to shriek as it fell heavily to the ground a second time. Izuku, what the fuck?" Katsuki demanded. "Is he fucking dead?" Izuku didn't need a name to know who Katsuki was talking about. He simply nodded in response. Katsuki paled, but had no time to say anything as Shigaraki screamed and dashed forward. "You cheating bastard." Izuku danced out of the way as Shigaraki came at him with a flurry of open palm strikes. But Izuku wasn't going to let him use his quirk. Shigaraki moved fast, quicker than he would expect, but Izuku dodged fluidly as he waited for an opening. Before he had a chance to counterattack, however, Katsuki leapt forward in a blaze of explosions and cracked Shigaraki in the jaw. Before either of them could follow up, Kurogiri warped Shigaraki a safe distance away. The Namu, now fully regenerated, stood up to its full height and made a screeching sound that reminded Izuku of a battle cry, only to be frozen in place by a wave of ice. Izuku jerked his head towards the source of the ice and locked eyes with Todoroki. The ice user studied them through puffs of frosty breath, before taking in the rest of their surroundings, observing everything before settling his eyes on the Namu. The creature flailed, swinging a fist down and shattering the ice at its feet. It took a single step forward, only to be frozen again by Todoroki. "Tamura," Kurogiri said, "we should leave now. Any moment." The door at the entrance exploded, rocking the air as pieces of metal and rubble blasted through the air. "Fear not, students," All Might exclaimed. "I am here." "About fucking time," Katsuki grumbled. All Might stepped up to the top of the stairs with a dark expression on his face. He ripped off his tie before leaping down the stairs and onto the plaza. In a burst of speed Izuku could barely see, the #1 hero took out the remaining villains on the sidelines, leaving a trail of unconscious bodies in his wake. Not a moment later, he gathered Todoroki, Katsuki, and himself and deposited them on the stairs. "Well done, students," All Might said in a low tone. "Rest, and let me take care of the rest." "Wait," Izuku called out in a flat tone. When All Might met his eyes, he continued, "The huge muscled creature is the Namu. It has regeneration and super strength." He remembered how ineffective his kick was, and probably shock absorption. "Namu, kill him. Kill All Might," Shigaraki screamed. Wasting no time, All Might shot forward to engage with the Namu, the fight erupting into a flurry of blows that Izuku didn't bother trying to track. He glanced around, taking a mental headcount on his classmates. To his surprise, almost all of his classmates were in attendance, all watching the ongoing battle with rapt interest. Izuku kept his eyes on Shigaraki and Kurogiri, waiting for them to make a move. If they were to have any chance of beating All Might, they would have to work together. All Might dashed behind the Namu and grabbed it around the waist, lifting it high into the air and suplexing it into the ground. Just before it met the ground, however, a warp gate opened up that allowed the Namu to twist around and grab All Might by his side. Izuku watched for just long enough to see blood seeping through their teacher's shirt before he leapt back into the fight. Todoroki must have had the same idea, as a wave of ice froze the Namu in place just as Izuku arrived. Izuku sliced through the Namu's arms once again to break All Might free from its grip. Once the #1 hero was freely moving, Izuku leaped back towards the entrance to give him room to fight. The fight resumed and escalated almost immediately. With its hands still regenerating, the Nauma was far less effective, leaving All Might every opening to overpower the creature with a blinding flurry of attacks. After bludgeoning the Nauma with dozens of blows, All Might sent it flying through the roof with one final smash. All Might settled and took one threatening step towards Shigaraki. What now, villains? Not so confident now, are you? Something's wrong, Guardian whispered. Izuku nearly jumped at Guardian's voice, the quirk having been in recovery for the majority of the fight. What do you mean? He's struggling, Izuku, Guardian replied. Look at his movements and the steam. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he noted the source of Guardian's concern. Jerky movements, rising steam, and a growing bloodstain. If All Might were well, wouldn't he simply take out the other two villains with ease? Shigaraki accepted the challenge and dashed forward, but Izuku dashed forward much faster. Before the villain could reach the hero, Izuku planted a foot in his sternum and sent him to the ground. Shigaraki scrambled back to his feet, gasping for breath, with a wild, desperate gleam in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots filled the air, taking Shigaraki in both shoulders and one of his knees. Before he could even hit the ground, Kurogiri surrounded him to block him from any further attacks. Not a moment later, the warp gate disappeared, taking Shigaraki and Kurogiri with it and leaving Izuku alone with All Might. As Izuku turned to regard the number one hero, a wall of cement blocked them off from the rest of his classmates and the arriving heroes. When Izuku took in the sight of All Might's true form, he could see the reasoning. Izuku cleared his throat. That was close. Yagi nodded, coughing up blood into his fist. Indeed it was. Now, I'm sure you're surprised. I already knew, Izuku interrupted as he turned away. I won't tell anyone. He made it a few steps before All Might called out, Midoriya, wait. Izuku turned to glance over his shoulder. Yes, thank you, All Might said with a bowed head. For protecting me. Izuku nodded and turned away without another word, leaving All Might to be whisked away to safety out of sight. Perhaps if he could survive the next few days without being expelled or arrested, he would thank the hero in turn. After all, killing villains was never acceptable, only tolerated in the most extreme circumstances. This is a pretty damn extreme circumstance, Izuku, Guardian cut in. Don't worry about it, I'm sure they'll understand. I'm not worried about it, Izuku replied. That was part of the problem. He couldn't bring himself to care at all. Where's Midoriya? Katsuki grit his teeth hard enough to make them groan. He was growing damn tired of all the questions. Izuku this, Shadow that. What happened down there? Where did Izuku go? Who the fuck cared? In case none of them noticed, Izuku wasn't the only one who had to fight for his damn life. It was as if half of those extras weren't even there. Katsuki whirled around to fix Icy Hot with a glare. What's it to you? Todoroki met his glare with a cold stare. I just want to ask him a question. If this is about your petty-ass rivalry, forget about it. That's none of your business. Katsuki wasn't stupid. He noticed Todoroki staring at Izuku like some kind of creep since the first day Izuku used his quirk. He didn't know what the hell was wrong with the kid, or what problem he had with Izuku. Honestly, he didn't give a shit. They could handle their problems on their own time and leave Katsuki out of it. What bothered Katsuki was that his only friend's dad was dead on the ground just below them, and Izuku was nowhere to be found. Katsuki's palms popped as he let off miniature explosions. He took a step toward the budget freezer, which got no reaction. That pissed him off even more. Listen, Aizawa, it's none of your business where the fucker is, got it? The kid who just had to kill his piece of shit dad probably doesn't want to talk to you. If you give even half of a fuck, you would leave him the hell alone. With that, Katsuki stomped away, growling under his breath. Honestly, what the fuck was wrong with people? By the time Izuku made it back to the entrance, most of his classmates were speaking with various police officers and giving reports of their experiences. Many of the students were clearly shaken up, and for good reason. Not even a month into their time at UA, and they had already had to fight villains. Not all of them had spent years around them or months fighting them. Even Izuku felt his nerves coming back to haunt him, although for a much different reason. He brushed past Katsuki, whose shoulder checked him, and grumbled under his breath. Nice of you to show up. Izuku turned to say something when a new voice stopped him. Shadow. Izuku turned his head to regard an unfamiliar police officer. Yeah, you know you can let go of your quirk, right? It's safe. Izuku looked down at his shadowy hand and flinched. He let go of Shadow Dance and took a deep breath. Yeah, sorry. The officer wore a sympathetic smile as he nodded. Not a problem. According to your classmates, you had one hell of a fight out there. Could have been a lot worse if you hadn't. Izuku, a familiar voice called out, interrupting the officer. Tsukauchi came jogging up to them, stopping just short of Izuku. The detective turned to regard the officer with a stern gaze. Takeda, did you need something from him? The officer flushed and shook his head. Not at all, detective. In fact, I was just about to tell him that you were asking after him. Tsukauchi sighed as Izuku raised an eyebrow. He placed a hand on the officer's shoulder and directed him away. Interview one of the other students, would you? As the officer obliged, Tsukauchi placed a hand on Izuku's back and led him away. When they were out of earshot, Tsukauchi stopped. Izuku. Izuku looked away for a moment before looking back. I didn't have a choice, Tsukauchi. He would have killed me if... What? Tsukauchi asked. No, I mean... He let out a sigh. We'll deal with that later. Izuku, we have Nakamura in custody. But that pulled Izuku out of his head. He blinked up at Tsukauchi, his mind whirling around what he just heard. Wait, what? Tsukauchi nodded. A grim frown set on his face. He turned himself in earlier today. I was just starting the interrogation when I got the call to come here. He's not going anywhere, Izuku. Izuku nodded idly, still trying to piece together what little information he had. Why would he turn himself in? I don't know, Izuku. But we'll find out soon enough, okay. Izuku simply nodded. Tsukauchi stopped and planted himself in front of Izuku. He squatted down to be more level with Izuku, meeting eye to eye. Hey, are you all right? Are you injured? Izuku opened his mouth to say he was fine, but stopped. Tsukauchi would know immediately that he was lying. Instead, he bit his tongue and looked at the ground. I'm not injured, but you're not fine. It wasn't a question. Izuku shook his head. Tsukauchi stood and wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Come on, we can get your report later. Okay. Izuku silently leaned into Tsukauchi's side and let himself be led away. While Izuku knew that Tsukauchi's goal was to help him keep his mind away from everything that had happened, they both should have known it wouldn't work. Izuku wasn't one to leave loose ends regardless of his mental state. Not when a main contributor to his stress sat waiting in the police station. In the same vein, Tsukauchi wasn't one to leave work on the table either. He wanted Izuku to be there for the interrogation if he thought himself ready for it. Ready or not, Izuku just wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. Tsukauchi's relieved expression when he said as much told him that he wasn't alone. Only a brief window of time remained before the multitude of low-level villains would be transported from USJ and prepared for their own interrogation. After that, Tsukauchi would be kept busy until well into the night at the very least. It only made sense for them to proceed with Nakamura's interrogation immediately. And so Izuku found himself in the viewing room, staring through the one-way mirror as he waited for Tsukauchi to begin the interrogation. I think he's innocent, Guardian said. Look at him. He's miserable. You can't even see his face, Izuku replied. To be truthful, Izuku's eyes hadn't left the man since he entered the viewing room. At a height and with a build that rivaled Endeavor, the middle-aged man looked more like a caged brute on the far side of that table. Nakamura sat hunched over, although the chains were clearly long enough for him to sit up straight. His head rested just above the height of the table with eyes downcast. And if it weren't for the foot tapping against the floor, Izuku would have thought he was asleep. The viewing room door opened to reveal Tsurugami Kenji, the chief of police and one of the last people Izuku wanted to share a room with. The chief paused inside the doorway as they locked eyes, before Izuku broke eye contact to bow respectfully. Tsurugami-san. No need for that, Midoriya-kun, Tsurugami insisted as he stepped up beside him. The chief never took his eyes off of him, but where Izuku expected to find suspicion, or at least caution, there was only concern. Tsukauchi is just about ready to begin. Or rather, to continue. Are you sure you're ready? Izuku nodded, his chest fluttering as he fixed his eyes back on Nakamura. We need to know. Tsurugami merely hummed in response before turning to watch as well. When the door opened to allow Tsukauchi in the interrogation room, Nakamura's head snapped up. Black stubble with flecks of gray covered the lower half of his face, a clear sign that he hadn't had a chance to shave in days. Dark circles surrounded bloodshot eyes below a wrinkled brow, where Izuku read a flashing mixture of emotion, concern, anger, desperation. Perhaps all at once. Guardian was right. Nakamura looked like a complete disaster. Izuku fought down the roiling sensation in his gut that warred with the cold rage he already felt. He couldn't afford to feel bad for the man. Not unless he proved innocent. And if he didn't prove innocent, well, he glanced over at the chief of police, whose canine eyes were still studying Nakamura, and pushed the temptation from his mind. He wouldn't be able to do anything about it, not in a police station, not standing next to the man who had Izuku's future in his hands. Revenge would get him nowhere. He would only end up throwing away the little chance he had left after everything else. A chill passed through him and tension gripped his chest. He sucked in a breath, forcing his chest to expand until it began to strain, as if to push the sensation away. He found that the strain on his chest helped to fend off the impending panic. As long as he could breathe, he could keep going. Hey, Guardian said in a smooth tone. Don't worry about that right now. One thing at a time. Izuku took another slow breath, that time through his nose. He filled his lungs and held it for a few seconds before letting it out just as slowly. Tendrils of smoke rose from his mouth as he exhaled, rising through the air to be pulled away through a vent in the ceiling. Guardian was right. He couldn't deal with everything at once. One thing at a time. Now, Tsukauchi began in a frosty tone. Let's begin. Is Izuku okay? Nakamura interrupted, his deep voice grating like gravel. He put his clasped hands together on the table and leaned further forward. Please tell me he's okay. Tsukauchi paused for a moment and cleared his throat. Everyone will be fine. There were no permanent injuries. Nakamura's relief was obvious. He sagged back in his chair and let out a long breath. Good. Thank you. Now, let's get started, Tsukauchi said in a purely professional tone. He clicked his pen on the table and put it to his notepad. First things first, would you tell me what happened on the day you went missing from UA? Nakamura nodded. It was during lunch period. I went to use the restroom when that mist villain showed up. Kurogiri, I believe his name was. Tsukauchi scribbled on his notepad. Have you had any prior interactions with Kurogiri? No. Tsukauchi nodded and tapped his pen once on the table. Inside the viewing room, Izuku glanced at the chief. Tsurigami studied him for a moment before turning his eyes back to the interrogation. True. So the tapping must be a signal, Izuku gathered. Perhaps 1 tap for truth, 2 for a lie. Or 2 for a partial lie and 3 for a full lie. Izuku couldn't help but wonder why he'd never thought of it himself. It would make sense for them to have their own system in place between the two of them. Perhaps they could establish one at home. What happened after that? Tsukauchi questioned. He didn't say a word. He just warped me into an old office and disappeared. All for One was waiting for me. Izuku's breath hitched. What did All for One want with Nakamura? Tsukauchi stopped writing and looked up. All for One. Nakamura nodded. Yes, he told me that he knew Izuku was at UA. He seemed to believe that we were hiding him there. That UA was the only school that he could see his Izuku going to. Izuku took in a sharp breath. What was that supposed to mean? His Izuku? Tsukauchi echoed. What did you say? Nakamura looked down. I told him that Izuku wasn't his. That Izuku was his own person. Tsukauchi flinched. You told that to All for One. Izuku mirrored the detective's disbelief. He loved Sensei, even saw him as a father, but nobody argued with All for One. Very few in his inner circle, where Izuku himself had been, could even debate with Sensei. Even worse was that the line between a respectful disagreement and insubordination was paper-thin in Sensei's eyes. Nakamura must have proved himself very useful if he was still alive to see an interrogation room. Izuku's eyes narrowed as Nakamura continued. Nakamura nodded. I'm aware that it was reckless, but All for One seemed to believe that we were holding Izuku prisoner, that he had no say in his current arrangement. He believed that we had him on a leash, under the guise of protecting him, because he trailed off. Because Tsukauchi prodded. Nakamura looked up. He believed that we were afraid of what Izuku would do when he finds out that society isn't all it's cracked up to be. That Izuku is too pure to stand for an imperfect hero system. The man is insane. That's ridiculous, Izuku said incredulously. He always wanted to be a hero. How? That was the reason Sensei told him to leave in the first place, because Izuku would never give up on his dream. That was the reason, wasn't it? Nakamura cleared his throat and continued. He also implied that Izuku would tear down society when he decided it wasn't good enough for him. Tsukauchi paled. And what did you say to that? That he's delusional? That Izuku is flawed just like the rest of us. He's trying to be a better person, just like the rest of us. I told him that his actions were ruining that for someone he supposedly loves. I lost my cool, I'll admit. I should have tried to get information instead of arguing with him. I'm sorry. I'm flawed just like the rest of you. You have no idea. Izuku shook his head. How is he still alive? I was wondering the same thing, Guardian said. So far, everything he has said is true, Tsurigami chimed in. Though, I must admit that I'm curious as well. Well, then, Tsukauchi continued. What did All for One want from you? Nakamura took a deep breath and sighed. That's the thing. I don't know. It's almost as if he just wanted to talk about Izuku, although it felt like he was deciding whether or not to kill me the whole time. I wonder why, Izuku commented out loud. Did All for One ask anything of you? No. 1 tap. Did he demand anything of you? No. 1 tap. Were you working with any villains at any point during your assignment as Izuku's guard? Izuku took a deep breath and waited. No, Nakamura insisted. I haven't had contact with anyone besides the police, Izuku, and UA as staff since starting this assignment, outside of the occasional shopping trip. 1 tap. When Izuku exhaled, his shoulders dropped and his neck loosened. He nearly slumped over as the tension faded from muscles he wasn't aware were even tense. Guardian materialized to steady him, wrapping a heavy arm around his shoulder and pulling him close. He ruffled Izuku's hair and chuckled. See, Guardian said lightly. I told you he was innocent. A bit of restraint on quirk use would be appreciated, Midoriya Izuku. Tsurigami said sternly. Besides, it's not over yet. Izuku opened his mouth to apologize for Guardian's sudden appearance, but before he could, Tsukauchi spoke again. That just about covers it, Tsukauchi continued on. I appreciate your cooperation. However, there is one more question I must ask. Nakamura eyed him warily and nodded. Tsukauchi adjusted his posture and leaned forward to meet the larger man's eyes. Have you ever had contact with All for One or the League of Villains before this event? That's both classified and irrelevant. Nakamura said automatically, reverting back to the all-businessman that Izuku was familiar with. He's our enemy, plain and simple. Is there anything else? Silence fell as they stared at each other. Nakamura's expression was pointedly blank, and while Izuku could only see Tsukauchi's face in the reflection of a mirror, he could tell Tsukauchi wasn't satisfied with that answer. Professionally, he had to accept it, but his personal outlook was a different story. That made two of them. If Nakamura had contact with them at any point, he hardly considered that irrelevant. Whether he was working with villains or not, that shred of information could mean everything. The detective broke the silence by smacking his pen rather forcefully on the table. Once, then you are free to go. As to your employment, however, the chief of police and I have decided that the decision should be in Izuku's hands. As two officers entered the room to begin removing the handcuffs and chains, Nakamura's eyes widened. Izuku, is he here? Izuku shot a wide-eyed glance at Tsurigami, who met his eyes and nodded. You heard his response. Everything he said is true. He's innocent, and truly views all for one as an enemy. Unless you would prefer a new guard. Izuku hummed as the chief moved towards the door. Why did Nakamura sound so nervous when he asked after Izuku? He wasn't there for the USJ attack. But that wasn't his fault. He was an innocent man. If anything, Izuku should be the nervous one. As hard as he tried to pretend otherwise, he felt bad for Nakamura. The man got mixed up in Izuku's problems merely because it was his job, and Izuku passed him off as a traitor without a second thought. One single scrap of coincidence was enough for him. On the other hand, the same person Izuku was supposed to be protected from was dead, all because Izuku was forced to fight him alone. If Nakamura had a history with All for One, he put them both at risk by making himself a target. That wasn't the only thing bothering him, though. Why was Izuku even being allowed to make this decision? Why was he allowed to make any decisions? It didn't make any sense. He locked eyes with Tsurigami, who was holding the door open with an expectant expression. Why? The chief cocked his head. Why what? Izuku gestured vaguely. Any of this. Why is the decision mine to make? Why are you all ignoring the elephant here? I killed someone today. I killed my own father today. Izuku's stomach twisted and bile rose in his throat. He swallowed it down as the chief of police sighed and shut the door. He looked down at Izuku with an expression of concern and sympathy. Izuku hated that look. Midoriya-kun, the chief of police said. Inferno was an S-class villain, as dangerous as they come and one of the most elusive to date. Given that he was also your abuser, you know that better than anyone. Tsurigami's eyes took on an intensity that made Izuku take a step back. Inferno, along with the League of Villains, attacked a class of first-year students with no reservations about taking lives. Witness reports say you didn't seek him out for your own personal ends. In fact, you were forced to fight him and took his life in self-defense. There comes a time that I, as chief of police, must exercise discretion. If there was ever an appropriate time for me to exercise that discretion, today is that day. The chief of police growled, his tone deepening and gaining a rough edge to it. I don't blame you for doubting me, but know that I will not condemn an innocent child, even one of your reputation, for defending themselves against someone so dangerous. Under normal circumstances, I may even thank you for ridding us of him. He took a deep breath, lowering his voice to take on a more regretful tone. As it stands, Midoriya Izuku, I'm only sorry that it had to be you that took him down. Would that it could have happened differently. Izuku stared at him in disbelief, struggling to digest the chief's words. Guardian stood stock still by his side, as well, his arm frozen around Izuku's shoulder. Tsurigami bowed his head. My apologies if our methods have come across differently, but I assure you that our arrangements were made with your well-being in mind. The decision is yours. Take care, Midoriya-kun. With that, the chief of police left, leaving Izuku reeling in the empty viewing room. Before he could get any sense of whatever the hell just happened, however, Tsukauchi opened the door and poked his head in with a tired smile. Izuku, are you ready to see him? Izuku nodded, committing the chief's words to memory as he walked towards the door. He had little choice but to get on with it. He could make sense of the chief's words later, when he had the time to work through it on his own. For now, he had a different problem to deal with. He stepped past Tsukauchi and through the doorway, turned left and looked down the hallway to where Nakamura had been walking from. As they made eye contact, Nakamura froze a hand on his own wrist as if rubbing the soreness out where the handcuffs had been. Izuku, Nakamura said, his voice a low rumble. Are you okay? I'm sorry, I can explain. I thought it was classified. Izuku interrupted coldly. Nakamura jerked back, his eyes widening at Izuku's tone. He looked away and sighed. It is, I'm sorry. If I could. But you can't, Izuku interrupted again. So it really doesn't matter, does it? Hurt flashed in Nakamura's eyes before he looked down at the floor, his shoulders slumping. No, you're right. It doesn't. Izuku felt a pang in his chest at the sight of Nakamura. He looked devastated, but Izuku was tired of the secrets. Nakamura had a history with All for One. Enough of a history to be documented and classified. He was able to argue with all for one and leave with his quirk and body intact. He may be innocent, but there was a lot more to the story that they were missing. Tsukauchi, Izuku called out without taking his eyes off of Nakamura. Would you mind arranging an escort so that Nakamura can get his vehicle from UA? Are you sure, Izuku? Tsukauchi asked with concern dripping from his voice. Izuku nodded. I'm sure. Nakamura tilted his head up to meet Izuku's eyes, his mouth working as if he wanted to say something but no words came out. Finally, he snapped his mouth shut, a resigned look coming over his face as he nodded. I'll get right on it, Tsukauchi said before walking away. As Tsukauchi's footsteps faded, Izuku cleared his throat. You know, I had to fight 3 villains today, all of them a class or higher. By myself. I'm sorry. I dismembered one of them multiple times. Regeneration quirk. Nakamura swallowed and nodded. Izuku took a deep breath. My father was one of them. Nakamura's head snapped up. His eyes burned with emotion, but Izuku couldn't place exactly what. He took a step forward and reached a hand out. Izuku, he didn't hurt you, did he? He's dead, Nakamura. Izuku, he had me by the throat. Nakamura, Izuku went on with an empty tone. Face to face, seconds away from burning me to a crisp. I have some resistance, so it would take a while, you know. It always has. Izuku, Nakamura's voice sounded like it was about to break. It was really easy, Izuku continued, staring at the wall as he remembered the feeling of slicing through his father's chest. So easy. One blade, a twist and a pull, and it was over, you know. Izuku, please. I killed my father today. Nakamura, Izuku finally snapped. After my guard conveniently went missing. I thought you were a traitor, you know that right. Because I'm so fucking used to everyone being used against me. I'm tired of secrets and lies, Nakamura. I don't give a single fuck about protocol or classification. Nakamura, I don't care. If this is going to continue, I need answers. Nakamura recoiled at his outburst. But he recovered and took a step forward with a hopeful look in his eyes. He reached a hand out. Izuku, he stopped and swallowed. I'll tell you, okay, just not here. It's classified, Izuku said, his voice shaking. His eyes burned as tears began to fill them. He pressed his tongue against his front teeth and pulled as he looked away, refusing to let his emotions get the better of him. As if they hadn't already, Nakamura knelt down in front of him and lowered his voice. I don't care. Nobody has to know. Izuku let out a shaky breath and his head and shoulders slumped. Finally, the dam broke and tears began to run freely down his face. He let out a choked sob and watched as his tears dripped onto the floor. I killed him. Nah, Nakamura. Strong arms wrapped tight around him and pulled him into a warm hug. Izuku sank into the embrace and pressed his face against Nakamura's chest to sob freely. Years of pent-up emotions burst forth in the form of tears, only to soak into the man's shirt. Years of suffering squeezed his chest and racked his body in the form of sobs. Even after years of daydreaming and fantasizing, nothing went how he expected. Where he should have felt relieved or even happy, he felt only emptiness and grief. The man who made an effort to destroy everything Izuku was and wanted to be was dead. So why did it hurt so badly? I'm so sorry, Izuku, Nakamura said, his voice thick with emotion. He squeezed tighter. I'm so sorry you had to do that. I'm sorry I wasn't there. Nakamura's chest rumbled as he spoke, his words not only reaching Izuku's ears but vibrating through him. Izuku choked out a bitter laugh and squeezed harder as he mumbled into Nakamura's chest. Don't leave, Nakamura. I'm sorry. Nakamura's relieved laugh rumbled through him. I'm not going anywhere, Izuku. I'll stay as long as you want me to. If Izuku was any less absorbed in his own grief, he may have noticed his own shirt getting wet. When Naomasa peered around a corner to check on Izuku, he found himself watching the scene unfold just down the hallway. He just wanted to make sure Izuku was safe, although it soon became obvious that neither was a danger to the other. Naomasa was frustrated, even angry with the man at his secrecy, but he couldn't blame him. The man was doing his job, and Naomasa knew all too well how limiting security clearances could be. He didn't have to like it, though. Despite the intimidating appearance and strictly professional demeanor, Nakamura was a good man at heart. And despite his cold attitude, Izuku just wanted to be safe to live his life. He was tired of running and tired of being manipulated, and Naomasa couldn't blame him. When Nakamura knelt down to embrace the sobbing form of Izuku, Naomasa smiled sadly and walked away to give them privacy. As badly as he wanted to hug Izuku himself, he didn't want to intrude on the emotional moment. If Izuku wanted to keep Nakamura as his guard, Naomasa would do everything in his power to keep it that way. He stopped by the station lobby and rapped his knuckles on Sansa's desk. Slight change of plans. Sansa, you'll be escorting the both of them. The ride to UA was filled with a heavy silence that dampened Izuku's already dark mood. By the time Sansa dropped them off at the staff entrance, Izuku was tempted to leap off into the darkness just to escape the oppressive emptiness in the air. That silence was different from the silence of solitude. When he was alone, at least he didn't have to worry about what anyone else was thinking. The school was an eerie sight in the dead of night, despite the lights that illuminated everything within 100 meters of its walls. Being at the school while it was empty was surreal. The parking lot was too quiet, with only the faint hum of the lights above and the quiet rasp of their footsteps. There was something calming about the emptiness of it, the lack of life where it was usually bustling with activity. He took a deep breath as he opened the passenger side of Nakamura's vehicle, taking one more look around to commit the surreal scene to memory before settling down and shutting the door. Nakamura got in on his side, started the car and shifted into drive before pausing with his hand still on the shifter. Izuku glanced over, but Nakamura kept his eyes forward to stare out the windshield for a long moment before he let off the brake and started driving. He pulled out of the lot without a word, taking them on the same route they took on every day of the week. Izuku shook off his curiosity. If Nakamura didn't want to talk, or even look at him, Izuku wouldn't push him to. His presence left Izuku with such a mixed bag of emotions that he couldn't place one before another took its place. Relief that his suspicions were wrong shifted into guilt that he even had those suspicions in the first place. Anger at the secrets the man had yet to reveal flipped into fear of what those secrets were. A small part of him missed that one transparent moment back at the police station. It was the child in him, something he'd pushed down and despised for its weakness for most of his life. That part of him wanted to leap across the seat and cry his heart out, to cling to one of the few people who saw him at his most vulnerable and accepted him. He pushed that urge down and that part of him went with it. They had their moment of mutual vulnerability, but those walls were in the process of being rebuilt. That moment was over, and Izuku wasn't about to push their boundaries. He indulged his own selfishness enough by pushing them into that position in the first place, a position where Nakamura was forced to make a promise that could cost him everything. Izuku shifted to stare out the window, letting out a long breath through his nose as he leaned his head against the cool glass. He watched idly as the world outside passed by in a steady rhythm of lights and patches of darkness. It reminded him of the night Aizawa brought him along on patrol with him. A night that felt so long ago, despite only days having passed. Izuku grimaced as he remembered the hit that sent Aizawa crashing into the stairs at USJ. He knew firsthand how tough a racerhead could be, but the fact that he remained unconscious through the rest of the fight was alarming. His teacher was even sent to an actual hospital rather than being held on campus with Recovery Girl. Tsukauchi said that everyone would be fine, but fine could mean anything when heroes were involved. Izuku shifted in his seat and glanced over at Nakamura. The man knew nothing about USJ outside of the sum of Izuku's worst experiences. He was unaware that Aizawa Sensei was in the hospital and that All Might was injured as well. Would he feel more guilty if he knew how close they had been to losing someone? Did he already? Nakamura caught his glance and raised an eyebrow. Something wrong? Izuku considered brushing it off, but he wanted to know. He knew his way around the city, and they weren't far away. Could we go to the hospital? I know it's late, but I want to see how Aizawa Sensei is doing. Nakamura's brow wrinkled, and he shifted to study Izuku as he drove. What do you mean? Tsukauchi said everyone was fine. Fine could mean a lot of things. He took a bad hit and didn't get up for the rest of the fight. Nakamura went silent as he turned the car onto a side street, and Izuku braced himself when the car's tires let out a series of short squeals through the turn. Once they straightened out and stabilized, Nakamura continued at a speed well over the limit. Fortunately, it was nearing midnight, so the streets were relatively clear of other drivers. Izuku eyed him from his peripherals. While Nakamura showed no outward signs of irritation physically, Izuku could feel his displeasure radiating off of him in waves along with his change of driving. Was it something he said that caused it, or was he simply tired and wanted to go home? They both had a long day. And while Izuku felt the effects of exhaustion, he was well accustomed to late nights and days without sleep. Izuku let out a long breath and sank down in his seat as he kicked himself mentally. Of course, Nakamura was likely running on no sleep since before the incident. Hell, he probably hadn't even eaten since being kidnapped, and not only did he have to watch Izuku well past his scheduled time, he was stuck driving Izuku around in the middle of the night. Don't beat yourself up, Izuku, Guardian said. It's been a long day, but I'm sure he wants to check on Aizawa too. Yeah, I guess you're right, Izuku conceded. When they finally found a spot in the parking garage, not too far from the connecting entrance, Nakamura parked the vehicle and was halfway out the door before he stopped and cleared his throat. It's unlikely that we can see him, but we'll see about an update, okay? Izuku nodded and got out himself. He followed a half step behind Nakamura as they entered the hospital lobby and stepped up to the receptionist's desk. The lady working the desk looked to be in her mid-30s, with black hair bunched up into a bun and dark circles under her eyes. She offered a weak smile in greeting. What can I do for you? Nakamura took a quick glance around before pulling the badge from his belt and flashing it. I'm with the police, my charge, and I want to know what room Aizawa Shadow is in. Guardian chuckled. That's the most cop thing I've ever seen. Could you imagine him going undercover? Hey now, Izuku shot back with a roll of his eyes. At least he isn't tromping around in uniform anymore. Give him some credit. Defensive, are we? Guardian teased. Izuku hit Guardian with his best mental glare, but dropped it when the receptionist responded. I'm assuming you're here on business, she asked. Nakamura nodded and the receptionist continued with a regretful smile. Ultimately, it's up to his doctor and the heroes stationed outside whether you can see him or not. I'll call up there if you'll just give me a minute. Did he just lie? Guardian breathed. You aren't here on business. I think so. Izuku fought to keep his expression neutral, despite his disbelief at the prospect. Nakamura used his badge and lied to get them in to see Aizawa. It was a small lie, just a nod at the head, but even so, either Nakamura really wanted to know or he really wanted to be done with it. The receptionist finished her conversation and hung up, looking up with the same tired smile. Floor 5, room 27. Thank you, Nakamura said before turning on his heel and, with a jerk of his head for Izuku to follow, heading for the stairwell. Izuku followed, and once they were on the third flight of stairs he spoke up. So, business, huh? Nakamura nodded as he continued taking the steps 2 at a time. Yes, you were asked to check on him. No, Nakamura answered, voice carrying with a tone that Izuku couldn't place. He rounded the landing and made brief eye contact before ascending the next set of stairs. But we can let Tsukauchi know how he's doing. Izuku paused, a grin spreading across his face as he processed the implication. Nakamura's consistent demeanor was so professional and no-nonsense that anything outside of that threw him for a loop. Before the interrogation, Izuku struggled to remember so much as a hint of emotion. Since the interrogation, though, Izuku learned more about the man than the past months combined. But for Nakamura to lie and use his position to get information that would hopefully set their minds at ease, that shined a whole new light on the man in front of him, a light that he wanted to see more. He bounded up the stairs with new energy, catching up to the older man ahead of him but settling into pace a few steps behind. Guardian hummed, I think you're rubbing off on him. Is that a bad thing? Yes, he's supposed to keep you out of trouble, not put you in it. Can't get in trouble if you don't get caught, Izuku pointed out. Besides, I won't get in trouble at all. I'm just following his lead, right? Guardian's sigh echoed so loudly through Izuku's mind that he had to bite his tongue to keep from laughing. They reached the 5th floor and located the hall that held Aizawa's room. It was dark, with only the occasional light to brighten the hallway. It was quiet as well, having passed only one nurse along the way. Only one room in that wing had the lights on inside, the rest having been either vacant or their occupants asleep. Towards the end of the hall stood Midnight and Ectoplasm, both in their respective costumes. Midnight turned as they got closer and put a hand on her whip, face contorting into one of distaste. Nakamura. Midnight. Nakamura greeted calmly as he stopped a comfortable distance away. How the hell did you get out of jail? She demanded with a crack of her whip. Izuku stepped in front of Nakamura. He was released, Kayama-sensei. He was kidnapped by Kurogiri, as he said. Tsukauchi confirmed it. Her face softened as they locked eyes, but she didn't stand down until Ectoplasm stepped up next to her. Is there a reason we weren't informed of this? We came straight here after he was cleared. If you don't believe us, I can call Tsukauchi. Midnight let out a harsh breath and put her whip back in its holster. No, I believe you. What happened? That's classified, Nakamura said automatically. Izuku shot him a glare before turning back to his teachers and changing the subject. How is Aizawa-sensei? Is he? Midnight peered in the window and sighed. He's in and out, but he'll recover. That monster did a number on him. One of his lungs collapsed. Both of his arms were broken along with one of his legs. His skull, though, there was a lot of damage. The doctors say his quirk might not last as long. Kayama, Ectoplasm interrupted. That's enough. Izuku didn't realize he was shaking until Nakamura's hand fell on his shoulder and squeezed. He sucked in a breath through his teeth and gulped, trying in vain to force down the constriction in his throat. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, only to crack again when he released his grip on nothing. He screwed up. It was a mistake to focus on anything but the Namu, a mistake Aizawa-sensei was paying dearly for. Shigaraki and Inferno were threats, but they could have been contained. The Namu was a different beast, a monster built to match All Might himself. If Izuku hadn't gotten distracted by his own vendetta, or if he wasn't too afraid to kill from the start. Hey, come on, Nakamura said, squatting down to wrap an arm around his shoulder. Don't blame yourself for this. If I had been there. Don't you dare blame yourselves for this, Midnight commanded. Neither of you. Midoriya-kun, how can you? She let out a shaky sigh. Listen, Shouta is my best friend. I love him like a brother. If it weren't for you, she ruffled his hair and offered a weak smile. He wouldn't be with us right now. You kept them busy. No, you took them on practically by yourself until help could arrive. You took down Inferno, the piece of language, Ectoplasm interrupted. The piece of sheet, Midnight emphasized with a glare aimed at Ectoplasm. Midoriya-kun, you did more than enough. You shouldn't have had to, but you stepped up to the plate and kept everyone safe, including Shouta. And he'll be okay. Hell, the stubborn bastard will probably find a way to be in class on Monday. Because of you. She pulled him rather forcefully away from Nakamura and into a hug before whispering, "Thank you." Izuku stood as stock still in Midnight's embrace, mind reeling at both her words and how open she was with them. She was his teacher, of course, but they had never exchanged more than pleasantries outside of class, and he would admit that he had little interest in the content of the class itself. Even still, she was Aizawa's friend. She appeared to care deeply, not just about Aizawa but about him as a student as well. It was a stark contrast to her hero persona, with suggestive themes and innuendos. She let him see that in that moment, with only 4 people in that hallway, she was Kayama Nimiri the person. He relaxed and wrapped his arms around Kayama in return, squeezing gently to let her know that he understood and whispered back, "Thank you." Kayama pulled away and held him at arm's reach, a gentle smile on her face as he studied him. She let out a sigh and shook her head. "Midoriya-kun, Shadow will recover just fine. Once he has enough energy, we can transfer him back to Recovery Girl's care. Why don't you two go home and get some rest? It's been a long day and you look exhausted." Izuku let out a long breath and nodded. "Yeah, okay. We'll get in touch with Tsukauchi-kun when he wakes up." Kayama added, "Go get some rest, and we'll see you Monday." "Okay. Good night, Kayama-sensei." "Ectoplasm-sensei." "Good night, Midoriya." Ectoplasm returned. It was almost 2 a.m. by the time they returned to the house, where Guardian headed for the kitchen to start dinner. Neither of them had eaten since lunch, or breakfast in Nakamura's case, and Guardian insisted that none of them go to sleep hungry, if they went to sleep at all. Fresh out of the shower, Izuku turned on the TV for background noise and ran a hand through his still damp hair. He sank into the couch with a long sigh, finally relaxing now that the day's grime was washed away. His stomach rumbled at the smell of Guardian's cooking, but he stayed put as to not be in the way and to avoid the lecture about relaxing. Convincing Nakamura to make himself at home was not as much of a chore as he expected it to be. The man hardly put up an argument before heading to the bathroom to take his own shower shortly after, a testament to how exhausted he must have been. On any normal day, Nakamura would deny any need for even natural bodily functions on the job. By the time Nakamura finished his shower and joined him in the living room, Guardian called that dinner was ready. "Thanks, Guardian," Izuku said as he sat down at the table. "Thank you," Nakamura echoed. Guardian flashed a thumbs up before immediately beginning to clean up. Silence hovered over the sounds of running water and clanking dishes as they took to their meals. Nakamura ate with polite reservation, although Izuku could tell he enjoyed Guardian's cooking more than he let on. It was simple fare, rice with steamed vegetables and various tempura breaded meats, but Izuku preferred the simplicity. Nakamura set down his chopsticks and cleared his throat. "I suppose you want answers now." Izuku paused with his own chopsticks halfway to his mouth. "You don't have to tell me now. It's late. Would you prefer if I did?" "It's up to you. It's your story." Nakamura studied him for a moment before nodding. He dropped his gaze back down to his food, but didn't take his chopsticks back up. Izuku took one last bite before setting his own chopsticks down, hoping that the gesture would convey respect for Nakamura's decision, whatever that decision may be. He refused to put undue pressure on the other but also wanted to give his full attention. "I was born quirkless," Nakamura said. Izuku's breath caught in his chest. He had a suspicion, but hearing it was a different story. Nakamura sighed before continuing. "It was more common back then. In my generation, quirkless people weren't treated how they are now. There was discrimination, but it wasn't a death sentence. I had opportunities and potential, but I didn't care. I was young. Times were dangerous. We didn't have a symbol of peace. Heroes didn't have much influence yet. They were less glorified, more like underground heroes now, and those in the spotlight were judged harshly. Vigilantes were more common, but you know how thin that line can be." Izuku nodded. He heard a few stories of vigilantes being pulled into villainous circles. It was a slippery slope, being viewed as a criminal at best and a villain most often. One wrong move, one fight gone wrong, and villainy could quickly become the only option. Nakamura took a sip of his drink. "Like I said, I was young. I had a family. We lived in a dangerous area that even vigilantes tended to avoid. And too often, those vigilantes did more harm than good anyway. I took martial arts and was heading for the police force, but it wasn't enough. I wanted to be stronger. Back then, All for One was a whispered name in the streets. He wasn't out in the open, but he was accessible if you knew where to look. Rumor was that he would trade quirks for favors. I knew it was too good to be true, that if you were useful he wouldn't let you go, but I was stubborn and hopeful. So I sought him out. He gave me a quirk. This quirk. But he didn't ask anything from me. No favors, no price, nothing. It was suspicious. But soon I was chosen as a part of a new police unit, the Villain Transportation Unit, and I thought nothing of it. I had a quirk and I owed him nothing. I thought I could protect my family." Izuku swallowed hard. The way Nakamura spoke of his family left him with a growing pit of dread in his gut. The past tense references ate at him, but he couldn't help himself from asking, Did you?" "No," Nakamura said harshly. He rubbed a hand through his close-cropped hair and sighed before continuing in a flat tone. No, I learned a lot of things back then, but the harsh reality is that it doesn't matter what you have. It doesn't matter how strong you are if you aren't there. Izuku's chest tightened, his throat constricting as he connected the dots. Nakamura went through all of that and risked everything to gain the power to protect. And it didn't matter. How? What happened? A villain attack. Wrong place at the wrong time. He snapped his eyes up and scowled. I don't need pity, Izuku. It was a long time ago. Before you were even born. I've made my peace with it. Have you, though? Izuku thought as their eyes met. He could see pain in the way Nakamura's eyes reflected but held little light of their own. It was a faraway look, one of remembrance and regret. Izuku didn't know exactly what Nakamura felt, but he was no stranger to regret himself. He was no stranger to feeling powerless. Izuku said nothing though. He didn't know what to say. I dove headfirst into work after that. The VTU was established before quirk suppressing handcuffs were widely available. Back then, apprehending villains was only part of the process of taking them in. We were responsible for guarding and transporting them from point A to point B. With my quirk, I was a priority pick for the job. The higher-ups didn't ask questions, didn't inquire as to how a 20-year-old late bloomer got a quirk. I should have known better. Nakamura growled under his breath. The all-for-one you know is a shadow of the one I knew. Not in strength, but influence. Back then, he could pull strings anywhere. He put me in that position on purpose. He knew I would end up there. Our unit worked together for years. We were the best there was and our responsibilities reflected that. We handled the most dangerous villains, so it was only natural that eventually he would want one back. I don't know why. I never found out, but it doesn't matter. All that matters is that he came back for them. Nakamura barked a bitter laugh. Guess everything comes back around. Nakamura rubbed the stubble on his face and sighed. I never saw the point. I still don't. Why would he bother putting me in that position if he could just take what he wanted anyway? Why did he leave me alive? I was the only survivor. It's impossible to have planned this far ahead, so why me? Izuku had no answer for him. Until that day he had no idea the two had even met, much less any clue as to why Sensei made that decision. Sensei was full of mysteries. It was impossible to pinpoint why he maneuvered the way he did or how he threaded his plans so seamlessly. So Izuku had long since given up trying to understand. Every time he tried to put the pieces together, Sensei was already on the next puzzle. Even Sensei had no way of putting a plan together before he was even born, though. Right? Nakamura threw his hands up. I don't pretend to know why or how, I just know that I had to keep moving forward. Despite everything, giving up was never an option. Once quirk-suppressing handcuffs became common, they abolished the VTU for good. I stayed with the police, doing security details and working with different task forces. When they proposed this arrangement, I was their first pick. And here we are. Silence fell and dragged on as Izuku tried to wrap his mind around the story. He tried to put the pieces together, but none of the possibilities made sense. He would have known if Sensei had a quirk that could tell the future when he knew him. But that didn't mean he never did. Nakamura said himself that all for one traded in quirks. But he couldn't see Sensei giving up something so useful. Izuku pulled himself back before he could dive into that rabbit hole. Having been there too many times before, he knew it was pointless. Questions would only earn him more questions when Sensei was involved. He took a deep breath and let it out. It didn't matter. The story was irrelevant to his situation, just as Nakamura said it was. I'm sorry, Izuku, you have nothing to be sorry for. None of it was your fault. Hell, you weren't even born. That's not what I meant, Izuku interrupted. I was being selfish. I should have just taken your word that it wasn't relevant and… Izuku, Nakamura insisted. I've never talked to anyone about this. I never had anyone to tell. You wanted to know, and I wanted you to know. That's all. I don't regret it and I don't hold it against you. Izuku's heart wrenched at his admission. If he had nobody to tell, did that mean he was alone? He didn't confide in anyone. Had he been carrying that weight for all those years, with nobody to talk to? Of course, Nakamura was closed off and distant. It took months to get anything resembling an emotion out of him, but now that Izuku knew why he was like that, he understood. Nakamura kept his distance to avoid losing anyone else. Before he could stop himself, he was out of his seat and rounding the table. Nakamura watched him with a raised eyebrow and a hint of caution, but did nothing to stop him. Izuku threw his arms around the larger man, not even managing to reach around his back, and squeezed tightly. When he didn't respond, Izuku cursed his misjudgment and was about to pull away when Nakamura wrapped his massive arms around him, pulling him close and nearly crushing him against his solid chest in the process. He radiated warmth in a way that was nearly suffocating. Yet Izuku felt safe. Izuku mumbled into his chest. Nakamura, Katashi. Nakamura rumbled before loosening his grip. Izuku pulled back and looked up. What? Nakamura let go and cleared his throat before dropping his eyes to the ground. Katashi, my given name. You've been using my family name this whole time. After today. I think we're past that, don't you? Katashi, huh? Izuku thought as a smile took over his face. Well, Katashi, if you want to talk more about it, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere either. Nakamura made a soft grunt. Izuku, I'm an old bodyguard. I'm here to help you, not the other way around. Izuku raised an eyebrow. We're on a given name basis now, Katashi. I think that means we're past that, right? This stays between us, which means we're in this together. Nakamura, no, Katashi exhaled sharply through his nose. A ghost of a smile teased his lips. I suppose we are. Monday arrived sooner than Izuku would have liked, but he was still eager to get back to it. School had grown to be a welcome distraction in the short time he had been enrolled, a challenge in both academic and social aspects, while training had been more of an introduction up until USJ. He had no doubt that it would grow in intensity. He looked forward to it. He stepped through the door only a minute before the bell, and the majority of his classmates were already in attendance and chatting amongst themselves. Their conversations were, unsurprisingly, much more subdued than they had been the week before. They all faced their own challenges at USJ, and for most of them it was the first time fighting real villains. While most of the thugs were low-level and weak, their sheer number was daunting to face for most of them. That led him to another problem, one he had had no time to consider. The moment his classmates noticed him entering the room, conversations grinded to a halt and a heavy silence blanketed the room. Kirishima, who sat on top of his desk talking to Kaminari, looked up and snapped his eyes back down. Yae Arazu paused her conversation with Todoroki and spun to face the front of the class without another word. Sato froze, mid-gesture in his chat with Ishido, and looked away. Something twisted in his chest at the sight. What was that about? They fought separately at USJ, but they still fought together as a whole. It was a tough battle, of course, but they succeeded. Nothing should have changed drastically. In fact, he came back expecting that they would be closer as a class, yet the smiles and good-natured jokes he had come to expect were gone entirely, replaced by something else. What happened? Did they blame him for the attack? If they knew enough, they would know he had been connected to the League. Or did they blame him for their teacher getting injured? I think you know exactly what happened, Izuku, Guardian said. To anyone who hasn't been in the field before, his sigh rushed through Izuku's mind like a gust of wind. They're still green, Izuku. Killing, that isn't a reality for them yet. They've never had to choose between their own life and a villain's before. Reality crashed into him all at once, guided by Guardian's words. Of course, the one real difference between him and his classmates was that he killed someone during the attack. They had no way of knowing the history between him and Inferno, no way of knowing the hell on earth his life had been because of Hisashi. They had no context on the situation, had no way of knowing that it was kill or be killed. He hated his father, despised him with every fiber of his being, but he never truly wanted to kill him. While the thought had crossed his mind and the temptation had been strong at times, he never did it. He gave up killing for a reason. If he had wanted to kill Hisashi, he would have done it at the beginning of the fight. Doing so would have saved him a lot of trouble, but he didn't. He was better than that. At least, he thought he was. Tossing his backpack on the floor, he plopped down into his seat and propped his head up with one hand. Katsuki, who was sitting sideways and leaning against the wall, eyed him for a long moment before looking away. He swept his gaze over the classroom and let out a rough sigh when he looked back. He said nothing. The door slid open to reveal Aizawa Sensei, who was only recognizable by his costume alone. Every square inch of skin was covered with bandages, and he walked with a single crutch to aid him. Sensei, Ada exclaimed, breaking the silence as he leapt from his seat to gesture mechanically. You should not be out of the infirmary. Ada, if I had to spend one more minute in a hospital bed I would have expelled you all, Aizawa said in a flat tone. Recovery girl cleared me to teach. If you have an issue with her decision, take it up with her. Ada looked like he wanted to argue, but ultimately gave up and sat back down. Aizawa made it to his desk, humming thoughtfully as he took his seat. Listen, I know USJ was a jarring experience for you. None of us expected you to be thrust into danger so early, but that doesn't excuse our failure. Security measures have, and will continue to be upgraded and expanded, something your parents have already been informed of. Additionally, Hound Dog's office is open to any student who would like to speak with him, whether it's about USJ or not. I would encourage you to do so. However, he continued, the challenge has not yet passed. The class waited with bated breath, some students shifting in their seats as they waited for him to reveal some form of danger they had never considered. One or two of his classmates shot a glance back at him. The sports festival is coming up, he announced as if saying the world was ending. Kaminari cried out with relief. That's normal. Finally, something normal. Jiru muttered. Some of you may be wondering why we are going forward with the event, but the principal has decided that canceling would do more harm than good. After the villains attacked the other day, to cancel an event so large would show weakness. Regardless, security has been upped from previous years to be safe. Any villain bold enough to risk an attack will be taken down immediately. The sports festival is a significant event, as you all know. The impression you make during the event will directly impact your potential internship options afterwards. It's your first year, of course, but keep in mind that you only have 3 chances to make an impression. Use the opportunity wisely and prepare accordingly. Aizawa Sensei swept his eyes over the classroom. Also, if any of you are looking into becoming underground heroes, you are allowed to sit out of the event. Of course, that will affect your internship offers, but keeping out of the public eye is a major part of working underground. If you are considering that route, speak with me after class. Now, spend the rest of the period however you want. I'm taking a nap. The bell rang, and shortly afterward a commotion could be heard from the hallway. Izuku leapt up to see what was going on, as Nakamura always stationed himself outside. When he slid the door open, he found a mob of students standing in a face-off with the man. "What's going on?" Izuku asked. "They're scoping out the competition, obviously," Katsuki said from behind him before shouldering his way through the door. "Out of the way, extras." As Katsuki walked away, a joyous laugh broke out over the crowd and a blonde boy stepped forward. "Oh, does all of Wanna have such an elitist attitude?" He laughed again and flipped a hand. "You think you're so much better than us in 1B, don't you? Just because you faced a few villains. Think again, because we're coming for you." Izuku snorted and began pushing his own way through. "You better come with your best, then, because we're not here to screw around." "Those are bold words for a villain," the boy retorted. Izuku stopped and glared over his shoulder. The boy continued as if spurred on by the reaction, glancing at the confused faces around him. "Oh yes, didn't you know? Wanna has a former villain in its midst. In fact, they say that one of the attackers died." "Did you kill him, Shadow?" "Don't take the bait," Guardian warned. Izuku ignored him and turned, his tone taking on an icy chill. "You've never had to fight for your life before, have you?" The boy cocked his head. "What does that have to do with anything? You killed." "I did what I had to do. It was life or death. But you wouldn't understand that, would you? Is this still just a dream for you? Let me give you a little hint, then. Actual villains will exploit any weaknesses you show to kill you, and you're showing a lot of them. Work on that." A large hand gripped his shoulder. Katashi leaned down to whisper in his ear. "Come on, he's just showboating. Let's go." Izuku stared them all down, even meeting the wide-eyed gaze of Shinsu, before turning away without another word. The crowd cleared a path ahead of him, students moving away with various expressions that ranged from awe to fear. He ignored them all as he made his way to the cafeteria. "That's right," the boy taunted at his back. "Keep a tight leash on your little killer there, big guy. Wouldn't want another body on UAS hands, right?" Izuku shifted to whirl around, but Nakamura's grip was like a vice that held him looking forward. He grit his teeth and let himself be led away from the gathered students, and soon enough he could hear the boy shifting his taunts to the rest of his class. Irritating laughter followed them even around the next corner, but there was nothing he could do about it. The boy only spoke what everyone else was thinking. Better to avoid tainting his class's reputation more than his existence already did. Being exposed as Shadow was inevitable, something he expected. Anyone who saw him in action would be able to figure it out. His class already knew, and he would never expect 18 other kids to keep a secret. Students all over the school knew he was at UA. If Shinsu's words the week before were any indication. No, that wasn't the issue. The issue was being painted as a murderer by someone who knew nothing about him. His classmates viewing him in a negative light was one thing. They went through USJ together and shared the experience. And while they may not have had the whole story, they at least had enough information to draw a conclusion. That boy, however, had nothing to go off of besides rumors and speculation. Nothing but rumors, Guardian confirmed. He knows nothing and understands less. Don't waste your energy on him. I know, but he still used the crowd to make me look bad. What is his problem? Izuku grabbed 2 bowls of food, muttered a quick thanks to lunch rush and headed straight out of the cafeteria. He made his way towards the roof, Katashi for once allowing him to lead the way and following behind in silence. If the man wondered where they were going, he showed no sign of his curiosity whatsoever. "It sounds like he's jealous," Guardian continued, "that your class gets praised for coming out on top. That's ridiculous," Izuku thought back as he pushed open the door to the roof. He blinked his eyes against the shining sun and took a deep breath of fresh air. "It's not like we asked to be attacked. They came to us." "Is it, though?" Guardian asked. The racer had said it himself. The goal of the sports festival is to make an impression. Your class already has a leg up on everyone else. In a way, the competition has already begun. Izuku hummed as he sat down on the ground. He never thought about it that way, but it did make sense. Heroes would already have an eye on the class that took on villains and survived, while the rest of the classes would be a step behind without a reputation to precede them. Still, that's no excuse to be an asshole. Guardian chuckled as Izuku set a pair of chopsticks on one of the bowls and handed it up to Katashi, who looked down at him and cocked an eyebrow. "What's that?" Izuku shrugged. Lunch. Katashi opened it up and grunted in surprise. Thanks. Izuku nodded and began eating his own mystery meal, which happened to be udon soup with strips of steak and vegetables. Once upon a time he had been a picky eater, but that Izuku was a distant memory. He could and would grab just about anything and eat it without complaint. And with lunch rushes cooking, he could never really go wrong. Katashi seemed to have the same mindset as he leaned against the heavy-duty fence and dug in without further hesitation, keeping his eyes on the door as he ate. They continued in silence for a few minutes, Izuku enjoying the calm solitude and the gentle breeze that flowed over him. He almost felt guilty for leaving Tokoyami and Shinsu behind, but neither had made any attempt to talk to him since the last week. Judging by Shinsu's wide eyes back in the hallway, the guy probably felt betrayed, not to mention the upcoming competition that would decide whether Shinsu remained in general studies or moved into heroics. He had been at the front of the crowd outside their classroom, which meant he was probably there to declare war on them too. Izuku placed his empty bowl on the ground. He leaned back against the fence to look up. Soft clouds passed over the sun, casting a shadow on the world below as it drifted across. The cool breeze picked up to push his hair into his eyes. He brushed it away and took a deep breath of the fresh air as the door opened. Izuku shifted into a crouch as Katashi pushed off the fence to place himself between the newcomer and Izuku. The door opened fully to reveal Todoroki, who stood frozen in the doorway with a bento in hand. His expression, however, remained as impassive as ever. I didn't expect anyone to be here. Neither did I, Izuku said. He motioned to the open space. Don't let us stop you. Todoroki gave one short nod and turned away, heading to the fence at the opposite side of the roof and sitting down facing the door. He opened up his bento and ignored them as he began eating. He's a cold one, Guardian commented. No pun intended. Izuku hummed as he stood up, bowl in hand. He looked askance at Katashi, who had finished his own lunch. The man nodded and turned to lead the way back down the stairs and through the halls. A low buzz of conversation grew into a constant roar the closer they got to the cafeteria. It was so loud by the time they passed through the doors that Izuku wanted to turn around and leave. But he kept going, passing through the middle of the room and ignoring the eyes he could feel boring into his back. None of the other students had a grown man escorting them everywhere. He was still new, with only his class knowing why Nakamura was with him. They were just curious, of course, nothing else. They returned their bowls and the lids they came with. But when they turned around, Izuku came face to face with Katsuki. Oi, Katsuki spoke through his teeth. What the hell is wrong with you? Izuku covered his surprise by cocking his head in curiosity. What do you mean? TCH. He spat as he glared at the cafeteria around them. You're just gonna let those extras be like that? Izuku shrugged one shoulder. Why should I care what they think? Katsuki growled under his breath. You shouldn't, just, I don't fucking know. Say something. They have no idea what they're talking about. And none of the fucking cowards will say it to your face. It pisses me off. They're allowed to have their own opinions. Their opinions are based on half-baked shit. Katsuki spat. Tell them like I fucking told Icy Hot. Izuku's mood and expression plummeted. What did you tell him? He threw his hands in the air and heaved a sigh. I told him that Inferno was, told him that he should mind his own fucking business. Okay, that's it. Izuku stared at his old friend's scowling face for a moment before nodding for him to follow. He headed for the exit to the cafeteria, talking along the way. You really think they would care? Seems pretty cut and dry to me. Katsuki snorted. Four Eyes will probably never fucking like you. He's so damn goody-goody about everything. Walk across the damn street without using the crosswalk and he'd probably write you a ticket. Izuku sputtered out a laugh. You're not wrong, but what about the rest? Fuck if I know. Think they're still scared, though. Heh, bunch of cowards. They're not cowards, Katsuki. They're inexperienced. Everyone fought, didn't they? That's what the fuck I'm saying. They're inexperienced, but you're not. Tell them what it's actually like out there. He lowered his voice to the point where he was almost inaudible. Tell us. Izuku paused mid-step in the doorway, but forced himself to round the corner and get out of sight. He wanted to kick himself. He never did get the chance to talk to Katsuki more in depth. Never had time to catch up, to fill him in on the finer details of his life. Hell, they barely knew each other anymore, and what they did know came from years before when they were children. He felt like an asshole, but he simply had no time after their first reunion. With Hisashi taken out of the equation, Izuku had no reason not to. Nobody would be at risk any more than their class already was. Not that Katsuki ever cared much about risks. He stopped shortly down the hallway and turned to face Katsuki. Nakamura looked on with an unreadable expression, but made no move to intervene as Izuku opened his mouth. You think it would help? Aizawa-sensei has more experience than I do. Katsuki shook his head. No, he has more experience fighting and cheat on this side of the damn job. You, he emphasized by pointing a finger at Izuku's chest, have long-term experience with villains. How they think, how they feel, what they want to do and how they'll do it. We have an idea, yeah, Fox Society and all that, but you can get in their heads and cheat. You know them better than anyone. Katsuki crossed his arms and shrugged. And maybe, if you tell them what the hell they're dealing with, they'll understand better. At least our fucking class will. Fuck the other extras. He has a point, Guardian admitted. A little rough around the edges, but it makes sense. Izuku snorted. He did have a point. USJ was a clear declaration of war from the League to the heroes. He was on the heroes' side, of course, which meant they were officially enemies. While they were enemies before that, he had never had any direct actions against him from anyone besides Inferno. Now, he had no reason to hold back. All ties were severed and all bets were off. He grinned. Yeah, maybe I should. I'll see what Aizawa-sensei thinks. Katsuki matched his grin and raised him a more feral one. Good. No more of this shady bullshit. The next time we see those sheetheads, we'll fucking wreck them. Experience told Izuku not to get overconfident, but he couldn't help but share a little of Katsuki's energy. Going after All Might was a risky move for a debut. The man had countless villain debuts under his belt, but Sensei never did anything without a plan. Even if he was letting Shigaraki call the shots, he would never allow that plan to fall apart completely. Izuku would do his best to make sure it did. And he would start by bringing his allies up to speed. It turned out that Aizawa fully supported his idea of speaking to the class and sharing his knowledge, and even seemed to love the idea in his own way. The grunt, nod, and monotone "that's a good idea" were about as close to a full endorsement as Izuku could expect to get. He almost believed that the teacher looked forward to it himself. We're doing something different today, Aizawa-sensei announced. Midoriya, are you ready? Izuku nodded and stood, taking slow, steady breaths and smoothing his. Public speaking was nowhere near the top of Izuku's aspirations and atmospherically high on his list of things to avoid. He was only speaking to his own class, but they still consisted of about 12 more people than he had ever spoken to at one time. His hands trembled at the thought, enough that he clenched his hands into fists to stop them from shaking too much. Why did I decide to do this again? Izuku thought to Guardian as he strode towards the front of the class. Good question. The fearless Shadow, taken down by a daunting enemy. Public speaking. Guardian teased. Shut up, Izuku shot back. Though his lips twitched upward and he took another deep breath before stopping at the front of the class, he turned around to face them, taking in the mixture of expressions that ranged from curiosity to amusement, all the way to caution and distrust. He glanced down at the page of notes he had taken before sighing and slapping them on Aizawa's desk behind him and leaving them there. Even if he had a script, following it would come off as disingenuous. He was no All Might. In fact, he had been told that his social skills in general were severely lacking. No, the only way for his story to have a positive effect would be to speak from the heart. Easier said than done, he thought as he cleared his throat and met the eyes of anyone looking his way. By now, all of you know that I'm the Vigilante Shadow. Former Aizawa corrected. Izuku shot a glare behind him, which was met by a level stare, before turning to continue. Former Vigilante. What a lot of you don't know is that I was a villain before that. Several gasps rose up through the room, and Izuku heard someone mutter called it. No interruptions, Aizawa demanded. Midoriya is going to speak his piece, and then we can get to the point. If you have questions, write them down and we can get to them later. Continue. Izuku spared a single glance towards Katashi, who gave a curt nod in silent response. That motion was about as much encouragement as he could expect from the man, at least in public, so he continued. When I was 8 years old, I found out who my father really was, the villain known as Inferno. Izuku launched into his story from his quirkless beginning, only omitting some of the more grisly details of his training and specifics about All for One that involved All Might and One for All. Other than the former, all too numerous occasions and the latter national secrets, however, Izuku spared nothing. He gave every gritty detail about what it was like to be a villain, albeit one without a choice. My missions were simple on the surface, but much more complex beneath. I was trained to be an assassin and my missions suited that purpose, but sometimes I just did surveillance and planning. I've killed drug dealers, informants, lawyers, store clerks, you name it. I've even been sent after someone on the hero commission before. He paused as a surprised murmur broke out of the class, only continuing once it died down. The point is, the vast majority of my targets served a purpose, even if that purpose was only because they stood in the way. Izuku let out a sigh as he looked over the class again. That came to a stop when Inferno slipped up. It turns out that my mother was already dead, and had been the whole time. After that, his threats had nothing to back them, because even then I could have killed him. Well, I tried, but my sensei stopped me. He stopped me because he knew I wasn't built for that life. Even then, years later, I wanted to be a hero. Even with the blood of hundreds on my hands, I was obsessed. He didn't want to kill me, so he sent me away with a message. The next time we meet will be as enemies. Izuku spread his hands out in a wide gesture, as if to say here I am now, and continued on. So I left. I had no idea what I was supposed to do, so I just wandered around by night as I always did. I studied, even fully knowing that I could never make it into a hero school, and When I came across someone being mugged in an alley, I jumped in. That's how I became a vigilante, because even if I wasn't doing it legally, I still wanted to help people. Aizawa cleared his throat pointedly, and Izuku could feel the glowing red eyes on his back. And since you all have the opportunity to do it legally, none of you will be committing those same acts. Clear? Yes, Sensei, the class muttered at once. Amusement buzzed in Izuku's chest and he grinned. Turns out that our beloved teacher and esteemed underground hero, Eraserhead, was on my case alongside Detective Tsukauchi. They found out that I was around the age of those entering high school and decided that I needed help. Ashido gasped, her eyes opening wide as she stared at their teacher. You do care. Aizawa let out a groan behind him. Get to the point, Midoriya. Fine, Izuku said. Anyway, I was given an offer to attend UA. Well, it was more me being strong-armed than an actual offer, but that's not important. The fact is that I'm here, and the catch is that I'm under surveillance 24/7, which is why Nakamura is always with me, both to keep me safe and to keep me from falling back into old habits. The entire class turned around at once to stare at Nakamura, who retained his natural stony expression as he stared back. He gave a single nod, after which the class began turning around one by one. So, he's not your dad? Uraraka asked. Katsuki burst into harsh laughter. Seriously? They don't look even close to the same. Izuku's a scrawny little. Izuku, Ashido prodded, whirling around in her seat to glance rapidly between them. Izuku snorted. We grew up together until, well, you know. Oh, Ashido said softly, sobering up before jerking into a straight-backed position again. So you're like long-lost besties. Izuku rolled his eyes, earning a snort from Jiru. Sure, why not? Anyway, where was I? You were just about to get to the point so I can take a nap, Aizawa said in a flat tone. Izuku put on the most bland stare he could muster as he stared out over the class, earning himself a few laughs and chuckles before he nodded. Fine, anyway. One of the reasons I'm telling you this is so that you understand where I come from, but also so I can help you understand things from a villain's perspective. In general, there are 3 types of villains you'll encounter. Your run-of-the-mill daytime villain, the ones that make hero fights on the news or that go viral on the internet. I never worked with them much. They either want attention or just to cause chaos. They usually make their presence known and go down within days of their debut. Then you have the ones that do it for money. Sometimes they go after banks and stores, resulting in the same. They show up and go to prison not long after, but other times these are your drug dealers, human traffickers, informants, and so on. They can be crafty, but their motives are easy enough to trace if you follow the paper trail. Easier said than done, Aizawa muttered, clearly experienced with those types. Of course, Izuku relented. Third, you have the ones that see themselves as revolutionaries. They want to change the world in some way, usually to benefit themselves. The League of Villains are the best example. They aren't new by any means, but they waited until USJ to announce themselves. They had a plan, and I can say for certain that their plan won't stop there. Everything they've done, and everything they will do, has a purpose that furthers their motive. What they want is to tear society down and rebuild it in their own vision, starting with all might, as they clearly stated. But they failed, Kirishima cut in. They weren't expected to succeed. Izuku said with certainty. That was a trial run and a statement, a declaration of war. Trust me, they haven't even gotten started yet. I spent years being used as a tool for their preparations by clearing away rivals, collecting debts, and establishing their presence in the underground. With me as a weapon, their influence spread, to the point where the rest of them had no need to make an appearance. Except Inferno, Todoroki pointed out. His tone was cold and he bore a scowl on his face. Inferno was an idiot. He did what he wanted and somehow got away with it, but he doesn't matter anymore. Izuku bit his tongue and continued on, pushing away the thought of Hisashi as well as he could. My point is, I may not know their plans currently, but if anyone here knows them best, it's me. And one thing I know for certain is that they can and will kill anyone who stands in their way. They would have killed anyone here, including me, if it meant getting what they want. Izuku let his expression fall into a neutral one as the class regarded him with varying expressions, none too few appearing terrified. He opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Aizawa. This is too early for this conversation, but it would be illogical for me to hold back, so listen closely. Death happens in the field. There are civilians we're too late to save. Villains can die if you use just a little too much force. Heroes die in the field. Midoriya is right that villains often have the advantage of not caring. Someday you might find you have no choice, as Midoriya did last week. It happens to the best of us. Izuku glanced back, and he could tell upon meeting his teacher's eyes that the man had been there before as well. Killing was easy, often much easier than trying to incapacitate or restrain somebody. When faced with devastating power, a well-placed killing blow could be the difference between your life and theirs. Izuku nodded and turned around. I don't like it. I never have, but it doesn't change anything. I just hope that none of you have to do the same. He sighed and leaned back against the desk. Now, over the next few days I'll be compiling a list of everything I know about the league. After the sports festival we can go over that list in case they attack again. Good, Aizawa announced, slapping his hands on his desk and standing. Of course, I would rather none of you have to deal with these things until your second year, at least, but to ignore the threat would be irrational. For now, until the sports festival, you are free to use the heroics period to train, as well as facilities after school with permission. After internships, we will have more time to delve deeper into this new information. Any questions? Almost every hand in the class shot up at once. Aizawa let out a heavy, bone-weary sigh. I'm taking a nap. Midoriya is all yours. Izuku whirled around. What? Aizawa had already zipped up his sleeping bag and crawled under the desk, leaving him to the wolves. Great. Izuku turned back and rubbed his face as he picked someone at random. Ajiro, what style were you trained in? Izuku stopped and tapped his chin to consider. He had no idea if Sensei even had a style, or what it was based on, only that it was different from the man's own style and suited Izuku perfectly. I'm not sure. There are similarities to a lot of schools, but nothing concrete. Though, could we train together sometime? Sure, Izuku said, then began looking over the room again. Yaoyorozu, what about the other man that was with you? One of your quirks. Before Izuku could say anything, he felt a familiar tug on his mind. Guardian was next to him an instant later, bearing a huge grin as he waved to the class. Hey, kids. Izuku shot him a glare. This is Guardian. He's one of my quirks. Pretty self-explanatory. I watch over Izuku and make sure he doesn't do anything too reckless. Guardian announced. I also cook, because he's absolutely useless in the kitchen, and help with training, and Izuku interrupted him with a punch to the shoulder. Guardian playfully rubbed his shoulder, pretending that it hurt although Izuku knew it wouldn't. Feel free to call him Uncle G now. Takoyami, I was unaware that the darkness dwelled so deeply within you. That wasn't a question. Izuku stared at him blankly. Takoyami-kun, Ada called out. Please ask your question so Midoriya-kun can move on. Takoyami nodded sagely at Ida's outburst and swiveled his head back. Were the villains truly targeting All Might, or were they after you? Izuku had to stop and think about that. He had meant what he said about it being a trial run. Most certainly a way to test the Namu against All Might while also confirming theories of his weakening state. However, with Katashi being kidnapped just the day before and the fact that Inferno was part of a clear plan to keep Izuku busy, their attack could have had both in mind. Izuku let out a sigh. It's possible that they were after both. Shigaraki led the attack, and he never liked me. He would probably say that I was a side quest or something. I don't think so, Todoroki said in a clipped tone. When all eyes in the room shifted to him, he looked away and continued. The way you dealt with the Namu. They would have known it was possible, correct? Izuku nodded. Keeping you out of the fight, then, was a condition for their success. If they were after All Might, they would want to keep you both in sight and occupied while the Namu fought with him. But their plan went wrong from the start without All Might being there. And if All Might had been there from the beginning, Yaoyorozu chimed in. The two simultaneous fights would have limited both All Might and Midoriya, while the villains have no such inhibitions. Unless All Might had taken them all on himself, he would have held back due to his power. Izuku shared a knowing look with Guardian. If All Might had tried to take all of the villains on himself, he would have worn himself down long before taking down the Namu. The thought churned his stomach as the possibilities ran through his mind. Had the League's plan gone off as it should have, they would have had a high chance of success taking down the symbol of peace. He couldn't say it aloud, but it was good thing that the number one hero had been late in that case. A shiver ran down his spine, chilling him to the bone. Did the League even know how close they had come? His classmates were oblivious to his crisis as the conversation shifted into a debate. Hiroshima clenched his fist and pounded it on the table. No way. All Might could have taken them all on. No problem. Midoriya could have just sat out of the fight and let All Might handle it freely. Kiro, fucking Miss Guy could have just pulled him right back in. Frogger, or some of you extras. Maybe they kept some of us near the stairs for that reason, Shoji said. For extra distractions to limit All Might's movements. Yeah, Ashido agreed. We would have just held him back. The class simmered down at the implication that they were only in the way of the likes of the symbol of peace. As true as it was, however, there weren't many pro-heroes who could fight next to the man without feeling the same. Izuku cleared his throat. There's a reason All Might works alone. There are top 10 heroes who would feel the same way fighting alongside him. Don't worry about that, we'll get there. Damn right we will, Katsuki yelled. Except I'm the one that's gonna work alone so nobody's in my fucking way. Several of his classmates laughed at the burst of confidence. Even Guardian snorted at the declaration, but Izuku could see where he was coming from. He himself lacked the devastating power that Katsuki had, and still preferred to work alone. Not that he was against teamwork. Not really, but he always had worked alone in the field and his experience working with others was lacking. Before they could calm down and get to the next question, the ringing bell pierced through the air, signaling the end of their class. Never in his life had he been so glad to hear it. Any more questions can be handled on your own time. But don't harass Midoriya, Aizawa Sensei called out, not even bothering to come out from under his desk as they began gathering their belongings. You're dismissed. It was early in the evening by the time Tsukauchi arrived home. Izuku looked up as he stepped through the door, dragging his feet until he removed his shoes and winced with each step further into the house without them. His work attire was only wrinkled in the slightest, tie pulled loose and the top buttons on his shirt undone. In all likelihood, he had spent most of the day doing paperwork. And after such a long night with minimal sleep and far too much coffee, even by Izuku's standards, his exhaustion was understandable. Welcome home, Izuku greeted as he turned back to his homework. Long day. Thanks, Tsukauchi said. Yeah, all of those villains. Never-ending paperwork. I'm sorry, I signed up for it. Tsukauchi responded blandly before turning to Katashi. If you don't mind staying a while longer, I'd like to go get cleaned up a bit. Katashi nodded. Of course. Tsukauchi offered a small smile and nodded his thanks before heading down the hall. When Izuku heard the bathroom door shut, Guardian appeared and moved into the kitchen to prepare their dinner. Izuku stayed where he was on the couch, focusing on his homework while the sound of the TV filled the background. English was never his strong suit, but he felt like he was finally getting a decent grasp on it. He looked up as the couch shifted, nearly jumping in surprise as Katashi settled onto the sofa next to him. He sat straight-backed and made no visible effort to relax. But the fact that he was sitting at all spoke volumes. Outside of the occasional dinner and rare breakfast, Katashi exclusively remained standing the whole time they were together. It would come as no surprise if he learned that the hulking man slept standing up. He must have been staring, because Katashi glanced over and raised an eyebrow. What? You're sitting, Izuku pointed out. Can't a man rest once in a while? Izuku fixed him with a glare. You should ask yourself that. Katashi grunted and crossed his arms over his chest. Inferno is a non-factor now. I hardly think anyone is going to come bursting through the door to get you. Izuku shrugged. You never know. Shigaraki was pissed that I ruined his plans. The couch creaked as Katashi shifted towards him, his brow furrowing as his expression became somehow more serious. Do you think he will come after you? Izuku sighed and tossed his feet up on the coffee table, leaning back as he did so. Relax, Katashi. If he comes after me, it will be in a public place where people can see. He always did want to make a name for himself. So no public places, then. Got it. No, that's not. What about public places? Tsukauchi asked as he stepped into the room. Izuku shifted around, forcing down an amused grin as he took in the sight of Tsukauchi dressed in a pale blue set of pajamas, running a hand over his freshly shaven face. His short black hair sticking up in multiple places and clearly still wet from the shower. He still had dark circles under his eyes, though his expression held a little more life than it had when he had just arrived home. Nice pajamas, Izuku commented. Tsukauchi fixed him with a flat stare. I apologize for not putting on a suit and tie to wander around our house. Izuku snorted. We were just talking about the league, and how they probably won't come after me now that, you know. Tsukauchi nodded his understanding, his expression softening to one of sympathy that Izuku hated seeing. I don't like the odds of probably, Izuku, but you're right. I don't believe they would take the risk. And enemies or not, it doesn't seem like All for One wants you dead. Not yet, Izuku added, but I haven't seen him. Things could change if I start getting in the way of his plans. Assuming you aren't a part of them, Katashi rumbled. I doubt his interest is simply his way of caring. Izuku let out a heavy sigh. They had all been over that conversation before. No matter how many times he delved into that rabbit hole, he only discovered more possibilities and surfaced with more question. He lacked the patience to think about it and was tired of discussing it. If his every move was planned out and plotted beforehand, somehow, then what else could he do? He was not about to give up being a hero. For all he knew, All for One would have planned for that as well. We can try all we want to figure it out, but there's no winning. Tsukauchi nodded. You're right. One could argue that everything we have done is part of some plan. We can consider the possibilities, but don't let it get to you. Do what you think is right first. Guardian poked his head around the corner. Sorry to interrupt, but dinner's ready. Izuku jumped out of his seat and was halfway to the kitchen before he whirled around. Katashi, are you staying for dinner? Katashi wore a thoughtful frown as he scratched at his chin, but ultimately stood and gave a slow shake of the head. No, maybe another time. Okay, good night. Izuku jolted awake and lurched up into a sitting position, gasping for breath at the same time as he fought the tangled mess of sweat-drenched sheets that clung to his body and trapped his legs. He tore them away and tossed the damp bundle onto the floor before running a hand through his mess of hair, chest heaving against his own straining lungs as he scanned the dark room around him, taking in the familiar furnishings and sparse decorations despite the lack of light. Covered in a sheen of sweat as he was, he shivered under the breeze of the ceiling fan above. He ignored the chill and snatched his phone off of the nightstand, squinting against the brightness. 3:27 am. Sheet. Another bad dream. Izuku grumbled under his breath, followed by a ragged sigh. He locked his phone and tossed it back onto the nightstand before slipping out of bed altogether. The details had already begun to slip from his grasp, but the panic and urgency carried over into the waking world. He remembered being at USJ, but it was different. It felt different. Hisashi was there, or was it Sensei? It could have been both. He could have sworn that Nakamura was there as well, watching passively as Izuku fought for his life once again. Hell, it could have been All Might for all he could remember. One detail that stuck out with absolute clarity, however, was a knife, his knife, and a lot of blood. Just a dream, Izuku reminded himself as he stepped into the bathroom. He shut the door as quietly as he could, not wanting to wake Tsukauchi, and turned on the shower. He set the water to a cool temperature and waited for it to settle in, grabbing a clean towel and setting it on the sink as he waited. "It's happening more frequently, Izuku," Guardian said in a solemn tone. "I know," Izuku whispered back. "I think maybe you should talk to someone about it." "Who? I have you," Guardian hummed through his mind. "I'm not exactly qualified to help with these sorts of things. Tsukauchi, maybe, or even Aizawa. Yue has a counselor." "I don't need counseling, Guardian," Izuku interrupted. "I just need to move on." Guardian sighed. "They can help with that. Yue has your best interests at heart, Izuku." "They care, do they?" Izuku snapped aloud. He immediately flinched at his own tone, not for fear of waking Tsukauchi so much as shock at himself. Guardian's reply was soft. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I'm just on edge," Izuku thought with a shrug. "Forget it." "Okay, if you're sure," Guardian said, though his voice dripped with doubt and concern. "I'll go make breakfast, if you want." Izuku nodded and peered around the shower curtain in order to give Guardian a clear view of where to materialize, something they found was required any time he wanted to manifest in a specific location. Once Guardian had appeared and gone, shutting the door quietly behind him, Izuku leaned against the shower wall and let out a long breath. Uncle G was a nickname he had given Guardian to be embarrassing, as a joke, but in reality the best nicknames had some substance to them. Guardian truly was like an uncle to him, and while Izuku loved him for it, the constant feedback was exhausting. It was tiring to share his thoughts with someone who constantly felt the need to help. Sometimes he wanted to deal with things on his own, for better or worse. Although he enjoyed truly having time to himself, Izuku could not bring himself to push Guardian away unless the situation called for it. Showering, while not exactly uncomfortable or embarrassing, was one of those situations. Everybody needed moments of privacy, including Guardian himself. He basked in the cool spray, running his hands through his hair as he grasped at the fading threads of his dream. He was no stranger to nightmares, as outlandish and absurd as they appeared afterward. They always seemed real while they were happening. Research had yielded many conflicting ideas, but one unanimous conclusion was that dreams were a reflection of the subconscious, almost as if the mind was forcing a person to face the problems they tried to avoid while they were most vulnerable. "It would help if you would let me remember it then, brain," Izuku thought bitterly. What was the point? He had issues, so what? So did everyone else. Every single person had demons they had to face and skeletons in their closets. It was just a fact of life. If he had trouble handling his life so far, what business did he have becoming a hero? Hero enthusiast or not? He knew that the worst had yet to come if he continued down the hero path. It could always be worse, and it was likely to get there if he grew complacent. Drawing in a deep breath to calm his mind, he shut off the water and stepped out of the shower to get dried off and dressed. He could not afford to be weak. Not with Shigaraki and who knows how many other villains out there targeting them. And Shigaraki would target them. Izuku knew that for a fact. As hopeless as their little outing had been, Shigaraki despised losing more than anyone he knew. Shigaraki had never had any qualms about harming him, regardless of Sensei's insistence otherwise. After all, his successor would always be higher on the priority list. The sports festival was approaching, as well, and while Izuku was certain he had a different goal in mind than his peers, he had a point to prove and an impression to make nonetheless. Their success in the festival had a direct impact on their internship options, and Izuku wanted to have as many options open as possible. If he made too strong of an impression, however, well, that may lead to other problems. While the League already knew more about him than he was comfortable with, he was not small-minded enough to underestimate the other villains out there that stood apart from them. In order to work underground, he would need every advantage he could get, which meant that being broadcasted on live television around the world was at the bottom of his list of ideal scenarios. Was sitting out of the festival even an option? Most people would never even consider it, but those who knew where they were heading could benefit from opting out in the long run. Sure, internship options would be limited, but they were taught by one of the best underground heroes in the business. Surely Aizawa Sensei would be an option if they expressed interest in going underground. Izuku would participate regardless. Sportsmanship was a good opportunity to show his drive and his intentions as a hero student, an opportunity he would not miss for the world. When he entered the kitchen, he found Guardian making small talk with a tired-looking Tsukauchi. The detective was still garbed in pajamas and sporting a textbook case of bedhead, short hair be damned. Stubble dusted his face, only the slightest bit darker than the bags under his eyes. He held a steaming mug of coffee in one hand as he leaned against the counter and paused mid-sip as he spotted Izuku. "Good morning," Izuku greeted as he made his way to the coffee maker. Tsukauchi stepped aside to clear the way and grumbled into his mug. "It's a morning," Guardian snorted as he dropped a plate of pancakes onto the counter. "Do you want to eat before or after you get ready for work, Tsukauchi?" Tsukauchi eyed the pancakes, proceeded to drain the rest of his coffee and pushed off the counter. "After, I'll be back." Guardian nodded and motioned for Izuku to sit down, and when he did began heaping up a plate of pancakes and sausage for him. The American-style breakfasts were always delicious, although so filling that he often felt like a lead weight had been dropped in his gut. Guardian claimed it was good for the soul, whatever that meant. "Guardian, I'm perfectly capable of getting my own food." "Imagine that," Guardian exclaimed as if he just had a bright idea. "So am I." When Guardian set the massive plate of way too much food in front of him, he sighed and began to dig in. He considered eating just enough to get rid of his hunger, as to not be bogged down by the mass quantity, but had no desire to hear Guardian's dramatic monologue about having to throw away perfectly good food, as if there were no such thing as leftovers or refrigerators. He ate slowly. Finishing before Tsukauchi started would be rude. Not to mention he had plenty of time before Katashi showed up to take over watching him. As much as Izuku hated nightmares, he did enjoy having time to wake up and function, rather than begrudgingly waking up at the last minute to rush out the door. "Hey," Guardian called, his tone gentle as he leaned against the kitchen table. His eyes bounced between Izuku and his plate, one sandy eyebrow raised in question. "You okay?" Izuku matched the raised eyebrow and nodded. "Yeah, just taking my time." Guardian's hum vibrated with skepticism, but he nodded anyway and turned to clean up rather than commenting further. Tsukauchi entered the kitchen not long after, running a hand through his still damp hair and freshly dressed in his usual black slacks and white dress shirt. The only difference in his day-to-day attire was his choice of tie, today being a striped pattern of 2 different shades of gray, and, much to Izuku's surprise, he decided not to shave. Guardian cleared his throat. Tsukauchi-san, did you forget something?" Tsukauchi sat down with a fresh mug of coffee and cocked his head. "Did I?" Izuku caught his attention by rubbing his face pointedly. "Not shaving today. I figured I would try out a new look. Maybe I'll call it the I don't get paid enough for this look." "Why, does it look bad?" Izuku shrugged. "Looks good. It's not patchy." "Hey," Guardian said as he plopped down a plate of food in front of Tsukauchi. "Maybe they'll realize how hard you're working and give you a raise." Tsukauchi laughed lightly into his mug. "I'd say the chances of that are less than 0. Izuku shot him a puzzled look. "How are they less than 0? Like, you're gonna get a pay cut?" "Who knows? Work has been piling up." Izuku snorted. "Please, you're too important for that." He knew it, Tsukauchi knew it. Hell, anyone who had any experience with the police force knew that Tsukauchi was irreplaceable. But when work piled up for the detective, that almost always meant an increase in villain activity. The implication was worrying, but he kept his expression neutral. "What's going on?" Tsukauchi let out a bone-weary sigh. "You shouldn't worry about it, Izuku. It's just a part of the job. But it's something I'll have to know, isn't it?" Izuku countered. The older man let out a small chuckle. "I sincerely hope these problems aren't around once you graduate. If so, I'm really not doing my job. It wouldn't hurt to learn about the process, though. How you investigate, file information, hunt down evidence. You know, things he would have loved to know more about when he was an active vigilante, if not for the same reasons. But he refrained from mentioning that. We do live together. It would make sense to learn from you." Izuku stopped and cleared his throat. "If you wouldn't mind, I mean." Tsukauchi's eyes lit up. "You want to learn those things? What, you think I'm just gonna run around fighting villains and leave the rest to someone else?" Tsukauchi rubbed the back of his neck and shrugged. "Well, you do," Izuku called out, his tone accusing. "Listen, not all of us want to be All Might, okay?" Tsukauchi raised an eyebrow, amusement flashing in his expression. "You don't. Wait, how do you know he avoids paperwork? I mean, it's pretty obvious. How did you become friends, again?" "Fair enough," Tsukauchi huffed out. He spread his hands out, palms facing up. "Fine, if you really want to learn, maybe I can run you through some small-time cases sometime." "Sound good?" Izuku cocked his head. "Isn't it illegal to reveal information about ongoing cases?" Tsukauchi waved a hand dismissively. He almost seemed excited, by the way his eyes lit up and his posture straightened. "I can make an exception. Besides, they're just small-time cases. Not to mention that Chief Tsurigami will be thrilled to know that some of the next generation wants to do things the right way. Maybe you could pass on the importance to your classmates." Izuku shared an amused look with Guardian, who was leaning against the counter but keeping silent. Proper procedures and paperwork were way past his time. It seemed, however, that All Might was not the only hero that avoided paperwork like their life depended on it. That got Izuku wondering if there are certain heroes the police dreaded working with for that reason. A grin began spreading across his face. I wonder, so, what other heroes avoid paperwork? Tsukauchi opened his mouth, but snapped it shut upon seeing the look on Izuku's face. I can't disclose that information. Izuku threw his hands in the air. Oh, come on. What about just my teachers? Any of them? No comment. Izuku dropped back into his chair with a huff. You're no fun. Guardian and Tsukauchi both laughed at his frustration, but were interrupted by a series of knocks on the door. I'll get it. Izuku leapt to his feet and dashed to the door, ripping it open in record time. Katashi still had his hand up, as if he were about to knock again. The man shot him a curious look as Izuku stepped out of the way and waved him in. Good morning, Katashi. Morning, Izuku, Katashi returned. He turned to study Izuku and crossed his arms. What's going on? Izuku eyed his expectant look and sighed. Why are you suspicious? Why are you excited? Because Tsukauchi's gonna teach me police things. Katashi cocked an eyebrow. Police things. Paperwork. Tsukauchi called from around the corner. Would you like to help? Absolutely not. Not just paperwork, Izuku argued, but stopped to peer around the corner at Tsukauchi. Right, of course not. We can also cover case files, witness reports, evidence filing. Katashi grumbled more with every procedure Tsukauchi mentioned. He leaned down to murmur conspiratorially in Izuku's ear. Those are all just fancy ways of saying paperwork. Izuku laughed. It can't be that bad. Katashi huffed and made his way inside. As he took off his shoes, he turned back and raised an eyebrow. So what brought on the sudden interest? Heroes have to do paperwork and work on cases, too. And the best person to learn from is right there. Izuku gestured towards the kitchen. I don't know how I never thought of it before. Give it time, Katashi said. You'll wish you didn't soon enough. Don't discourage him. Nakamura. Tsukauchi scolded while poking his head around the corner. Do you want to be stuck with his paperwork when he graduates? Katashi shrugged. I'll be more than eligible to retire by then. Izuku snorted as Tsukauchi sighed and disappeared around the corner again. No doubt to retrieve more coffee to drown his own exasperation. Ready to go? Katashi asked, patting him lightly on the shoulder. You've got a free training period today. Izuku perked up. He had almost forgotten about that. With the sports festival approaching, Aizawa Sensei decided it best that they be free to train on their own to increase their own chances of success. Despite that, he had no doubt that their teachers would be keeping an eye out for slackers and to keep them from hurting each other if they decided to spar. Knowing Aizawa, he would probably be watching like a hawk, keenly pinpointing weaknesses and areas for improvement in the future. Izuku practically bounced to the door to put his shoes on. Yep, let's go. Guardian, coming. Since the announcement that they were moving forward with the sports festival, the atmosphere of the class, especially in the training grounds, was like night and day. The field was not unlike the one they used during the quirk assessment, but with the addition of dummies of all sizes and groupings, a miniature obstacle course, sparring circles, and more. They were even given access to a plentiful refreshment table, fully stocked with anything they would need to keep their energy up. They had everything they could possibly need. Yet while half the class thrummed with energy and excitement, it seemed the other half was wary and subdued. They really are looking at this like every man for himself, Izuku mused. Not that he could blame them when his attitude was much the same. Looks like it, Guardian observed. Todoroki and Bakugo already took off to opposite ends of the field. Yaoyorozu and Ida took off, as well, Izuku added, as reluctant as he was to rank his classmates. The reality of it was that the strongest took to working on their own almost immediately. Perhaps it was a testament to experience, knowing that whatever they showed during training would be used against them later on. It was a smart move, albeit an uncoordinated one. With everyone taking off in different directions, it would be near impossible to keep an eye on everyone at once. Izuku wasn't all that interested in what his classmates were doing. He had his own training to do, armed with a multitude of theories and potential improvements for Shadow Dance. It had been too long since his last major breakthrough with the quirk, and despite having it for a long time, he knew there was more to it. In private, he was working on throwing his blades without letting them dissipate. Unfortunately, throwing blades at his fellow students would probably be frowned upon by the general public. Throwing dull blades could serve as a distraction, but anything larger took more concentration than he could afford in the heat of a battle. Instead, he would be working with his shadows. The usage of them was similar enough to his blades, more or less coalescing energy into a single spot, but required much less energy and concentration to upkeep. The shadows lacked substance, more a cloud of smoke than any sort of solid object, which meant that a strong gust of wind or a powerful attack could spread them to the wind. It could make them more solid, in theory, but the minimal gains were outweighed by the sheer effort required. Unless, of course, he could make them move. He chose a spot underneath a tree, using the shade as a buffer against the sun. Katashi followed, leaning against the trunk without a word and crossing his arms while Izuku set to work. He started off by projecting a single shadow a few feet in front of him, still in the shade but far enough that he could keep an eye on it for signs of movement. Focusing on the energy, he envisioned the movement he wanted the shadow to perform, a simple wave of the arm, but nothing happened. There was nothing to even suggest that something could happen. No barrier of effort or draining of energy. Am I looking at this the wrong way? He tried gripping the shadow and pulled, but only succeeded in doing what he had already done numerous times, swapping places with it. This is way out of my realm. Izuku, Guardian admitted. You're the expert here. Apparently not. Izuku grumbled inwardly. He tried again, this time merely gripping the shadow without pulling. He envisioned the same motion, a simple wave of the arm, yet still nothing happened. He kept his focus and pulled again, swapping places with the shadow and proceeding to plop down on the ground in frustration. Katashi cleared his throat. What are you working on? Nothing, apparently. He didn't have to see it to feel the unamused look he was receiving. Fine, I'm trying to make the shadow move. It moved right before you switched places with it, Katashi said, his tone as bland as if he was discussing the weather. Izuku leapt to his feet and stared at him. Really? Katashi simply nodded. Izuku rolled his eyes at the lack of, well, anything, from the man and whirled around to stare at his shadow critically, rubbing his chin as he considered the implications. The shadow wouldn't do anything when he tried to make it move telepathically. While not surprising, he was still hopeful, but it apparently moved before he swapped places with it. Swap. He turned to look and promptly froze. The shadow had its arm up as if it was holding its chin, just like he was doing when he swapped with it. Yes, Izuku cheered. Okay, so it mirrors my posture just before I swap with it. Can I make it mirror my movements, too? He gripped the shadow and moved randomly. Nothing. He tried again, this time pulling and swapped places with it. What does it feel like? Guardian asked. What does what feel like? The swap. Doesn't feel like anything when I'm standing still, but… No, Guardian interrupted. I mean how you swap. Is it like a trigger or flipping a switch? Or like, I don't know, the pedals in a car? The pedals. Guardian, I've never driven a car in my life, Izuku thought, both confused and amused. Guardian sighed. Right, still a kid. Okay, but the question remains. How does it feel? Izuku ran a hand through his hair. I don't know. I just pull and then it happens. Guardian hummed through his mind. Maybe try pulling just a little, but not enough to actually do the swap. Okay. Izuku gave it a shot, gripping the shadow and pulling gently. He pulled a little bit more, testing it out, and then swap. Okay, so if I figure out the point before it swaps and hold it there, maybe I could make it move without actually swapping places, like a clutch, Katashi asked. Izuku stopped. What's a clutch? You know, the pedal in a car. Izuku groaned, interrupting him. Seriously, you too? I've never driven a car. Katashi raised an eyebrow. Who else is talking about cars? Guardian, So you're trying to give just enough to make it move, without actually initiating the swap. Izuku nodded. Yeah, Katashi hummed deeply. Try to pull at a gradual, even pace and get a feel for exactly when the swap happens. Once you get used to that, you might be able to hold it there without actually doing it, but still be able to move it. Izuku stared at him. This is another car thing, isn't it? Katashi nodded. With certain cars, it's called the bite point or engagement, and I don't care about cars, Izuku yelled, throwing his hands in the air. Kids these days, Guardian lamented. You will when you're older, Katashi said with certainty. It's a relevant metaphor. It's not relevant when I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku countered, but he relented. Fine, I'll try it. Just before the… whatever. Izuku gripped the shadow and slowly pulled, waving his arms all the while, until the shadow slowly began to move with him. It mirrored his motions at a much slower rate than he was making them, so he pulled a little more to increase its pace until it was almost matching him exactly. Not quite there yet, Izuku thought, narrowing his eyes in concentration as he pulled just a little bit more, and swapped with the shadow. Damn, he spat out and threw himself on the ground, sprawled out on his back and staring up at the rustling leaves and branches above. So close. You'll get there, Katashi said. It takes practice. Izuku took a deep breath and heaved a massive sigh. I swear if you bring up cars again. What do you have against cars? They're stupid. You're basically stuck in them. What if something happens? You're trapped. Besides, I'm faster than a car. In the city, Katashi said. But you won't want to make any long trips with your quirk. That's what cars are for. Maybe I will, Izuku said stubbornly. You don't know. When you make a trip to Shinjuku without getting quirk exhaustion, let me know. Izuku sighed and got up, brushing himself off and ignoring Katashi's clear bias towards death traps. Well, I can work with this. I need some water. Katashi grunted, pushing himself off the tree and following behind as Izuku led the way. Maybe I could see what everyone else is up to. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.